are these beds that you're going to have to share? He says, I don't know. And so he finally pulls up the link and shows it to me, but he hadn't looked at the house. Oh. He only looked at the brief little blurb, and instead of clicking on show more, which I did.
Right.
So then we shared on air that they have, like, the Sleeps 28 includes a couple king beds, a couple double beds, a couple queen beds, bunk beds. And so there is going to be some bed sharing.
Yeah.
I feel like I got to say it. No sisters involved. Okay. I sent you here, Stoney. Sorry. I know.
That's a guy's trip. And,
right. Anyway, so I'm looking at the pictures, and one of the rooms is Mickey Mouse themed. Oh. And it's got like one double bed, and it's got two bunk beds, but the bunk beds are the kid short bunk beds.
And they have like a roof, like it's made to look like a tree house.
Oh, it's cool for kids, yeah.
Right.
Not for a bachelor party.
Well, so that's weekend. One room. Mm-hmm. There was another room that was a Harry Potter room. Mm-hmm. There was one that was Star Wars, and then there was also one that was Minions.
Yes.
Oh.
And the Minions one has a double bunk bed.
Yes.
And is this the one that he shared on social media?
This is.
And then above the double bed, there's a giant minion staring down at you.
Yeah, like a big mural.
Like the headboard is the minion.
Right.
And I'm guessing, since that's the one he sent me, that's the room that he's in.
And I asked him, I'm like, well, which bed did you get? And he got the single, like, not the bunk bed, the single bed with
under the minion.
And that's exactly what I said. And I was like, well, good luck sleeping at night, having that thing staring at you all night.
Do you think any action has been had on that bed with that headboard?
Oh yeah, there's freaks. There's no question. I bet there's been action in all of those rooms.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There are grown adults who are Disney freaks.
Right. Well, I mean, when you have a house like that, I mean, if it's your house, like, you got to check out every room, right? At some point, you got to. Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to christen every room.
Yes, I agree.
So,
look, I just don't want some minion looking at me while I'm heaving on somebody.
Why that word?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a heavy breathing.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I thought you meant like heaving, like throwing
up. No. Like he's throwing haymakers.
I guess. Wow.
I mean, this goes to the whole thing. If you're going to talk about things in the room or distractions, if the TV's on and weird things.
Right. Yeah.
You know what's on in the background.
Should have asked him if there's any mirrors on the ceiling.
You know what the worst one of that was?
What?
When we do Channel 2, sometimes we tape it usually.
Yeah.
So I had it on in bed, and for some reason.
Oh, you got lucky, and you're on the TV
I'm
as well?
on the big screen. You talk about bring me down. Also, no.
Yeah, but that's not on for you.
I understand that. But seeing me, though, it's not exactly a good aphrodisiac, put it that way.
Yeah, no. Well, so are you facing the TV at that point?
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Absolutely.
And the TV's obviously not the headboard, so I guess our imaginations, please shut off your minds right now.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
By the way, the Tigers played extremely well. Can we get a Castellanos home run right now, please?
Yeah, speaking of the Tigers, was that a crazy?
It was wild.
Yeah.
It was wild, and I don't know how people took it in because it took so long. If you were watching in the middle of the afternoon, like at some point you got to run some errands or cook dinner.
Right.
I was watching, and then I had to, run to pick up the kids, drop off the kids, do all the kids' stuff, and so I'm listening, and they actually aired our interview with AJ Hinch. They re-aired it yesterday.
On the network. Oh, nice.
Yeah. Then Rico came on for a little while. Then they went back to the broadcast, and they started again in the seventh inning. And we thought the seventh inning would never end.
Well, we usually, the game started, or was supposed to start at 1, then it was delayed, and I couldn't watch the game because of what I was doing. I was just following it on the.
I guess I don't want to ask that question right now.
Oh no, I was filling in, educating the youth of today at West Bloomfield Middle School yesterday.
Okay,
I did a half day.
Yeah, what subject?
It's babysitting, basically.
Okay, it doesn't matter.
The English and one math.
Okay.
Same teacher.
So math
17.
would seem to me be maybe out of your wheelhouse.
Yes.
English, I actually think would be in your wheelhouse.
Yeah, but they give assignments, and they just want to make sure that
and you're just
kids
sitting
do
there.
the assignments. Yeah, exactly.
What is your go-to discipline?
I never really had yesterday I actually did have one problem, and I was hoping the kid would finally, and he was like
Shut
sitting
up.
on a windowsill. I was like, get down.
Sit at your desk.
I start the whole thing, I said, I don't ask for much. I just, keep it to a, don't be loud.
A dull roar.
Stay in your seats. Do your work. That's all, you know? And this kid just wouldn't stop.
Oh, he was
lines
pushing
and
your
stuff.
limits.
And finally, he sat down.
Oh, okay. You outlasted him.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. So
Lingering Stony.
So I was just following the. Wow. I haven't heard that one in a long
That
time.
was like 10 years ago.
Yeah, I know.
Would have hit the trigger on Stony. Go off on the kids.
Anyway,
Mr. Stone, I listen to you in the mornings.
He did that to me. I thought he was going to punch me. It's only because I was just saying it was official that when the Michigan Penn State game.
I know.
But he's like, "Well, that was already out there," and then
I know.
blah blah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So where were we? We're talking about the delay of the game. As we've
Okay,
delayed the show.
So you have a massive rain delay at the beginning, right?
Yep.
Then you have a very short umpire sick delay, the first one.
Right,
where
which was weird. I've not seen that before.
Well, the inning was a little bit late started. That was his first one. Then you had another umpire, the same umpire. Then he really got sick. So it was a 10-minute delay during the Drew Anderson experience. And then Salvador Perez home run, take the lead.
Yeah.
And it was the only thing I could think that was analogous. Only the result was obviously completely opposite of what I wanted. As the ball, went to the crowd for the home run, it started to pour. It was kind of like Ohio State on New Year's Eve, when the ball dropped and they missed the chip shot field goal against Georgia.
Yeah.
It was beautiful. But this time the Salvi Perez home run was not as beautiful.
Not quite as beautiful, but I mean, he's one of those guys that just,
I know.
every time he's at the plate, he worries you.
Yeah.
But now we have one of those.
Yes. A lot younger.
Yes, much, much younger.
So they have that delay, and I fell asleep a little bit taking a nap during that delay and woke up.
Oh, was that 7th hour?
No, I was home by then. 7th hour is the last hour, yes.
Yes.
I did.
I'm not that far. Well, I guess I am.
Yeah.
35 years removed from high school.
I did do, because only you were interested in this. Some student came by and FaceTimed his dad, who's listened to me over the years, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
So that was pretty cool.
That's awesome.
I said, your son was very good. I appreciate him being quiet. And the kid goes, I wasn't even in your class. One of the other teachers told me you were here. I don't,
That's all right. Hey, they all look the same, right? They're kids.
Yes, they are. They are definitely kids. But the Tigers, man, and then they come back at that 9th inning was incredible.
Yes, it was.
I mean, to me, the biggest story out of that, of all the guys who came through, and it wasn't Keith with the winning hit, it was Riley Green, who we always waited on to do stuff in the clutch. It always seemed like Riley Green's big hits, this seems not completely accurate, is, when the game's decided, there's, they're up 4-0 and he hits a solo home run, but it was a 3-2 pitch.
Right. And
Great at bat.
We got this. It was either text yesterday or it was on Twitch about Riley Green, because we were talking about him and what are they doing with, obviously they signed McGonigal to a contract. They've got Colt Keith wrapped up, but they haven't done Riley Green, Torkelson, Carp, all that stuff. We're not going to get into that again. But one of the texts that we got was, his stats all come when it doesn't matter. And you don't want him up when it is a gotta have it moment. And then it hit me, obviously, having read that message earlier in the day, all of a sudden, Riley Green's up. 2 outs. Gotta have it moment. 3-2 count.
Yeah.
And he comes through.
And he came through. And they came through a lot yesterday when they had to, with the bats.
Yes.
Which is not obviously what this team is known for. And, Dylan Dingler with another home run. And
Yeah.
he's really becoming a stud.
Who on this team? Obviously, we know what happened yesterday, and it was Gleyber Torres started off. So in the bottom of the ninth, right? What do you want to have happen? You want the top of your order up.
Yeah.
And, I mean, everything that possibly could have been lined up for the best chance to win that game happened. Gleyber Torres gets on. And let me ask you this, whether it's Torres, because last year A.J. Hinch talked about his professional at-bats, and I don't know if he actually said, he kind of alluded to, if you got to have it moment, he wanted Gleyber Torres because of the professional at-bats. He doesn't swing at bad pitches. So you got Gleyber Torres, now Kevin McGonigal, Colt Keith, and I think I'll stop there. I don't know that there would be another option. Who do you want up when it's a gotta have it moment? Which one single bat do you want up?
I want Dingler. Right now.
I actually think it was perfect yesterday because I would say it would be between Kevin McGonigal and Colt Keith.
Okay. It's fair. Absolutely. No doubt about it. And McGonigal got a hit, and Colt Keith got the
McGonigal
hit.
got did he get the hit or the walk?
He walked.
Yeah, and he had the
right.
the ABS challenge right away.
Yeah. And then then Carpenter came in and he didn't do anything. Dingler got it on base or whatever.
Yeah.
Then Green and look, yesterday was a offensive delight. I mean, everybody got hits pretty much except for Jahmai Jones and Hobby. But Hobby did get a walk.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. All right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. We should say on the show, we'll have a blind ranking. We'll talk to Pistons head coach J.B. Bickerstaff at 8:35. Of course, it's Friday, so we go into the cookie jar, 97.1.
Hey, we're talking about key moments and coming through in the clutch. You want a company that comes through in the clutch for your home, your biggest investment? It's got to be Rapid Roofing. They replaced my roof a few years ago now, and when I went to sell the house, it's one of the key things that I use to market the home because, hey, you got to be able to protect your home. Yeah, no pressure, no gimmicks, just guidance, and they do exactly what they say. They do most roofs in one single day. They also do siding, windows, and gutter installation. You can reach them on the phone at 888-360-ROOF or on the web at rapidroofing.com.
Clutch hit Riley Green, and Cole Keith drives him home, and the Tigers win their 6th in a row. They sweep the homestand, begin a 4-game series with the Boston Red Sox tonight in Fenway, and that means they play Monday morning for Patriots Day.
Right.
Marathon, and it's a great day in Boston.
Anybody give Riley Green any credit for that yesterday? Man, he gets a lot of hate.
Oh, I know.
I remember that moment.
And the fact he did it on a 3-2 pitch, it makes it even more impressive.
Numbers are slightly improving. Yeah. I'm excited about this team. I personally think this is a big weekend just to see kind of where they're at and stuff, because Fenway can be a little crazy sometimes.
Historically for them, right?
Yeah, but the indicators are there that this team's ready to take off, because McGonigal, Dingler, Keith, getting great production from them, and it was just about the other guys kind of coming along, and they slowly are. Like Green is the first one that's starting to really improve his numbers.
They're all playing. They're all, starting to hit the ball a little bit, which is
they are, and it follows what I was just talking about in that last segment in regards to the messages we were getting yesterday about Riley Green, and somebody had said, if the game is in hand, sure, yeah, I would love to see Riley Green at bat. But if it's a got-to-have-it moment, he wasn't the guy that they wanted to see there, and he came through in the most clutch of moments.
I'll try to put it in simpler terms and kind of what I was trying to say. They're trending to me towards, if you trust Torque, Green's, and Carpenter's careers, kind of 775 to 800 OPSs. Torque maybe a little lower. But if you're getting Keith, McGonigal, and Dingler to do the same or better, and then you have Torres too, by the way.
Right.
The lineup's pretty deep. It looks like it's emerging. It's just very slow.
Oh, yeah. And then that's kind of what, I was here last Friday, and everybody was freaked out because of the Minnesota thing. And it's like, all right, small sample size, tons of teams have gotten off to slow starts. We'll see what happens. And they go and, sweep the teams. I mean, It was great.
Well, it's in
the Marlins and then the Royals.
Yeah, the Marlins. And the Marlins one felt better because the first one was a 2-0 win, but then they scored 6 runs and they scored 8 runs. And it was kind of like, it was a little similar to this series, right? 2-1, 2-1. You're like, okay, well, the bats aren't fired up, but then all of a sudden, hey, they score 10 runs, and the dramatics of the bottom of the ninth to sweep, a division opponent, Kansas City, who, and I'll ask you this question because I've talked about it with Jim quite a bit. I think Kansas City is the biggest threat in the division.
I'll never count out Cleveland. They figure out a way all
I didn't
the time.
say count them out.
I know. But, yeah, on paper, although Kansas City
struggling to score runs.
Not only that, their bullpen is atrocious. I mean, that's a big thing, but we're not doing Kansas City radio here.
No.
Here's some text. Great win from the Tigers yesterday, but can the Drew Anderson experiment be over? The dude was in Korea for a reason. He's not a Major League Baseball pitcher, and this outing just proves it even more. Patrick in Grand Rapids. That's one of the guys that's got to say. The bullpen has, parts of it has not been real good. I mean, Holton gave up the home run yesterday, and Herter has not pitched great. Obviously Kenley's been really good, obviously, but he did have that one implosion. So the bullpen has been an issue. Gotta be Carp as far as Mr. Clutch, who he wants with that big bat. That's from Johnny and Wixom. Over time, yeah, but right now he is, I wouldn't say he's looking for something, but he's basically looking to strike some magic. He's swinging at some bad pitches.
Yeah.
He'll get his act together. Kevin McGonigal is the first Tiger since Prime Miggy that I can remember being must-see every at-bat. There's just a different feeling when he comes up.
I can't remember if it was you or I talked about it last week, or it may have been earlier in the season. When Kevin McGonigal is up to the plate, or if he is coming up in the next inning, I stop what I'm doing, and I want to make sure that I watch his at-bat.
Yeah.
Because they're just all exciting. We really haven't seen professional at-bats like that.
No.
Since Prime Miggy, or you go back to, when Victor Martinez was in his best.
Right. And we're talking over a decade now.
Right.
All right, real quick. DeVal, what's up? You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, fellas. John, go Blue.
Go Blue.
All right. So my clutch play is obviously McGonagall, but I mean, no one's talking about, again, Javier Basis. Early in the year, he got a flair for the dramatic. Right now, you're 295 with a home run, and he loves these kind of. And this win of Kansas City reminded me of that win last year over Boston, where it was the same situation.
DeVell, he's been really good on both sides of the ball. I mean, he's making some good plays. Heads up the slide he made the other day.
Yeah.
All right, it's time for news, and here's Heather.
This news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. You can go and get one today at 7-Eleven or Speedway. Well, let's start with this story. A Michigan man was attacked with an axe after he didn't turn right at a red light at an intersection in Grand Traverse County this week.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. So on Tuesday afternoon, this 74-year-old man sat through a red light instead of turning right. And the 70-year-old driver behind him had enough, was very upset by this. So he followed the guy to the library. Then when a
72-year-old and a 70-year-old heading to the library?
Oh, boy.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
So when the original man, the 74-year-old, got out of his car, the 70-year-old approached him and attacked him with an axe.
Jeez.
Yes, the victim drove himself to the hospital, non-life-threatening injuries. That's good. And the other driver was eventually arrested at his house and now faces a charge of assault with intent to do great bodily harm.
He approached the other driver and said, "Can I ask you a question?"
Yes, well done.
You know what? One of my pet peeves is when, and it's no one's doing this wrong. Like you don't have to turn right in that right lane. You could go straight to.
When people don't,
just choose the other lane because I'm trying to turn.
That's awful. I hate that.
And they're not doing anything wrong. Like they're not. It's not illegal to do what they're doing, but it's
common sense.
Yes, and it's frustrating. So
I'll take it a step further. When you're coming up to a light, you know you're turning right. You get your turn signal on.
Yes.
And there's two cars ahead of you. They're both in the left lane.
Yes.
And then just because one doesn't want to be behind the other, it goes in right in front of you, and then doesn't turn. Yep. It's going straight. Yep. It drives me nuts. Just stay there.
Definitely. Like I'll take it a little bit further. Like one of my big pet peeves is getting attacked by an axe.
Yes. Yes.
A Detroit man is facing charges after he allegedly stabbed a guy at a Macomb County dispensary last week while he was working as a security guard. Leonard Webster was arraigned on charges of assault with intent to murder and lying to a peace officer after he stabbed some man in the parking lot of Moses Roses in East Point. This was on April 6th. Apparently, the two men got into some form of an argument. Things turned physical. And when the victim approached Webster's truck, that's when he stabbed the guy. Then there's more. After the victim went back to his own car, Webster then stabbed the guy for a second time through the car window. Again, the victim's injuries were non-life-threatening, which is great. But either way, this guy is facing several charges.
Wow.
The assault with intent to murder could be a life behind bars. So.
A rash of axings and stabbings.
Seriously. Detroit Pistons guard Cade Cunningham will be eligible for end-of-season awards after the NBA and NBA Players Association agreed that he, along with Los Angeles Lakers guard Luka Doncic, could be allowed to bypass the 65-game threshold for eligibility requirements. So Cunningham played in 63 games. He missed 12 after suffering that collapsed lung.
Right.
Doncic missed 2 games because he had a baby overseas.
I think it was a good decision because the whole point of the limit is about load management.
Right.
And if you're legitimately hurt, like, a collapsed lung.
Right.
And going across to see your kid being born, I think the league did a good thing. Anthony Edwards, his got denied.
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
I saw that.
Mm-hmm.
Finally, Tiger Woods is fighting an attempt by prosecutors to access his prescription drug records. And this, of course, is all tied to his recent DUI case following that crash in Florida. Prosecutors want detailed information from a pharmacy, including what medications he was prescribed, how much, how often he was taking them in the months leading up to the crash. Woods' legal team, however, is pushing back very hard. His attorney argues that those records are private medical information and that the state needs to prove they're truly relevant before gaining access.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather. JB Bickerstaff at 8:35. Coming up next, a blind ranking. John will like this one, maybe. I love watching Tiger baseball. I'll watch it anywhere and everywhere. On TV, from my couch, from the press box high above. I even love it from the center field bleachers over 400 feet away. It's because I got my vision dialed in 7 years ago from Dr. Yaldo, and the result has been sports viewing luxury. Dr. Yaldo gave me bifocal lens implants, and no pun intended, I haven't looked back since. When we get to middle age, our eyes lose flexibility and we struggle to focus on nearby objects like your phone or the tiny print on my press notes. No matter your visual issues, just go see the man who has helped more Detroiters toss away contacts, glasses, or those annoying reading glasses that you always lose than anyone else. He has a welcome back to baseball spring special for $16.99 per eye, lowest price in the state. The evaluation is free at yaldoeyecenter.com, and tell him Stoney sent you. The draft is in 6 days, and we have a blind ranking here, John.
Okay.
I need you. We're going to do a top 10 here, all right? Of the last 10 Lions first-round defensive draft picks.
Oh, the last 10
defensive players
draft
that
picks.
they drafted in the first round, and you need to
Okay.
rank them blindly.
Okay.
So turn your computers off.
Turn your computers off.
Don't do any research. Here we go. Nick Fairley, 2011.
Nick Fairley. All right. So I don't think he's not the worst. I'm going to put him, let's put him at 6.
6 out of Auburn. Okay.
All right. So I got,
Okay. I know what you're doing in your head. It's good. How about from 2023, he was their second first-round pick, Jack Campbell.
Jack Campbell. Obviously, I mean, hey, a linebacker of the year last year. I mean, there'd be an argument for him to be. Gosh, that's a tough one. I'm going to put him at 3. All right, let's go with Jack Campbell at 3. And part of that is just because, 2023, he's only had 3 seasons. They've been really good. And am I also projecting some of these guys of what they're going to be?
Maybe.
Because, I mean, obviously some of these guys are no longer in the league, so we know the totality of their body of work. So I'll put Jack Campbell at 3.
And you're also projecting what's ahead, too.
Well, I'm trying to remember.
How about the man with the snakes, Ernie Sims,
Ooh, Ernie Sims. Wow.
from 1999.
That's the
Linebacker from Florida State.
top, the first round defensive picks. Ernie Sims. So Ernie Sims. I'm going to put him. I think I'm going to put him at 8.
Okay. Next up, Terrion Arnold.
All right. So Terrion Arnold, this is a tough one because it's been little to no improvement. He's obviously not great. I don't know that he's good, but I also don't think he's awful. So Terrion Arnold, and I know that there are, gosh, I'm trying to remember first round picks. Is there anybody that I'm leaving out in my mind that would be a first round pick? Terrion Arnold, I'm going to put right now at 9.
9, okay. Next up, Jared Davis.
Oh. Got to pigeonhole me here. Jared Davis, I'm going to put at 7.
Okay.
I mean, he's done more than Terrion Arnold.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if I would switch him and Ernie.
I think Ernie was better.
Yeah, I mean, but I got him at 7 and 8, so
Yeah, that's
I'm
solid.
okay with that.
What a great debate. Sims or Davis before 8.
Hey, yeah. The question is going to be, did I put Nick Fairley in the right position? And I think if you're in the middle, like we could have
Yes.
those debates, so
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
Tyleek Williams.
All right, so Tyleek Williams, again, we've got 1 year to go off of. And it was a solid year. I project him to be a solid player. So I'm going to put Tyleek Williams at 5, just ahead of Nick Fairley.
I think you're doing pretty damn well, John, to be quite honest with you.
I know who I'm going to put at 10. At least I think I do.
Okay. Ziggy Ansah.
All right, so Zig, is this only in the time that they played with the Lions?
However you want to rank them, it's blind ranking.
All right.
He He really didn't do anything else for anybody else, did he?
No, not really.
No.
Ziggy Ansah, wasn't he out of BYU?
Yes.
All right. So Ziggy,
That was the 2013 was like one of the worst drafts in NFL history.
all right. I'm going to go with 4 because he certainly doesn't go above Jack. So we'll just put Ziggy in at 4, and I've got 1, 2, and 10 available.
You're doing a very good job, I must say, at least in my opinion.
Well, it's just I'm trying to go off memory, and I think I know who the other 3 are, and I think I'm
Okay. Aiden Hutchinson.
All right. So Aiden, 14.5 sacks last year. I think he is, obviously, I'm projecting him to have a hell of a career. I'm going to put him at 2.
You are. So we have 2 left, if my math is correct.
Yes.
And you did it the right way. You're right on as far as mine goes.
Got to kill an ant here. Yeah,
What?
Go ahead. I had to kill an ant there. Sorry. You're going right across number 1, which I think I do know who number 1's going to be. But go ahead.
Okay. Jeff Okudah.
Jeff Okudah comes in at 10. Did I see he is still in the league?
Yes.
Is he with Atlanta still?
I don't know, but I know he's still in the league.
Yeah, I mean, Jeff Okudah, and I mean, you think about that backfield that they had at Ohio State, for a number of years, and funny enough, their defensive backs coach, Kerry Combs,
Right.
is now the special teams coordinator at Michigan.
Correct.
Yeah. So that's not a stretch for me. I see him every day. So,
I know you do.
So Jeff Okudah, I mean, 3 overall, and just absolutely just never did anything.
Intel told me, I don't know if it's true, that was the final straw of the break between Bob Quinn and Matt Patricia. Patricia wanted, was it Brown, the defensive lineman?
Yeah, Carolina.
Yeah,
ended up in Carolina.
He's
Had a really good career. And
now,
Jeff Okudah.
you wonder if Okudah didn't get hurt, how that would have played out a little bit.
Who was the coach that was just ripping him on the sideline? I can remember.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Who was the defensive backs coach? That was pre-Dre Bly.
Aubrey Pleasant.
Was it Aubrey Pleasant?
Yes.
It was one. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Not very pleasant.
And finally, at
Right.
number 1, no doubt, Ndamukong Suh.
Yes, Ndamukong Suh. Now, the question that I was having in my mind was, is Aiden's career, by the time it's all said and done, going to be better than Ndamukong Suh? And so I'm going to pull up Ndamukong Suh right here, and I know I'm since I have the ranking done, I can.
Yes.
All right, so Defensive Rookie of the Year, which Aiden did not get. I believe that was Sauce, correct? Yeah,
yes.
Sauce. But he's, funny enough, I think he has actually more interceptions than Sauce does. He was All-Pro 5 times. And at the same times, he was Pro Bowler. Aiden Hutchinson, I think, could have, when it's all said and done, a better career. Because basically, I mean, Ndamukong Suh was productive his entire career.
Ndamukong Suh is a Hall of Famer, I think.
He had 5 All-Pros, 5 Pro Bowls.
Super Bowl.
The last time he was Pro Bowl and All-Pro was his first year in Miami. Since then, he was very durable. That's one of the things that, and very productive. So,
all right, the blind ranking was Ndamukong Suh 1, Aiden Hutchinson 2, Jack Campbell 3, Ziggy Ansah 4, Tyleek Williams 5, Nick Fairley 6, Jared Davis 7, 8 Ernie Sims, 9 Terry and Arnold, and 10 Jeff Okudah. The last 10 defensive players drafted by the Lions in the first round. Coming up next.
Hold on, Gov, you want to say something?
So I personally believe, of all the lists I've heard, that this is the best list anybody has ever done.
Yes.
I think John nailed it except for one exception, and I think it's the bottom. I would put Arnold 10. Jeffrey Okudah had a critical pick 6 the year the Lions turned the corner. In Chicago.
Oh, that's right.
They were losing that game 24-10. So they'd come off the Green Bay game win. Remember here where
yes.
Aiden had the pick in the end zone and all that. And oh, we're just back to being horrible in Chicago down 24-10. They got it to 24-17, and Akuta picked off Justin Fields and took it to the house to make it 24-all. The Lions won that game, and then that season took off.
That's a great point.
That's more than Terrion Arnold's done.
It is, but Terrion Arnold still has a chance. And
He's a
unless
bust.
unless they do something in this draft, there's nobody in free agency that they've acquired. He's going to get his opportunity.
Well, maybe they'll go corner in the first round.
Which we will discuss coming up next, 97.1.
All right, you guys, I've never been a coffee person, and I would go and grab whatever energy drinks available. But then I learned about 7-Eleven's Fusion Energy. It's this good-for-you energy drink. It's highly researched, and it has things no other energy drink has to support brain health and focus. And who doesn't want that? I saw a difference immediately. It's this better, slow-release caffeine that lasts for hours, and the best part, there's no crash. Now, it comes in 5 great flavors, including my favorite, the new strawberry lemonade. So go do yourself a favor. Get to 7-Eleven or Speedway today and find a Fusion Energy.
248-539-9797. Tigers win a thriller yesterday. Multiple delays, but they win 10-9. Had a big 6-1 lead, blew that, came back, and then win it with the big Colt Keith hit for the winning run. Riley Green drives in 2 for the tying run. Back in action tonight in Boston. Casey Mize will be on the hill for the Tigers. By the way, Montero pitched another good game. I mean, don't just look at the box score. He was really good again, and they're going to have some interesting decisions to make. If Mize pitches okay, once JV is healthy to come back, what they're going to do.
Yeah, and when you think about him, was it 83 pitches through 6 innings?
Mm-hmm.
Like, he was very efficient.
Yep. All right. We mentioned the draft is a week from yesterday, so at this time next week, you and Jim will be discussing the Lions' first-round pick if they keep their first-round pick.
Correct. Yes, they could trade up, trade down, stay put.
Yes. And there is a new name out there in some mocks that the Lions might be interested in, and part of that is because of Gov's favorite player, Terrion Arnold, not performing well. And you know, even at the Brad Holmes press conference the other day, they have not said about Terrion Arnold's status with this weird stuff.
The whole legal thing going on, yeah. And so I don't know how much more they know than we know as a public. His name has been in the text messages, but there's been no charges. There's been no indication that he will be charged. And I mean, I don't remember what Dan said the last time, but I think he basically said they believe he's going to be available. So I don't expect that he will miss time due to legal ramifications at this point with the information that we have.
Okay. So if he comes back, you know, he's starting
CB2.
cornerback, right?
Yeah. DJ
Reed, hopefully because DJ Reed was good until he got hurt.
Right.
And when he came back hurt, which maybe he rushed, I don't know, he was definitely the opposite of good.
Well, he was just not the same, yeah.
Yeah, he was not very good. They went and got McCreary, is that his name, from Tennessee?
Yeah.
To basically take Amik Robertson's spot, among others, right?
Yes.
So, and we forgetting about the safety problems because Branch probably won't be ready. We have no idea about Kirby Joseph.
Right, and you don't know anything about Annis Rakestraw.
Correct. So defensive back, and there's a new report from the respected Daniel Jeremiah of NFL Network that has linked the Lions to Jermon McCoy out of Tennessee.
Yep.
A really good linebacker. However, he fits the mold.
A Brad Holmes guy.
Because he's injured. He was injured. I mean, look, he missed all of last season with a torn ACL. He did look pretty damn good when he ran a 4.38 at his pro day. And before his injury, he was probably the best cornerback in the draft.
Right, yeah. So what he has to say about Jermon McCoy is that he's a top 10 talent. He says he's legit. All his tape from 2024 is as good as anything you're going to see in this draft. And he plays big. He plays explosive. And some of those that are bringing up the detriments, obviously coming off an ACL.
Yeah.
But he was cleared to play last year at about week 8 or 9 and chose not to play. Now, some people are saying, well, is that a detriment?
Yeah.
A red flag. We see guys opt out. Bosa opt out famously at Ohio State as the team captain. After only playing one game, the rumors were that he could have played the final game if they were going to be in the postseason. He unenrolled from school to focus on the combine, and it didn't affect his draft status.
Correct.
Now he's Jermon McCoy. I don't think anybody's looking at him as a top 3 or 5 guy. Go ahead, Greg.
I was going to say because I know that the knock on that is, well, if they're out of it and he wouldn't want to come back and, play the last few games of a meaningless season. It's like, Fans wouldn't want him to come back. They would say, don't have him come back from injury. Like, how many times did we say this about DeAndre Swift?
Right.
We didn't want him coming back when the Lions were out of it.
Right. Well,
it's a little bit of a different context when it's college. Yeah. But we also have guys currently on the roster that we are beloved by the fans. Penei Sewell opted out during the COVID year. So it's obviously, again, you got to take context into it. Mm-hmm. It didn't affect him not having played that season.
The bottom line is, do you want Jermon McCoy if, whether Freeling's there or not, or my guy from Penn State, Vega
Ione.
Yeah,
the badass guard.
Yeah. There's some people who think they should, draft Kenyon Sadiq and then trade Sam Laporta. I mean, whatever. There's
a lot of options, a lot of things that they could do.
So if McCoy's there and there's still going to be some decent offensive linemen there, whether it's the ones we mentioned or if it's, Blake Miller or the kid from Arizona State.
Right.
Or even, I know you can't stand him, but Caden Proctor might be available. I don't know. Would you rather have...
Well, I think there's a reason he might be available.
I know.
Some mocks have him going as low as 27, 28.
Some have him pretty high, which to me, I don't understand, but whatever. There's tons of guys out there.
So what do we know about this defense? What we know that we want them to go offensive tackle and edge. I think that's pretty universal of the first two picks.
Correct.
And I mean, I guess you could interchange depending on who you think you're going to get in the second. If you go defensive end first and then offensive tackle, but defensively, what do we know that they need? They need help at all three levels.
Yes, they need an edge rusher. I do still think they need an interior guy. I mean, I know you have Williams and McNeil coming off the in. He didn't play well when he came back. You obviously have a need at safety because of the injury situation, and you obviously have needs at cornerback. They have tons of defensive needs.
Right.
And their defense has been crap
not good
the last couple of years. And I know they mixed and matched, a few years ago with the AG. You basically copied and pasted things together.
Sure. And the thing about it is with so many needs, and we will discuss should they trade up, trade down. There's benefits to both. But I will say this. I wouldn't hate the pick. I think there's a lot of fans that would not love it. But when we come back, we'll discuss this. 97.1.
Brought to you by Marin Buick GMC. It was a fun 6 days at the ballpark as the Tigers completed their first unbeaten homestand since 2021 with a 10-9 walk-off win over the Royals yesterday. It was a wild game with comebacks and delays left and right. Tigers got out to a 6-1 lead after the game started in a delay. Then the Royals came back and took an 8-6 lead before the game was delayed again. Then Detroit had 2 on and 2 outs in the ninth as Riley Green faced Detroit's last strike. Green would then come home to score off the bat of Colt Keith as the Tigers walk it off for their 6th straight win. That's tied for the longest winning streak in baseball right now. They'll try to keep that up tonight when they face the Red Sox in Boston at 7:15. Cade Cunningham's appeal of the 65-game rule was approved by the NBA yesterday, making Detroit's star eligible for postseason awards, including MVP and All-NBA. Yesterday, J.B. Bickerstaff said it was the right decision by the league. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabbat. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Brendan. 248-539-9797. It is the Costa and Jansen program with Heather. I am Stoney in for Mr. Costa, who's hanging out with like 17 other dudes in a house.
Yeah.
It's bachelor party weekend.
It is bachelor party weekend. Destination down in Orlando.
Okay, explain this to me. I mean, I'm sure there are things, obviously, you do at bachelor parties. We know all about that. But if it's not
No, please explain.
I don't understand. I get going somewhere warm,
Yeah.
but from what I understand,
But there's no golf involved.
Right.
I don't think they're going to Disney.
so why Orlando?
No, but the girls are.
Oh, so it's a joint. It's not joint, but they're in the same city.
The bachelorette party's going on
Bachelorette's
too.
going on at the same time. So
Are they going to like mingle?
no,
It doesn't
no
sound like
commingling.
it. But
Okay, so still, the question remains, why would 17 dudes go to Orlando if you're not playing golf?
Jim said that the couple met there.
Correct.
Like that's where they first
So get
met.
married there.
Yeah.
I know.
And
I'm
maybe
not-
they loved the location because that's where they met. They had
Okay.
a blast, and that's
I'm with
where
you.
they're picking. But
I don't know why you would go because there's no plan other than a beer Olympics. I know he talked about that. There,
well, that's good.
yeah, beer Olympics.
But you could probably do that anywhere.
Sure, I agree.
Curious why Orlando if there's no golf involved.
Sentimental reasons.
Okay. All right. We were talking about the Lions, the defensive back, Jermon McCoy, who's been now suddenly, people are thinking about him might being there when the Lions pick at 17. And should the Lions do that? What other questions do you have about the Lions at 248-539-9797? In particularly, Brad Holmes does not really stay patient at the draft. He moves around a little bit, trades up, trades down. We've seen that.
When he answered your question, do you think that that's what he was referencing?
I think
how much he moves in the draft and he's willing to
I
spend.
think he misunderstood my question. My question was about more free agency or just
and getting a
F the picks and you go getting a
established veteran.
Crosby, that type of a player.
Right.
He thought he was, I think he,
Well,
Well,
you know him.
yes, maybe on purpose came across as just focusing on the draft part of it.
Correct.
Not misconstruing my question. He construed it.
Right.
And then
Yes.
is
That's
there a
the
word?
beauty of
Is there a word?
Construing?
Yeah.
Well, if you misconstrue, then
Right.
you have to, the opposite would be construing.
Kind of like people always use the word unkempt, but I never heard anybody say, "Oh boy, you look."
Well,
kempt.
you look Kempt. Yes. No, you don't look like Sean Kemp.
No. Okay. So would you trade up or trade down or do nothing?
So first, let me discuss the Jermon McCoy. And I want to give you some more context of what Daniel Jeremiah has to say. And that is, he follows it up with, so how much risk is associated with that? If they pick him at 17, does that cause him to slide or fall, referring to his injury? It's a little bit of a gamble because of the health situation. But man, if you hit on that one, oh, my computer decided to just restart. If you hit on that one, if he's there and you pull the trigger and hit on him, man, you've got a dynamic difference maker. All right, so with that context, I don't want them to go corner at 17 if Monroe Freeling is still on the board.
Right.
And he's about the only one that I would say, if he's on the board, to me, that is no questions asked, you got to go Monroe Freeling. If he's off the board, I would have no issue with them improving the defense with Jermon McCoy.
Well, the defense definitely needs work. Now, are we presuming that Messidor is gone as well? If you're talking about defense,
I would think so, yeah.
All right, now you're going to need safety help, right?
Correct.
You want the kid from Toledo, Emmanuel McNeil Warren, or the kid from Oregon? If they're there, is safety a
No. I just said if Jermon McCoy is still on the board,
Right.
which I actually don't think he will be, but if he's there and Monroe Freeling is not, I would go that's the only one that I would do. Other than that, then I would go edge. There are other things I would do in the first round, which then leads us to, would you trade up or trade down in this draft? And I've given over the last couple of weeks some scenarios where I would trade up. If Monroe Freeling is there, I think the Lions can't go any higher than, You might even be pressing it at 12, but I've kind of set that as the mark. I don't think they can trade up and go higher than 12.
There's nobody that I think will be attainable to trade up for that I would give up a second-round pick for.
Right.
And they don't have a third, and I don't think a fourth is going to be enough.
Correct.
So it would have to be a third round for next year.
If you're looking at, exactly, for next year.
Where the draft is supposedly much better than this year's.
I think their best option is one, staying put and taking whoever they take at 17. If you trade down, can you acquire a third? Can you acquire another second?
Right. If you get a third or a second, I mean, a second is a pipe dream probably. But, yeah, my preference would be either trading down or staying the same. I'm not trading up because I don't think I have the capital to do it, and I ain't giving up a second-round pick.
Right. If you trade down, then I have to know, are they trading down from 17 to 22, 24? How far back are they going?
Right.
Which will determine what they get in return.
Correct.
But I want to know that I can at least still get Blake Miller from Clemson. Because he'll be on the board at 17.
Is he better than the guy from Arizona State, in your opinion?
I believe he is. But you're kind of splitting hairs at that point.
Okay.
So then if you trade back to say 27, then the guy from Arizona State may be your pick. And
right.
I'd be okay with that.
And if you're trading down 10, you're getting a second rounder, right?
I would think.
Probably.
Right. So now you got 2 seconds.
Right.
Which, with the fact that you need edge help, you need linebacker help, you need safety and corner help, it allows you to get a much better prospect in the second round and address your defense with 2 picks versus just the one.
Or you can trade one of those seconds and a fourth to move back into the first round.
You could, yes. I think that it gives you a lot of options.
Yes.
And draft capital at this time is much more valuable because they have so many needs.
248-539-9797. That's the telephone number if you'd like to talk to us or send us a text. Let's go to Shelby Township. Good morning, Dave.
How's it going, guys? Good morning.
Good morning.
So I'm just going into work real quick. I'm not going to say too much, but I could really see Brad doing something like Atlanta did last year and trading next year's first to get back into like the late first round of this year. If Brad's really trying to make the team as better as he can next year, adding 2 players in the first round I think would be pretty nice.
I would disagree with that a little bit, Dave, and here's why. Everything I've read suggests that this is not a great draft and next year's is better, so I would not give up a future number 1 for this draft.
Right, yeah. I don't know that the top-end talent isn't there. This may be a quality draft, but the top-end talent is there, and I would rather be able to maneuver next year to get somebody top-end versus this year.
Yeah.
I totally agree with you there on the strength of the draft classes. It's just, if he wants to make the team better next year, that's the aggressive move I would go for. But, I don't know too much. So have a good one, guys.
Thanks, Dave.
Have a good weekend. 248-539-9797. Is he far, in your opinion, the best defensive back there? Or would you rather have one of the other guys?
In terms, we're talking defensive backs.
Yeah. Obviously, not a safety. That's Caleb Down. The kid from LSU, Mansour Delane.
Yeah.
He'll be gone.
He'll be gone.
Is he that good that there's a guy you would trade up 7 slots to get?
I'm not trading up to 10, no.
Okay.
You got Mansour Delane. I think the next guy on the board is Jermon McCoy, which is why I don't actually think he's there.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you don't think he's going to be there at 17, but all of a sudden he is, and we've heard this from Brad Holmes. He's got certain, there's 32 picks in the first round, but there may only be 10 guys with first round grades or 12 guys with first round grades. I think Jermon McCoy is going to be one of those guys that certainly has a first round grade. So if he's there at 17, he's the only guy left that has a first round grade. Then I don't have any issue with him picking him as long as Monroe Freeling is not there.
Now, I'm looking at a mock draft from The Ringer. At pick 14, which belongs to the Baltimore Ravens, he has the Ravens trading that pick to the Lions for 17 and a fourth rounder, and the Lions take Freeling.
So that's my point.
Okay.
Is there's only so far up that the Lions can go, and if it only takes a fourth to go up 3 spots and get Monroe Freeling,
Yeah.
I mean, I would do that, every day that ends in Y.
248-539-9797. Stoney, you love to talk about F them picks, but how long did it take for Les Snead to win a playoff game? You're addicted to overpaying for big names like the SOL days. I really haven't said that for somebody like Crosby, I probably would.
Right, yeah. We're not
or
saying...
sign Hendrickson, which they could have done.
Right.
Look, basically, and the question I asked Brad Holmes was, except for a quarterback. Now, the Rams said F those picks for a quarterback.
Correct. Yeah,
a
a difference
different.
maker.
Yes.
A veteran, established difference maker.
Right.
It's not F them picks to get up to number 2.
No.
To try and take, another, or not another, but an edge.
Right.
David Bailey out of Texas Tech or Averill Reese out of Ohio State. Like, those are the 2 top edge guys.
Right. Look, yeah, there have been times I have said F them picks when I think the Lions are a player away, like at the trading deadline.
And I don't know that's a great argument to say, how long did it take Les Snead? Les Snead has won a Super Bowl.
Correct. And he was come close to getting into another one.
Yes.
It doesn't matter if Deion Sanders is available at 17. If we don't improve both lines of scrimmage, then we're going to have another 9-8 season.
I would take Deion at 17.
Yeah.
I would.
Even now?
No, I think he's missing a couple toes.
Yeah. I know. Isn't he like advertising the men's
diapers?
Pens? Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Hey, you get some money.
Prime slime.
Exactly, yeah.
Prime slime. That's what they should call it. 248-539-9797. Dan Dickerson on the call here on 97.1. They sweep the homestand. I think Jason Benetti, I was watching, and he said when they were up 6-1, this could be the first 6-game winning streak that they've had in, I don't know, like 5-6 years or something like that. I don't remember what it was. And Dirks goes, well, you just don't jinx it. And lo and behold,
Yes.
they jinxed it, but then they came back.
Yep.
And they got the 6-gamer. Now they're in Boston for 4. By the way, public service announcement. Tonight's game will be on Apple TV.
Oh,
Casey
a Friday
Miles.
night Apple TV special.
Yes. So if you don't have Apple TV, it's Dan Dickerson, baby.
Yep. Love listening to Dan on the radio, so it's not like a consolation prize.
Correct. Also, on a streaming service on Prime Video tonight, the Charlotte Hornets will be taking on the Orlando Magic. That's where Costa should go. He should go to the game
Yeah.
and root for whoever he wants the Pistons to play.
Yeah. And I think most people would probably say the Magic.
Yeah.
Logically.
Yeah, for a variety of reasons. They seem to be a team that's kind of, I don't know, fallen apart. The coach is
Sure.
rumored to be gone.
The Hornets have played well since basically Christmas. I don't think they finished the season particularly well. And as I've pointed out a couple of times, I think they were 28-10 down the stretch. 2 of those 10 losses were the Detroit Pistons. And so I think it would be more fun to play the Hornets
Oh yeah.
and beat the Hornets.
I get all that, but I want the Magic. And it's not I'm doing the least resistance that I think. It's nothing to do with that.
No.
No, but because of the history, and I saw what LaMelo Ball did the other night, the chances of a cheap shot injury or something to get under Isaiah Stewart's skin and do something stupid, I mean, I'd rather avoid that
Sure.
part of it.
So you don't look. You're right. It would be more fun.
Yes.
Yeah.
More fun is also probably more competitive, and some of the things Stoney alluded to. And I think the Magic are. I think the Pistons a sweep is on the table.
It's possible, yes.
I think they would wilt very easily against the Pistons' style of play.
I don't disagree. And I'll say this. I think the path of least resistance is the Magic. And I also think that it would still be fun. There's no question about it. And the fact that you would beat a team that did what a lot of people wanted you to do in the offseason. And that's go get Desmond Bane.
Yes.
So to be able to beat them, along with obviously, Franz Wagner and Paulo Banchero, is he a
he's-
guy that can actually lead a team? And-
Franz is back playing, but it's obvious he's not the same player still because of the coming back from the injury.
Yeah. Is Movitz still there?
He's still there.
He's still there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Doesn't play as much as he used
Right.
to, but
Yeah.
whatever. Yeah. And look, there's a home game Sunday night. That's the most important thing, right?
Yes, home game. And are you going to be down there?
No, I'm going to be out of town for a few days.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, a bachelor party
No,
out in Vegas?
no. I will not. I will not be down there.
Okay.
But I'll miss the first 2 games. I think the boys can take care of themselves without me.
Yeah, I think they will as well.
Yeah.
And I'm curious, listening, it could be the first home playoff win for the Pistons since, what did we say, 2008?
Yeah.
Who's going?
I haven't even checked to see if tickets are. I just assume it's going to be a sellout. If they're selling out regular season games, they're going to sell out the playoffs, even though the playoffs are more expensive, and they're going to have the beer garden and all that kind of stuff. They're going to try to make it a big party, which it should be. You have the number 1 seed in the East. You have a really good basketball team, despite the fact that many people think that Boston's going to come out of the East.
Mm-hmm.
I think
And
the
that's
lull
okay.
this week, and it just kind of hit me yesterday. We have a home playoff game in Detroit on Sunday night.
Yeah.
It's going to be electric down there, and there just seems to be a little maybe not buzz right now. And I don't know if it's because their opponent's not determined.
I think.
Well, it's
or
not
what it
determined,
is.
but they also haven't played in a week.
Right.
And so we're just sitting there waiting. Oh, is it going to be the Sixers? Is it going to be the Magic? Is it going to be the Hornets? And we'll know tonight.
Yes.
And we'll actually get a chance to talk to JB.
Yeah, JB Bickerstaff will join us
8:35.
exactly at 8:35. Now, he won't say who they want, but he
No.
will talk about the problems each team would face the Pistons.
Sure. Absolutely.
All right. No problems with Heather.
No problems at all.
Yeah.
The American Red Cross has now deployed 22 trained disaster workers to northern Michigan amid rising flood waters. So the organization opened an emergency shelter at the Knights of Columbus in Sheboygan. They say 43 people stayed there overnight after being evacuated due to flooding. They say they are working closely with emergency management agencies and community partners who are keeping a close watch on the Sheboygan Dam and other dams and rivers across northern Michigan. And when it comes to that Sheboygan Dam, the water level is creeping closer to the crest and is now less than 5 inches from the top. So it was, as of last night or 5:30 p.m. on Thursday, the water was 4.92 inches below the top of the dam. So the emergency level has now moved from the ready to the set stage, meaning that, those in the area should prepare family, pets, vehicles for a potential evacuation.
I've got a lot of friends up there, and the pictures they're sending me, not just of Sheboygan, but the entire north, they're devastating. It is so brutal.
I've seen them as well. A man was attacked with an axe during a road rage incident in Traverse City, and it all started when a 74-year-old didn't turn right at a red light. So on Tuesday afternoon, this man sat through the red light and then proceeded to go straight and then turn into the parking lot of the library. Well, the driver behind that man was so irritated, was so upset that he ended up following him to the library, got out of his car, and then attacked him with an axe. The man suffered upper arm injuries.
Jeez.
Yeah, drove himself to the hospital. He's going to be fine. They were non-life threatening. And then that driver, the driver behind him, went home and was later arrested right there at his house, and he was facing a charge of assault with intent to do great bodily harm.
Huh.
Wild.
It is wild. It's unbelievable.
I understand that it can be irritating because it does irritate me too when there's
not to that level.
Oh, of course not. It irritates me enough to maybe throw out a swear word and then I continue on to my day, right? That's all it does. Yeah, you're irritated for that split second, then life goes on and you turn right eventually and you get to your destination maybe a second later than you would have.
Right.
Silly. A pothole got the best of a Detroit police cruiser this week. I think they're getting the best of everyone these days, man. But on Thursday morning, officers hit a pothole, lost control, and then crashed in the area of Van Dyke and 7 Mile Road. The officers were actually taken to a nearby hospital for treatment because witnesses say the vehicle went airborne. And the cruiser suffered some heavy damage, and it sounds like the officers are going to be okay, but I can't wait for these potholes to be fixed because they're everywhere and they're bad.
It's hard to, it's obviously we don't want the potholes.
No.
But we're also sick and tired of all the orange barrels and the construction.
I know. So Americans lost $21 billion in cyber crimes last year, and about half of those involved cryptocurrency. And I've got a story of one local man who lost a significant amount of money himself after he was involved in this big crypto scam. So there's this Plymouth man. He says he lost $37,000 after scammers frightened him into depositing cash into a Bitcoin ATM. And he is sharing a story. He said, "This is embarrassing. I'm embarrassed that I did this, but I want to share my story as a warning to others." So he says it all began on March 20th when a warning took over his laptop screen saying that he had been compromised and urged him to call a number. So it sounds like, okay, call the number. He said there was a woman, told him his identity had been stolen and that Apple security detected unusual activity, including child pornography. Said the caller then claimed the scammers had access to his accounts and began listing the starting digits of his credit cards. Then another guy jumped on the same call, identified himself as somebody from Chase Bank, and really convinced this guy that in order to protect himself, he needed to go withdraw $37,000 and then deposit it into this ATM. and he did it. And then after he did it, they encouraged him to go to another bank and withdraw more money. And he said he did it. So he went and took out money, but then he sat in his car with that cash and thought,
wait a second,
what is happening, right? And really sat there and thought about it and hung up, drove home, called a real Chase bank from his work phone and realized, oh my goodness, this was a complete scam. And now the FBI is urging people, if this is happening to you, take a beat, right? Don't freak out right away. Watch for the red flags, resist the pressure, and think before sending any money or personal information. That's when you hear that, you're like, why would you do that? But they can be so convincing, and that's why people do it.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather. All right, coming up next, it's a Friday staple.
the cookie jar.
It's the cookie jar minus the cookies. 97.1.
Hey, when you're injured, you need more than just a great lawyer. You need a great team. That's why only Femininio Law has the accident response team. They don't wait, they act. Crisis counselors help manage the trauma. Medical pros talk to your doctors, and forensic experts preserve the evidence before it disappears. David's team treats you like you matter. It's not just legal help, it's recovery in action. Get David, get paid means you get more. Put the accident response team in your corner. Give them a call at 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, so last week we had the Cookie Jar Heather Park edition.
Yes.
And Stoney, you were here for that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Cuss is going to work any more Fridays this year or not, but I enjoy having you in on Friday. It's a great way for us to
start the weekend.
Enjoy our day. But this one is the Jansen edition. So,
boy,
let's kick things off here. Number one, what is the one thing that you've done that you think no one else here has done? Stoney, you go first.
Well, I don't think anybody else has won a hockey trivia contest and won a trip to Toronto with the Philadelphia Flyers when they were 13 years old.
Yeah, I think you nailed that one.
I got nailed that.
Yeah,
okay,
you got this
now,
one correct.
Okay, now on the other, maybe the more comedic side.
Yeah.
I don't know if. Well, actually, you might have, John, because you're a pro athlete. We know how pro athletes are.
Okay.
Has anybody ever been with had sex with somebody and then instead of staying over, got up, went out to a bar, and then picked up somebody else again, two in the same night?
A twofer?
Yeah.
Wow, Stoney, I never knew that.
Yeah, so,
I know a lot about you, but not that.
No, I have never even contemplated that.
I miss my Washington, D.C. days.
Just tell your wife that.
There's other things you
I'm
didn't
sure
want to
she's
see,
looking.
too.
Yes,
All
I
right,
know.
yeah, let's go. So just by reading faces, has
yeah.
everyone else had the twofer?
No.
No? Okay. All right. Gov?
All right.
Sorry,
so
sorry. I was going to go Heather next.
Oh, well, I mean, this is easy as the only female in the room. Given birth?
Yeah.
That's up for debate these days, but no, sorry. Gov?
Well, Stoney, you missed the one. I mean, cocaine.
Yeah,
I mean,
Yeah.
Well, I don't
think anybody else has done it in here.
No. No. Did that lead to the twofer?
I don't think so.
No.
Okay, so I had three sports ones. I'll be very quick, and I don't know if this first one's true. I've been to a World Cup game.
I never have.
Stoney?
No.
You did? All right. You were the one I was worried about.
Yeah,
because
I didn't go in '94.
I did. I went to Sweden and Russia. It was quite a unique
I hope you
experience.
I hope you rooted for Sweden.
Yes, I did, Stoney. I'm not like David Hall and rooting for Russia. All right. Also, Tigers playoff road win.
That's right. You went to Cleveland.
Yeah. And then the last one, I had beers with Jerry Sloan one night in Indianapolis.
Wow, I didn't know. I know that you played cards with Spud Webb and
Rick Neuheisel.
Neuheisel.
While Charles Barkley and Marcus Allen doing karaoke behind
That
me.
was the best. That was the best road trip we ever went.
Yes,
on.
it was.
All right, I might be cheating here because I'm going to add an and to this, but I attended NCAA tournament games at the Palace of Auburn Hills and LCA.
Oh, so you had a twofer.
No, I didn't. I didn't go to an LCA. Oh, yes, I did. Yes, I did. I was thinking of Ford Field.
Okay.
Yes.
No,
I
I'm
did.
pretty sure in the studio, nobody has done this. I don't know. Gov may be the only one shot and gutted a deer.
No.
No?
I've never hunted in my life.
Oh, no? Okay. All right. So got you guys on that one. All right. Number two. What is the first thing you notice about someone when you meet them?
Their hair.
Okay.
Because, I don't know, I think of I'm trying to say this.
Thanks, Stoney.
Well, if you have hair.
Yeah, if you don't have
you
hair,
don't have-
yeah, it's great. I mean,
notice.
you're making judgments. Are you old? You young?
Yeah, I mean.
Are you a slob?
Exactly.
Okay. Heather?
Probably their teeth.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like your smile.
Right.
Do you have nice teeth? Do you have?
Or do you have summer teeth?
Yeah.
Yeah, some are here, some are there. Yeah.
I notice if people make eye contact, I'm not making the joke with Stoney.
Yeah.
Right.
Right away, it's a little bit of a judgmental thing. And I also just think, too, I can try to get a read pretty quick if the person's genuine or not, genuine or fake.
Yeah.
How tall they are.
That's mine as well. I mean, it's instantly. That's the first thing I notice. Are you a shorty, or am I trying to stand on my toes because I don't want somebody to be taller than me in the room?
Everybody's a shorty compared to you.
Yes.
Yeah, but there's different levels,
Well, John and I are looking at the same thing from just different
angles.
perspectives.
Yes. Yes. All right, number three. If you came with a warning label, what would the warning label be?
Beware of loud chomping while eating and wandering eyes.
Oh.
That's what led to the twofer.
No, I mean, it's the eye contact that Gov was
Oh,
referring
okay.
to.
All right. Yeah, you're not wearing sunglasses at the beach?
No, sometimes I do.
All right, Heather.
I could probably have two that I could think of.
Yeah.
The first one is caution. Takes 30 minutes to make a 1-minute decision because I overthink everything. And then the other one is like caution will explode if not given treats every few hours.
Oh, okay. All right.
I get hangry.
Ours might be very similar. Gov?
I'm intense.
Okay.
That's it.
Yes. Yeah.
I knew you guys would love that.
Yes.
Sometimes it comes across the wrong way. It is usually meant with better intention than
Correct.
some people might think.
Greg?
We'll use Star Trek analogies.
Okay. Yeah, so mine would be if it's around mealtime, stand back because I have and Teddy has acquired the hangry gene.
Yep.
I know Jack has as well. So I am very irritable when hungry.
Yes.
All right, number 4. Would you rather know exactly when you die or how you die?
That is a ridiculous question. Because if it's how you die, where you gonna, you're gonna like let's say you find out you're gonna die in a car accident, right?
Right.
You're not gonna want to ever get in a car.
Right.
I'm gonna say when you die.
Okay.
This is, again, it's super hard because if you choose when you die, there's two things could happen. You might either live more intentionally,
Right.
because if you know it's going to happen in
Right.
a year or two, you're going to go do the things you've always wanted to do.
You notice she said a year or two, and she looked at me rather than like.
No, I was not implying anything.
Kind of almost pointed to you.
Or
too.
you're just never going to be able to like really live in the moment and enjoy what's currently in front of you. But like you said, if you choose the how, you're going to be side-eyeing every little
Yes.
thing that involves how you're going to die.
House fire, you're going to have to sleep in a tent.
Like you're going to be terrified.
Yeah.
Like, is this the night that the house catches fire or
Yeah.
the car accident or
I'm
the
gonna
heart
bring,
attack?
I'm gonna bring a glove to the game this time because I'm gonna get a foul ball in the head.
I think I'm going to go, oh my gosh. But then also if you know like, oh, it's cancer, I could plan ahead and try to find great doctors and start eating better.
But it's not gonna help.
When? I'll go with when.
Okay, Gov.
I don't really care about how. This is very easy for me when.
Yeah.
Because like if it was like tomorrow, then I might go try to have a threefer.
Yeah.
Oh boy,
Absolutely.
good luck.
I always eliminate when.
Just remember, you have to have 3 buyers.
I always eliminate when because if I knew when, I'd be doing this.
Yeah, looking at the watch.
Yeah.
Looking at the clock the whole time. So I don't want to know that. So by eliminating that, I will take how.
Okay. I would say when, because I would want to make sure that I tell those around them I love them, how much they mean to me, and live, like Heather said, to the fullest, all the way until that dreadful day. All right, number 5. If you could be any age for the rest of your life, what age would you choose?
I'm going to choose, can I say, when I was 21 back then?
Yeah, sure. You
Okay.
could- yeah.
Yes. 21
But
back
living then,
in
not
the
21
70s.
now.
Right. 21 in the 70s.
Okay.
The
Yes.
DC days.
The DC days of sex, drugs, rock and roll, pre-AIDS. I mean, it was, you didn't think about anything like that.
Know about AIDS.
Right.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
Right. Exactly.
We've got to get Donald Sterling, please.
You're correct.
So you go back to this age and live in that moment, and you don't get any
it's
of your
just-
current things.
No, don't. That was Stoney's context.
Okay.
You just can pick any age that
because
you want to
I
be.
want my children.
Right?
If I said 26, can I still have my children, but be 26 forever?
Sure.
Okay, then I want to be 26 forever.
All right. Yep.
I'd go like 26-ish. It was, my career had just been established,
Yeah.
Radio was a more free zone at that time to do things, single life, all that kind of
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
John, don't say 22 because I'd win the national championship every year. I'll say 27. Still had some athleticism to me, could run a lot. And it's before I saw my first gray hair at 28. So I'll take
Oh my
27.
gosh.
All right. I'm going to say 21 because I wasn't 22 when we won the national championship. I was only 21. But I will say that just because, I loved my college days.
Oh,
and
best.
it was awesome. I was in the prime physical part of my life. So I'll take 21 for the rest of my life. Do I have time for one more? Yeah, okay, one more. We go. In honor of National Crawfish Day, which everyone is celebrating today,
Oh, I can't wait.
what is your favorite seafood and how would you like it prepared?
Oh, it's broiled lobster.
Okay. Broiled lobster. Heather?
That's good. My salmon. I don't know how. I just give anyway. I'll
Just
eat
a-
it anyhow.
All right.
Sure.
Would you eat raw salmon?
No.
Sushi?
Sure.
Okay.
Huge jumbo shrimp cocktail.
Okay.
Very good.
The Lenten staple, fried perch.
There you go. Mine's not far off, and I'm going to have it at the end of May. Fried walleye. And it's going to be the staple breakfast, lunch, and dinner for the fishing trip. So
Oh,
here we go. That's your cookie jar.
97-1.
Hey, if you want a beautiful lawn this summer, you got to get in touch with Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. They've been working on our lawn for going on 5 years now, and 2 different places, and every single time it is no problems, no issues. It's just a beautiful lawn. And they've already been out to treat our lawn for the first time. It's greening up. Start early for the best results. If you've had issues with crabgrass, they can take care of that. Issues with dandelions, other weeds, they can take care of that. If your grass thins every summer, they can take care of that as well. Great lawns don't happen by accident. You need the right timing and the right program. And by hiring Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, they don't come to you with all the problems. That's what I love about them. They just fix them. And you walk outside, you enjoy your beautiful lawn. For a limited time, purchase a full lawn program. You're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1. And hey, you want to get green, stay green, save some green. You can do that when you prepay. Call by the end of the month for the early bird discount. That number, 888-GET-GREEN, or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com.
248-539-9797. Tigers win. In the bottom of the ninth, you heard Dan Dickerson with the call. 10-9. Tigers have won 6 in a row. They play in Boston tonight, right here on 97.1. If you want to view the game, you must have Apple TV. Pistons will await tonight's Charlotte-Orlando winner, and the Pistons playoffs begin Sunday evening at LCA. It's going to be wild. J.B. Bickerstaff, the head coach of the Detroit Pistons, will join us at 8:35. As you would expect, we have some reaction to the cookie jar. Stoney, your sister doesn't count. That's from Rob.
Oh, for the
It's pretty interesting because her husband's name is Rob. But
Stoney, that's a good one because who's going to say, yup, nope, I did it too.
Stoney should say cocaine, Sean and Wayne. No bleeping way a twofer. Nobody else has slept with their sister. Okay, jeez. My Lord. We're going to go down and call Mr. Guinness the longest old bit in broadcast history.
Is that going to be on the tombstone?
Yeah, the answer.
I don't know.
No, I didn't sleep with my sister.
I think I'm going to do cremation, so there won't be a tombstone, maybe. We'll see. I don't know why we even bringing that part up.
Yeah.
Well, we tried to figure out when and how.
The morbid cookie jar.
Yes.
Do you want to be cremated or not?
Yes. When do you want to die? How do you rather know? Jeff and Petoskey says, have to assume it was a very high quality twofer, right? One of them definitely was.
Which one? First or second?
First. Stoney, did you shower in between your twofer? Oh, my God. No, I didn't. You just have John laughing on a loop.
Texters came to play on this one.
Oh, yeah. Go with how you die, because then you can be brazenly irresponsible with other dangerous activities, knowing you won't die.
Oh, there you go.
That is a good one.
What I said, though, but if you know when, you can still do those dangerous activities. If you know you're not going to die tomorrow,
yeah.
do
If
all
it's-
those dangerous, you can still do them.
2045, I can do whatever I want
Yeah.
now.
That's right.
You don't have to worry about
Boy,
sexually transmitted diseases.
I wasn't even going to go there, but if I found out, like, all right, I'm going in like 2 years, my 26-year-old sabbatical from smoking cigarettes would probably change.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
I haven't even had a drag of a cigarette.
No?
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Gov knows I used to smoke in between every commercial break. Go outside, have
A quick hit.
a dart, and come back in. Fried grouper is his seafood. I grew up in
Okay.
South Florida, and gator tail for an appetizer.
Oh, yeah. I'm with you on that one. Gator tail's great.
Okay? Whatever you say. I wonder if Mrs. Gator feels the same way. A well-made crawfish etouffee is always an uncommon special treat. If you haven't, do the brown gravy. That's Jeff and Petoskey.
Okay.
248-539-9797. All right. The Tigers had a pretty eventful day yesterday. You know, they were up 6-1. There was rain delay to start the game. There was an umpire getting sick during the game for 10 minutes. So they never discussed what it was. We assume it was some issues where he had to sit on the old Esser.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I assume that, but I have no idea. Because AJ said there was like a bug going around the Tigers clubhouse, too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So then when Perez hit the home run to put them ahead after the Tigers, Tigers blowing the lead, all of a sudden you get a downpour. I mean, we're talking about instantaneously. It's a home run, and as he's running the bases, as he's touching home plate,
They're pulling out the tarp.
grounds crew's running on the field. I like I said, it was earlier in the show, it reminded me of Ohio State missing the kick New Year's as the ball's dropping on New Year's Eve.
Oh, the timing of it? Yeah.
That reminded me of that. But it was a great win. They come back, Riley Green with the big hit tie it, and then Keith with the hit to win it. 248-539-9797. Are you starting to believe in this team? Why is this team different? And look, it's very intangibles are very tough to figure out. Okay.
They are. Is this more like the team 2 years ago at the end of the season when they just found ways to win? And it was, we saw the celebrations at the end. Now, if you win a game like that, I don't really care what time of the year or what's going on in the season. You have a walk-off in the ninth. There's going to be a celebration.
Yeah, I think there seems to be, much like the Pistons and maybe the Lions last 2 years ago, there's this connection on this team. I noticed it in particular at the McGonigal press conference where so many of the players were there. Scooble, asked the question about is he going to buy dinner in Boston. They all seem to genuinely like each other, want to play for each other. And John, you know a hell of a lot more than I do what that can do for a locker room and helps performance. Correct?
Yeah, I really believe to win a championship, you've got to have that type of camaraderie. You've got to have that type of, I'm going to go out there and do anything I can to win. And it's not just about individual stats. It's about can I help my best friends in the world that are my teammates win. And yes, I am starting to believe because the bats are some of them that you have to have. Riley Green, Torres, Dingler's been there. Like, they're starting to wake up. I thought for the first time, I was excited in the ninth inning because you were at the top of the lineup. And I have this belief, even though it's been, 66, 67 at bats, that anytime Kevin McGonigal gets to the plate, he's going to at least put the ball in play. Torres gets a single. Kevin McGonigal, now he didn't get a hit on that one, but he drew a great walk. Mm-hmm. And Kerry Carpenter comes up, and he needs to be better. But Dingler, Green is starting to come alive. It just feels like the amount of bats that you need are there.
248-539-9797, JB Beckerstaff at 8:35.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Tigers picked up a 10-9 walk-off win over the Royals yesterday to improve their record to 10-9 on the year. Their 6-game win streak at home marked Detroit's first 6-game unbeaten homestand since 2021 when the likes of Eric Haas, Victor Reyes, and Zach Short were leading the Tigers. Now Detroit heads to Boston for a rare 4-game weekend series that starts tonight and ends Monday. First pitch this evening is set for 7:15 p.m. And Lions president Rod Wood spoke at the Detroit Econ Club yesterday about the draft next week and the offseason in general. Wood shared the Lions' plans with the upcoming pending free agents from the 2023 draft class, including Sam Laporta, Brian Branch, Jack Campbell, and Jahmyr Gibbs.
The plan is now to try and keep all these guys that we've drafted. You talk about free agency and trades. Every team says they want to draft well, develop their guys, and re-sign them. And we're one of the only teams that is doing that. And generally, we re-sign guys a little early, which means we got them done and got that behind us, and generally got it at a decent pay scale relative to what it might have been if you waited a year to get it done.
Wood included that the Lions might not wait to see how Laporta and Branch are recovering from their season-ending injuries last year and could re-sign them before they even hit the field next season. Lions will pick 17th overall in the first round of the draft next Thursday. And the Pistons will earn their first-round playoff opponent tonight as they will face the winner between Orlando and Charlotte. Hornets currently favored by 3 points on FanDuel despite being on the road tonight. That game's at 7:30. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
Two 248-539-9797. One quick note here from Brendan's update. I don't want to hear from Rod Wood anymore. I thought he's retiring.
Yeah.
Let him talk about ticket sales or concessions. I don't want Rod Wood to talk about signing players anymore.
No, there's nothing that I need to hear from him.
No.
I mean, great guy. He's always been great to us. I love him. And hey, best of luck in retirement.
Yes.
But I just don't need this
hire a
anymore.
president, and that's who we'll hear from about the football stuff. All right. Some texts here. is the two for left hand, right hand. Oh, Lord. 2 weeks ago, everyone panicked regarding the Tigers' 4-7 start. Now 6 in a row. Wow, they are fine. That's what we said last week. It's,
have a little patience.
Horrible. It's patience. You never know what the measuring stick is. Is it Memorial Day? Is it the Sparky Anderson 40-game thing? And, whatever. Baseball's ridiculous. It's a long season. They're freaking out in like New York and stuff, because the Mets are like 8 in a row or something like that. Tigers' 6-game win streak is refreshing, but we need to see some good road wins to really get behind them. All right, it'd be nice to see them do some stuff in Fenway, which has kind of been a house of horrors for them, if just off the top of my head. Although I believe they played well there and then got on the plane. Is that the plane? Is that the Zubaz year? Anyway, whatever. They've had some weird games at Fenway. Remember the one game, I think Papa Grande had like 45, 50 pitches. Leland or whoever the manager was then wouldn't take them out. They've had some crazy games.
Well, they're going to be there for 4 games.
Yes.
And Mize, it's kind of what are you going to get from Mize? And what are you going to get from Flaherty? They start and finish the series, but right in the middle, you're going to have Skubal and Valdez.
And Valdez goes against Garrett Crochet, too, so that's a big thing. All right, so we mentioned 4 games. I sitting there and said, why are they playing a 4-game series with no doubleheader? Well, Monday morning's game starts at 11:10.
Yeah.
And that's because it's Patriots Day in Boston. It has nothing to do with the football team, the Patriots.
Right.
It is the day that, it's been around for a long time, but they celebrate by having the Boston Marathon starts in the wee hours of the morning, and then the Red Sox always play at 11 o'clock at Fenway.
Uh-huh.
What
That's
a great
cool.
sports day.
Yeah.
I imagine that maybe even some of the Tigers, before they get to the Fenway Park, when they get out of their hotel, depending on how far they are from a spot where people are running, because it starts in the suburbs, would probably want to check it out, because it's cool. I've done it. And no, not run. But in fact, my Fenway experience, my Boston experience was even better, because I did 3 things.
Oh,
A threefer.
it's going to take the entire show.
A threefer. We had I checked out a little of the marathon, went to the Red Sox game.
Yeah.
Don't remember who they played at the time. I could look it up, but who cares? And then at night, there were 3 places in the world that you wanted to watch this sports event. It was either live in Vegas, at Joe Louis Arena for the Detroit participant,
Yeah.
or the old Boston Garden for the Boston participant. And that was the great 3-round event that was Marvin Hagler against Thomas Hearns.
Oh, okay.
And I saw it at the Boston Garden. Closed circuit TV.
Uh-huh.
This was before you had pay-per-view at your homes. This was
Right.
1985.
Uh-huh.
And people used, for those of you who are too young to know this.
We know how you use time.
Yes, you pay. You paid money for a ticket, and they had a huge screen, and you watched it on closed circuit television.
Right. And that was pre-pay-per-view.
Yes, exactly. So that was my great sports day in Boston. 248-539-9797. What is your best sports day? Or, an event day? Maybe, you I don't know. Went to I went to a Lions game, then went across the street to Comerica Park and saw Bruce.
Yeah.
So that was a pretty cool day.
Gosh, I'm trying to think of what mine might be. I mean, for me, I'd have to say it's January 1, and this is pre-BCS, pre all of those things. It's just being able to watch all of, headlined by the Rose Bowl, being able to watch the entirety of it. Now, I wasn't there. It wasn't an event that I went to, but to me, that was the greatest sports day of the year. Now, it's obviously no longer that way. One that I was at, I'd have to say the Rose Bowl that I played in.
Okay.
It's my greatest sports day ever.
Right. So, but it was only one game.
Correct. Yes.
And
the
what a game.
celebration. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
The crazy thing is I was in the stands watching you play.
So we're doing personal experience here,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Yeah. I mean, my most recent one, as I mentioned just a little while ago, was working here, driving to Cleveland to see Game 2, Carpenter hit that home run.
Oh,
and drive. That was crazy. I mean, it was just such a great day.
And you got to experience it with your family.
Yeah,
which
exactly.
Which is great.
probably the second one I also mentioned in the cookie jar, but I went to the NCAA tournament in 96 and saw Eastern beat Duke. The first game of the day, this was first round. I went to Eastern, and then there's a couple more games, and then the nightcap was UCLA Princeton, which was just
classic game.
Like watching Hoosiers real life. And then later that night, after that game, it was like 11:30ish or something like that. And we went to this bar quick in Indianapolis and ran into Jerry Sloan, the Utah Jazz coach, they were playing the night in between in Indy, and had a beer with him.
248-539-9797. Heather, do you have anything? It doesn't have to be sports.
No, I mean, they're more personal, like the days that I worked at Comerica Park, right?
Okay.
Like my very first opening day is a day I won't forget because, I mean, the sellout crowd, the fact that I was incredibly nervous that I'm about to talk in front of all those people. And it's hard for me to even fathom that I did that. We were talking about we're going to Disney, and I was Googling how many people go to Disney in a day, and it was like 45,000. I'm like, whoa, I can't imagine getting up in front of Disney and speaking.
Yeah.
But I did that at Comerica Park all of the time, talking in front of that many people. But that opening day will be a memory I have, but I don't know. Nothing else, really.
Your greatest memory of being at Comerica Park was doing the hat little thing on the scoreboard with my daughter got it.
Oh, yay!
I still have that on my phone, actually. Let's go to Nick. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen and Heather. 2 years ago, my son had a hockey tournament in Saginaw, Michigan. He won the game that morning. We drove straight to downtown Detroit. Lions, Buccaneers, playoff game. We walked in during the Star Spangled Banner, got the win there, and then headed straight over to Little Caesars. It was when they were giving out the Wallman doing the gritty, and my son had scored a goal and did the gritty, so I had to pay someone $100 to get the bobblehead off of him. But won that game, too. So the triple header won all three, something me and my son will never forget.
A threefer.
Yeah.
Way to go.
There you go. Awesome.
Way to go, Nick. I like that. That's great, especially having your kid involved. That's awesome. Tom, you're a 97.1.
Hey, guys. Back in the days, like late 80s, Frank Breckman's radio station had a deal for, I don't know, a couple $100 Wednesday morning. Get on a plane, fly down to Augusta for a practice round, take it in, and then come home that night. And words don't describe that place.
Yeah.
It is as perfect as you think it is.
It's beautiful, and it's not as and it's hillier than you think from watching on television. That's for damn sure. Let's go to Aubrey. You're on 97.1.
Hey, Stoney, you and I are from the same generation, so shout out to Closed Circuit TV and Hearns and Leonard. But my moment, it probably is not going to be at the top one for what you guys are looking for. But I was at Tiger Stadium with my dad and my brothers when Denny McClain won his 30th ball game. As I recall, it was against the Oakland A's and another comeback win. But when you think about it, that's something that frankly may never, ever happen again.
Oh, yeah, I don't think it will. I don't think there's any world that we're living in currently, and I don't see baseball changing that a pitcher gets 30 wins.
Never. There's
That's
a great show topic about records that'll never be broken.
Yeah.
And you're right. It's going to be tough to get to 30. It's going to be tough for people to get to 300 for a career anymore.
Right.
The Hall of Fame benchmarks are disappearing.
Yep.
Mike, you're on 97.1.
Yeah.
Hello, Mike.
Hey, yeah. So I went to a Cubs game at Wrigley. I think Kerry Wood was pitching, if everybody remembers who Kerry Wood was.
Yep.
I think they had a walk-off in the ninth, and then that night went to the Bulls, Michael Jordan, Reggie Miller playoff game at night. Great all-around day with a good buddy of mine, Dan, who lives in Chicago now. Shout out to Dan.
There you go. Yeah,
That's
the doubleheader, yeah.
Yes, it's a great day. That's for damn sure. We have some texts. On the Tigers, I'd really need to see Torque and Carp start hitting the ball. Without that, it's hard for me to believe they will win it all. Rambo from New Baltimore. We're not even talking about winning it all.
No.
We're talking about
giving you some confidence.
Yes. Rod Wood is one press conference away from pulling the Wolf of Wall Street I'm not leaving speech. Did Stoney just gripe about someone retiring? I mean, Rod Wood, but still hanging around? Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. Barry and St. Clair Shores.
Yeah, but you've got a reputation for lingering. Like, it's part of who
True.
you are.
Right.
And we like you lingering.
You and Rod Wood should linger together.
Who did that song? Was that the Cranberries when the Linger? There's a song called
That's right.
Yes, good job.
Thank you very much. Wow. One of the few songs after 1990 that I know. Chuck. Oh, there we go. That's par for the course. Let's go to Charlie here on 97.1.
Yeah, hey, good morning. So I've actually got two from 2006. One was in June, and we were playing the Cubs. Tigers were playing the Cubs at Wrigley, and they just took over that place. They killed them, and the whole place was going, "Let's go Tigers," and that was awesome. And then in July 1st, 2006, we went to a doubleheader in Cleveland. Bonderman was pitching the first game, and then it was Verlander's professional debut on the second game. Went to both.
Wow.
And they had all-you-could-eat hot dogs that day.
So, correct me. I mean, if I'm understanding this, you were in Chicago for a game and then drove all the way to Cleveland for the second game?
No. I'm sorry. I kind of confused that. We went to I added the Chicago one. We went to Chicago in June, and then on a separate trip we went to Cleveland.
Okay.
But we went on 2 road trips in that 2006 season.
Okay.
That was an obviously amazing season.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Text, went to Cedar Point all day, then headed home to watch the Pistons beat the Lakers at the Palace. Best sports event I've attended. What a long, great day. That's from Brandon. 248-539-9797. JB Bickerstaff will join us at 8:35, 97.1.
Hey, lately it feels like the banking world is constantly shifting. You got mergers, name changes, and digital-only apps that don't know your face or your neighborhood. But in Michigan, one thing's not changing. The commitment First Merchants Bank has to our local communities. I've been banking with First Merchants for a number of years now, and it's about more than where I just keep my money. It's about the impact I see them making every single day. I'm talking about real boots-on-the-ground work with local nonprofits that keep our cities vibrant and down payment grants that help our neighbors finally unlock the door to their first home. First Merchants provides high-level service delivered by local people who live, work, and shop right here in the great state of Michigan. They aren't just passionate about banking, they're passionate about helping our state prosper. So why settle for a bank that just sees a zip code? Bank with an award-winning team that truly cares about your community. Visit firstmerchants.com today to find a branch near you. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member, FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
248-539-9797. JB Bickerstaff at 8:35. By the way, Restore the Floor podcast, myself and Evan Jenkins, we are scheduled to have Grant Hill on today.
Oh, cool.
So it'll drop sometime this evening. All right, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Chris. What's up, Chris?
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Yes, my candidate for the best day ever was April 21st, 2007. I took in a Tigers matinee game, a Wings playoff game, and a Pistons playoff game all in the same day.
Wow.
So the Tigers played at like noon, and one was at 3, and then one was at 7?
Yeah, it was like a 1 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 8 o'clock when the Pistons were still out at the Palace. So timing-wise, it worked out perfectly. And, we got to see a Carlos Guillen home run in the first game, even though they lost. The Wings blew out the Flames, and that was the one where we scored like 5 on Kiprasov, and they pulled and brought Jamie Clennon in, and he freaked out and slashed Johan Franz and got a match penalty. And, Chelios became like the oldest defenseman and to ever score a shorthanded goal in playoff history in that game. And then the Pistons won by like 20 over Orlando. So that was a pretty tough day to beat sports-wise.
Yeah, absolutely. And the reason we're talking about this because the Tigers play Boston on Monday, which means in Boston you have the Boston Marathon early in the morning, and then the Tigers taking on the Red Sox at Fenway at 11. And I did that plus back in 1985. Got to see on closed-circuit TV Hearns Hagler at the old Boston Garden. Let's go to Caitlin in Grosse Pointe. Hi, Caitlin.
Hey, guys. Well, being at the corner bar for Ordonez's home run was pretty fun. Yesterday was a really special day we took my son down with a friend for the game. We waited through the rain delays, but we were in line for the Ferris wheel, and there was a family behind us. And I didn't ask details, but the dad seemed to have been in like a tragic accident and was in a wheelchair. And there was a 3-year-old son there named Charlie. His mom's name was Jen. And they started talking to them. They had jerseys on. They were chasing all 30 stadiums. And the Comerica Park was their 20th. And they were leaving after the second inning to head to Cleveland. Just a really cool story, really strong family. I called my husband from the Ferris wheel and I said, go to that stand where they sell Tiger memorabilia and get me a ball. I don't care who it's signed by, get me a ball. So I yelled, she got off the Ferris wheel before us, and I yelled down, said, please wait, my husband has something for your son. And we got off the Ferris wheel, and lo and behold, my husband had bought him a signed Colt Keith ball. And then Colt Keith hit that walk-off yesterday.
Wow, that's cool.
That's a pretty... That's a selfless.
It was really great for my kids to see. It was so awesome. It was good energy.
Yeah, that's a selfless day with only one. Well, although the person looks like we're going to Cleveland to see 2 games. John, what's going on?
Man, I'm gonna try to get this out without choking up because my dad just passed away.
Oh, I'm sorry.
When I was in 7th grade, my dad won tickets to the Pistons game. Malice at the Palace. That was the coolest thing I ever seen in my life. People were freaking out. We were in the middle deck, and people were literally getting up, running out the stands, trying to get down to the fight. It was crazy. My mom stayed up all night freaking out because she didn't know if we were in the fight. So we got home at like 2 in the morning. She's still up sitting in the living room because it was kind of like before the whole cell phone. Cell phones were just coming out type thing. So, my dad didn't have a cell phone. So, yeah, I was in 7th grade, and I was at the Malice at the Palace.
That's sorry for your loss.
Yeah.
I was at that game. It was a Friday night date night with me and my wife. Oh, yeah, absolutely. It was only a 1-for. Dante in New Baltimore. You're a 97.1.
I got a 2-for. Back in 2017, I had a business trip out to Anaheim, and the team out there was like, "Hey, let's go catch a game, a baseball game." I'm like, "All right, I'm a Tigers fan. I don't know much about any other team, right? I'm a Tigers fan." So I went out there, and we're in the cheap seats. And every time Pujols came up, everybody was standing up and cheering. I'm like, dude, they love this guy this much? And the guy looked at me. He goes, bro, he's hitting 600 tonight. I'm like, is he? He's going to hit 6? And he did.
Wow.
I was there when Pujols did it, which was kind of cool. I got a hat. And it was like an unexpected moment. So that was pretty cool.
That
And my
is-
other one is
Go ahead.
a couple years ago, my buddy owns a sports mobile place here in Detroit. And he had me come in and help him out when Rodman came into town to sign autographs. We're sitting there, and he looks over at me, and he goes, I grew up, played for the Pistons. Is this mall still crazy? I said, you could light a cannonball off and not hit a person through this mall right now. And he started laughing. He goes, listen, I got on the plane with just he had 2 flip phones and an iPad and a cracked screen to boot on the iPad. He goes, listen, I got to get some socks and underwear. You want to take me shopping? So I went underwear and sock shopping with Dennis Rodman.
Wow.
It was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. He's like, what do you think of these pants? I'm like, dude, they got nothing but underwear and socks. They're going to fit you in here. And he started laughing.
So was it tidy whities or boxers?
He went boxers. He had boxers. So.
Wow. Underwear shopping with the worm. Unbelievable. All right. It's time for news, and here's Heather.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. So, a former NFL reporter, Chrissy Freud, was fired from her job with USA Today after she slammed Diana Rossini after her resignation from The Athletic. So, after Rossini resigned and the resignation letter went viral, or it was posted.
Yeah, and The Athletic made a post as well.
Yeah, everyone covered it. Anyway, this reporter, Freud, posted about it on her own personal social media. And she said, I'm sure you were told to submit this. And she had a copy of the letter, or that you'd get fired instead. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. We all know who you really are and what you've been up to for years. It does so much detriment to women in sports who have done things the right way. That was her post. And after that, she'd worked for a decade at her job. She was fired via email, and USA Today confirmed on social media that they ended her contract effective immediately, and her statements do not reflect their commitments to professionalism or uphold the principles of ethical conduct. So, and she's spoken to TMZ and said she's just distraught because she said, this is a very similar opinion that somebody who works in USA Today wrote a whole article about. Right. And she's not fired. And this was my personal thought on my personal social media. And anyway.
Anything controversial, just stay away.
Stay away.
Yeah.
It's just type it, think it, delete it, and move on, or share it with your friends or something. Just talk about it. Former NBA player and assistant coach Damon Jones is expected to be the first to plead guilty as part of that sweeping case targeting an alleged mob-centered illegal sports betting ring. So, according to reports, the operation handled millions of dollars in bets and was linked to organized crime figures, with authorities calling it a large-scale coordinated gambling network. So he's accused of being involved in placing bets through the operation and now faces federal charges tied to illegal gambling activity. So as part of this plea deal, he is expected to plead guilty. Yes, which they say would then help prosecutors build cases against the others connected to this.
Including Chauncey Billups.
Yeah.
Well, Damon Jones played for the Pistons for a little bit too, so yeah.
Yep. So tick bites are sending more people to the emergency room. In fact, health officials say the numbers are the highest that they've seen since 2017. So according to CDC data from the most recent week, they're seeing about 71 out of every 100,000 ER visits linked to tick bites. They're saying the Northeast is seeing the highest number of ER visits, followed by the Midwest. And the thing is that May is typically when tick bites peak. So this is probably only going to get worse. Experts do say, though, that ticks are becoming active earlier because of milder, shorter winters, warmer temperatures. So look out.
Yeah.
We have not found any on ourselves or our kids, but we have found them on our dogs. Even before, it was still technically winter. Yeah. And we do normally keep them on a tick medication, but we only do it really in the spring and summer.
Right. Yeah.
I don't do it during the winter. And I ended up, and I think people should do this, like, if you remove them, keep them. We actually sent it off to like a lab to test for Lyme disease or other tick-borne diseases. And they came back, they were able to say like what species it was, how long it had been on her body, because it was big. This had been like, it had been there for a while. Yeah. but it was negative for everything. And you can do that if you find them on your person, and it's not that expensive. At least for peace of mind, to me, I would have paid that just to know that she
Sure. Yeah,
Right. Wasn't
not going to have Lyme disease. Or,
But yeah, they say avoid areas where ticks are, like the heavily wooded areas, the high grass, the brush. Use a insect repellent with DEET, and then do a full body tick check after you've been outdoors like that, just to everywhere, your hair, under your arms.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
all
hate
the all the nooks and crannies.
Ticks and lice. Ugh.
I hate it, but at least lice don't. I don't know enough about them. They're not carrying these big diseases, are they?
no.
They're just gross.
They're
It's just nasty.
Just wait until you get the notice from school that there's one in the classroom.
I never had lice, so
No,
I feel
well,
like
no.
my kids won't ever get it.
I remember when my kids came home from camp once. Ugh, it was awful. Thank you very much,
Yeah.
Heather. All right, coming up next, he'll be coaching the Pistons in the playoffs on Sunday. Game 1. JB Bickerstaff joins us next. The Orlando Magic take on the Charlotte Hornets tonight. The winner gets the privilege of hopefully getting their ass kicked by the Detroit Pistons. Game 1 at home is Sunday evening. Joining us now is JB Bickerstaff, the head coach of the Pistons. Thanks for joining us, JB. And I'm not going to ask you who do you want to win, which obviously you're not going to answer that question. But I want to ask about this regular season. You guys won 60 games. How difficult is it to win 60 games in the NBA? Because I don't think people realize it.
Good morning, and thanks for having me. It speaks to the group that we have because winning 60 games, over an 82-game span, as long as the season is, the amount of, injuries and adversities that a team has to overcome isn't easy. So it speaks to the character of our guys. Their commitment to one another, their talent level, the depth that we have on our team, and their commitment to do something, bigger than themselves. So it's been fun so far, and we're looking forward to more.
Obviously, the biggest adversity or and injury that you guys had to deal with was at the end of the year when Cade went out, with his issues. I'm curious, during that time frame, when you had to, you're trying to secure the 1 seed, you're trying to get the home playoff advantage, was there a blessing in disguise? You never want to have a guy out, especially for a reason like that, but was there a blessing in disguise because others were forced to step up as you enter this playoff race?
Yeah, I think it gave guys reps and opportunities to gain confidence and prove, to themselves, just how solid of a team we are. And I use that word team because that's the definition. When you see our guys out there competing, it's not just individuals. We are the definition of team, and you see that you can have success by being a team and buying into that instead of feeling like, Cade is out, now I have to fill his shoes. No, that's not the way it works. The way it works is now you just have to be the best version of yourself. And then you continue to do that, and it trickles down through the rest of the roster, and everybody's being the best version of themselves, and you find your way to team success.
This regular season, you said you guys, the secret sauce to your success was that you guys play hard each and every game. A lot of the teams obviously don't. Playoffs is a different story. Every team plays hard. Are you confident that the way you guys play is able to take you a long way in the playoffs?
Yeah, we defend at a high level, and I think that can't be, missed or underspoken. We've been one of the best defensive teams in the league all season, and when you defend the way that we do, you give yourself an opportunity to win basketball games, and that's not going to change for us. That's only going to get better in the playoffs because, obviously you see the same team over and over again. You have the ability to prepare for that team longer. Their tendencies, the player tendencies, so we're allowed to be more physical in the playoffs. So that's not going to change for us. So when you defend the way that we defend, you give yourselves a chance. And, we have enough weapons offensively that we've proven that we can score when necessary also. Cade is one of the elite closers in the league. So, we're confident that the way that we play stylistically on both ends of the ball will give us an opportunity to have some success.
What do you guys take away, or what have you taken away, whether it was discussions that you had last offseason or maybe things that you've talked about even in the last week, of taking the experience of being knocked out in the first round last year? How can that help you this year?
Well, we understand what playoff basketball is now and what it feels like. There is a difference in playoff basketball and regular season basketball. We all know that. But we felt like we had an opportunity to win that series, and a couple of bounces just didn't go our way. So there's a part of, us and this team as a growth that we believe we can. And I think that was part of why, we had the success we had in the regular season, was partly because of that series where we believed that we belonged, with the upper echelon in the Eastern Conference and in the NBA as a whole. But you understand just how important a possession is. We had some games last year that came down to the wire, and you go back and you think about, 2 or 3 other plays where maybe we didn't execute properly or get the job done the way we should have, and how that impacted that one possession late in the game. So you figure out how to avoid those mistakes, eliminate mistakes. And the teams that typically win these types of games are the teams that are going to make the least amount of mistakes.
How are you going to take in tonight's game? Are you going to be watching it with anyone? Is there food and beverage? Like, how do you, because everybody thinks, okay, well, everything's got to be professional. No, you're still a basketball fan. Obviously, you're going to play the winner of this game. How are you taking in tonight's game?
Yeah, tonight will be a different, tonight, you won't be watching it as a fan. Tonight you'll be studying it, watching, tendencies, probably have with a few of the other coaches, just, so you got some voices to bounce things off of. As you're watching it, taking notes, clipping film, those types of things to get yourself prepared, because it is such a quick turnaround. That's, one of the things about being, the 1 seed is having to wait until Friday night to figure out who your opponent is on Sunday, and basically having, Saturday and Sunday morning to prepare, and obviously late Friday night. So we'll be watching it. We'll be studying it. We'll be game planning and preparing ourselves for whoever, shows up on Sunday.
Like I mentioned, obviously you're not going to say who you guys want to win, but I want to ask, what does each team, one thing that each team possesses that gives you pause?
Well, I think Charlotte has a lot of offensive weapons. They have guys who can score the basketball from different positions on the floor. Orlando, has size and physicality. And big guys at each position that can present you troubles. They can offensive rebound the basketball well. But like I said, I feel confident in our group that we're built for it, and we'll be ready to go on Sunday.
We talk about the depth of this team. You guys have games where you've played, 10, 11 guys. They always say in the playoffs, rotations shrink a little bit. Has that been discussed? And will the rotations shrink a little bit?
We've talked about it, but we still believe our depth can be a weapon. If you guys, if you have guys who can help and contribute to winning, and they can play shorter stints, so they can play even harder than guys who are out there just trying to log minutes or log in more minutes. They can get. I think that creates an advantage for us. So we got guys who deserve to play, and they've earned the right to play. Stints may be shorter. Like I said, but, we feel like we have so many guys that can help us win that the situation is going to call on, what we need in that moment. Do you need shooting? Do you need playmaking? Do you need ball handling? Do you need defenders? Do you need rebounders? Whatever it may be, we've got it on this roster. And our coaching staff just has to make the right decision in the moment to put the right guy on the floor for what's necessary in that moment.
I could probably ask you this question about every single guy, but obviously a lot of eyes are going to be on Cade. How is he different going into this postseason than he was going into last postseason?
Again, it's the understanding of what it is. And it's one of those things, we have conversations with our kids, about things, but until they experience it for themselves, they don't know exactly what it is and what it feels like. And that's what playoff basketball is. Like, we can talk about it, to guys till we're blue in the face. But once they get the opportunity to experience, they recognize the difference. And I think that's where Cade is now, is he understands what playoff basketball is like, what, the intensity feels like, what the environments are like, the attention to detail, like where his opponents are going to be studying him and trying to force him into things. So he's got a great understanding of what the experience feels like now, and we expect him to lead us and be successful.
One thing I've always been curious about, I wanted to ask you, is how do you determine with the challenge situation that they have in the NBA, how do you determine when to challenge? Because sometimes it's, why do they challenge something early in the first quarter, and if they lose it, they're done with the challenge? How do you decide, what to do in those situations?
There's strategy behind it. Obviously, we have a guy, who's behind the bench with an iPad, with a computer that has the ability to replay things quickly. There's things that come in if it's, one of your starters gets 2 fouls and it gets called for a third. Should you call that one? Sometimes, to be honest with you, it's, if you don't like the way the whistle's going and the call is correct, you challenge it to prove a point and hope that sends a message to the officiating crew. There's different strategic reasons that you use your challenges. especially time, possession, score, all those things matter.
Finally, I'm old enough to remember, because I would live in Washington when your father was an assistant coach when the Bullets won the championship. I know you guys are still are close. He's an advisor. What has he told you about heading into this playoffs that you can lean on?
It's details. I think that's what he pays, so close attention. He watches every single game, obviously. He's around quite a bit. He's here in town now, watching our practice, sitting in on our meetings. And it's that. It's attention to detail. It's the focus that you have to have, but also putting guys in positions where they're not overthinking and they're not paralyzed in thought, so they can go out and execute what they need to do, at the level we expect, and that's going to be necessary.
Well, good luck. It all starts for you guys on Sunday. I know the city is really excited, and the LCA is going to be jumping, hopefully, for the next 2 to 3 months.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, and I appreciate you guys.
All right. That's J.B. Bickerstaff, head coach of your Detroit Pistons here on 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. I've seen a Ram side by side with the competition, and I've driven a Ram. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional for power. Not much of a competition. You can choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And for the competition, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only 4 cylinders? Makes no sense. The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, so we're creating our own jobs. And for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram also has a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother the Ram is. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So other financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Do me a favor. All you got to do is pull into a Ram dealer, stop in, start one, and you're going to hear and feel the difference.
Great win. I mean, they blew the game when it was 6-1 and then falling behind 8-6 and then 9-6 and then it becomes 10-9 and they win. A lot of delays.
Yep.
Crazy ass game.
It was a long day.
Long day, absolutely. But
Ended
you know
the
what?
way it should.
Exactly. 6 in a row. They take on the Red Sox tonight at Fenway right here on 97.1. Casey Mize on the bump, as they like to say. Great hearing from JB Bickerstaff. He's done such an incredible job, and it's basically Coach of the Year. I think he should win. It's going to be a two-man race between him and Joe Mazzulla of the Celtics.
Right.
Because people had them as basically a
dead in the water
non-playoff team heading into the season, without Jason Tatum, and now Tatum's back. But
but they still had Jaylen Brown.
Yes, they did.
It's not like they were devoid of talent.
No, but nobody thought the guys like Keita were going to be as terrific. Hell, Luka Garza is playing for them. I can't stand the Celtics. It's born in me, but he's done a great job too. So I think JB should win. But Missoula's going to get some votes as well. By the way, some little interesting tidbits to pass along.
Okay.
Mike Trout, 5 home runs against the Yankees in that series. And Judge had 4 against the Angels.
I mean, Trout was unbelievable.
Yeah. Is there anybody you want to see more have like a playoff run than Mike Trout? I mean, his team always stinks. Has he ever been? Has he been in? He's been in a couple playoffs, I think. One, and he's he's hurt all the time. But if he's healthy, he's not as fast as he once was, but he's still got power. He's still a really good player.
Yeah, he is, and he's super fun to watch.
Mm-hmm.
And so if he has a season like he's having now, all the way until they have to face the Tigers.
Yeah, absolutely. And Connor McDavid won his 6th Art Ross Trophy yesterday. Scoring title. 6 of them. And he's not won a Stanley Cup. Look, they've been to the finals twice.
And what did I see that he had, the stat line was 45 goals.
I don't know, 90 assists.
Yeah,
like
and 90 assists or 90-plus assists.
Mm-hmm.
That's amazing.
And Draisaitl didn't play for like the last month of the season as well.
Yeah.
And there's talk about if they don't win and they get out early, don't go to the finals again, him, Austin Matthews are both going to be like free agents after next year. I mean, who knows where they're going to end up. I know a place that could certainly use either one of them.
Oh, sure.
I know Austin Matthews has the reputation. They really don't like him in Toronto. They don't think he's much of a leader. I'll take his offense here.
Yeah.
I'd give up anything, basically.
Just about. It would be one of those dramatic moves that you need to see in this offseason.
Just one other NHL note. Macklin Celebrini already set the Sharks' all-time points record.
Yeah,
isn't he 19?
19 years old.
Yeah, 115 points.
See, that's when, not to give Yzerman a pass, but this is where the lottery luck plays in. These other teams are getting these generational players because they're picking 1 and 2, and the Red Wings aren't. What would you give up, Gov, for Austin Matthews? Would you give up Sider and a number 1?
Oh, it would start with Raymond for me.
Okay, yeah, I know. That to me is a no-brainer. But if they wanted the hell with that, hell with Raymond, we want Sider.
It's probably Raymond and it's probably Larkin. And it might take a little more picks.
So you wouldn't give up Sider is what I'm saying.
I would try to keep Sider.
Right.
My big thing is right now, and look, I'm basing this on a very small sample size, but I would throw in Pellica for a really good player. Like I would probably include him in a Matthews deal.
Right.
I just have a feeling he's going to end up being a pretty great player.
Yeah.
The way he skates is, you can see it. They just got to let him freaking play and experience the ups and downs.
Yeah. And allegedly, I don't know if it's true, I don't know if you guys talked about it yesterday, but former Free Press hockey writer Keith Gave tweeted out that they had a deal with the Minnesota Wild. Whatever it was done. But he wouldn't commit to signing, and Yzerman wouldn't make the trade because he didn't want to take a chance on
Hughes?
getting below. Yeah, for Quinn Hughes. Yeah. By the way, speaking of the Stanley Cup playoffs, which begins this weekend, Bet Online has come out with one of these maps of which each state, and in this case, province of Canada, are rooting for to win the Stanley Cup.
A rooting interest.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like most of North America is selecting the Colorado Avalanche, which that doesn't bother me that much. I'm saying, see, that's the question, John. Colorado's got, McKinnon, Makar, good player. Their coach is kind of likable, mellow, good head of hair. Anyway, but the state of Michigan is colored maroon.
For the Avalanche?
For the Avalanche. Out of all the teams, they use all this, statistical social media data and all this stuff.
Right.
But there's no way. If you would ask me who everybody in Michigan would be rooting for, I think it'd be the Buffalo Sabres, to be quite honest with you. Certainly not going to be Boston.
I just wouldn't think it would be the Avalanche. I think it would almost be anybody other than the Avalanche, because obviously, Toronto's not in it. I'm not sure what would be the worst of the worst.
Oh, this is the worst.
Seriously.
Yeah. This is just further proof Hockey Town hell has frozen over.
Yeah, it's awful. Look, I know they're in different divisions now and all our different conferences.
History still matters.
Yes, that's my point. A lot of the kids today, they did grow up watching it. Not the kids, but the kids who were kids then are adults now.
Right, and I just can't imagine anybody here rooting for the Avalanche.
It's crazy. 248-539-9797 here on 97.1.
Brought to you by M&M Garage Doors. Lions president Rod Wood spoke at the Detroit Econ Club yesterday about offseason happenings for the team with the draft just around the corner. Wood shared that the Lions have a plan for the 2023 draft class, but was mum's the word on the details. The Lions will draft 17th right now in the first round of the NFL Draft, which starts next Thursday in Pittsburgh. The Pistons are getting ready for their first-round playoff series as they'll be watching the play-in game tonight between Orlando and Charlotte and preparing for the winner. Many sportsbooks don't believe in this Detroit team, ranking them third or even fourth in odds to win the East despite being the 1 seed. Yesterday, Asar Thompson said he's not too worried about it. The Pistons series will begin this Sunday from LCA at 6:30, and after a walk-off win extended the Tigers' winning streak to 6 games last night. The team is quickly right back at it tonight on the road. They have the first of 4 games with the Red Sox at 7:15. Our pregame coverage here on 97.1 at 6:50. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
248-539-9797. I like what Asar Thompson said.
Yeah.
Who cares what everybody else thinks? So many people are getting so butthurt over the odds. Look, the regular season's over. I think if you ask most people around this country who's going to come out of the East, I think most people would say the Boston Celtics.
Yeah. I don't think it's not a stretch.
No, and it's
not offensive.
It's not a diss. People say, well, they beat them in the regular season. Oh, the Pistons swept the Knicks in the regular season. We saw that last year. Regular season doesn't mean squat.
Yeah.
We're in the playoffs, which I think I think the Pistons are capable of obviously winning the East. I just don't think they should be the favorite, and they're not. And there's nothing wrong with that.
No, I'm not offended because you know what? They're going to get a chance to go out on Sunday and start showing what they can do.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like Stoney's butthurt about people being butthurt.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. Maybe. Exactly. By the way, I do want to mention something, Gov, I think it was during the cookie jar, you mentioned seeing your alma mater while you were still a student, playing the NCAAs when they beat Duke, correct?
Yeah.
Eastern Michigan. You're going to travel to see the new sport they have there?
Oh, boy.
Oh, what's the new sport?
Eastern Michigan is adding women's flag football as a varsity program.
Oh,
that's great.
Yeah.
I might go to one of those before I ever go to the men's football game.
According to the athletic director, Scott Weatherby, women's flag football is one of the fastest growing sports in the nation. With the sport set to take center stage at the Olympics, we're proud to help lead its growth and build a program our campus and community will embrace. Michigan is the only other school in the state to field a women's flag football team, though Michigan's squad is a club team and does not have a varsity status, which is basically the same that they have for women's ice hockey.
They play intramurals, brother.
I think that's kind of cool, actually. I mean, you're seeing it in more high schools, too.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and this is the season right now for girls flag football.
I remember I couldn't believe that. Every time I was in Florida, when I used to read the actual physical newspaper, and the newspaper had, they call it the aggregate page, which is all the stats, and they'd have the high school games in Florida, and it's women's flag football. And I said, really? That's a sport in high school in Florida? This is over 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah.
And it's just boomed.
Yeah, it's blown up, and you know, a lot of, I know the ones that are doing it here in the state of Michigan, they're being helped out by Nike, the NFL, but specifically the Detroit Lions have put a lot of funding into helping these teams and get it off the ground here in the state of Michigan.
All right, John, let me ask you a hypothetical.
Yeah.
Suppose they called you, let's, and wanted you to coach the flag football team.
Sure. Why not?
Okay. You give up everything else to be an NCAA Division I women's flag football coach.
Well, it would depend what the contract
it's
details.
It's all about the cabbage, huh?
Yeah. I'm not going to.
Okay. Well, I would think you might take less money if it was coaching a men's sport. I don't know.
I would prefer, sure.
Okay.
But would have no issue. I've coached all of my girls in flag football
the Powder Puff game, right?
Yeah, the Powder Puff game, and I've helped out during they're not participating in that league this year,
right?
But yeah, I mean, I think it's great and it's fun.
John, Ward Manuel on line 2. We're going to go D1, John. Would you like to coach the team?
Yep, sign me up. Let's go.
All right, you heard it there. John Jansen.
Most dynamic offense in women's college flag football history.
Now, would it be dynamic?
Ground and pound,
to ground
baby.
and pound in flag football with women?
Well, flag football doesn't have offensive linemen.
Or line women.
Okay, but still call them linemen.
I know.
Line people.
Yeah, line people. I'm not going to get caught up in the semantics. So the rushing attack is, you can still run the ball.
Yeah.
And there's ways to do that, but it's not quite like it is in men's football.
No.
Yeah. American football.
So just keep an eye out, or an ear out, ladies and gentlemen, for John to announce that he's going to be the head football coach at the University of Michigan for women's flag football.
Yeah, I think it's awesome.
Hey, you've always been a champion of the sport, a champion of the school, and a champion of women.
What I don't want to hear is all your jokes about recruiting.
Okay. Would you hire me to be on your staff?
Yeah, I mean, somebody's going to have to broadcast the game, so I'd have you on as a radio host.
Okay.
Yeah.
I the call, Stoney, when they score a touchdown.
I know.
Yeah, we got Carl Grapentine for the men's games, and we've got Mike Stone for the women's flag football games.
Touchdown, Wolverines!
We'll work on it.
It doesn't have that flow.
No, it does not. No, you'd have to come up with something else. You'd have to come up with your own tagline.
Yes. Well, maybe I will. Well, it is my own tagline.
Yeah, but you just touched down Michigan.
Oh, instead of Wolverines?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I know, because I know you do Lakers.
Yeah, and you know what? Wolverines sounds so Urban Meyer-esque because he calls them the Wolverines because he can't say the word Michigan.
It's got an M in it.
Yeah.
That's what Doug says.
That's true.
What's that?
Touchdown.
Touchdown, Wolverine.
Yeah, you don't even pay attention.
Got other stuff. Yeah. Normally I'm going, yes! They've just turned off my mic now.
It's been how many years? 3 years, 4 years?
I think we just finished 4.
4 years, and he doesn't realize his partner's touchdown call. That's amazing. That is absolutely amazing.
There's a lot going on up there, and I'm starting to talk about why they're doing it and how they scored. So, yeah, no, I'm not always tuned into exactly what he's saying. We get to the end of the game, and we've got to do the TV show. I interview the coach, and there are some times where I'm like, I literally have to sit there and think. I take notes throughout the entire game.
Right, I understand that.
And I've got to go and review the notes to remember what happened in the first half.
I understand. I think most people would do that.
Yeah, because and I'm not always tuned in to exactly what Doug's saying.
Well, one of my big things just with the fans, and I think people forget what happens earlier in games and how much it can matter on the impact of a game.
Oh, yeah.
You know, people always want to react to what happened in the fourth quarter, and some people even call, like, say a game was great, and all that was good was the fourth quarter.
Correct.
Like, to me, that was Super Bowl 34 with the Rams and Titans. The first 3 quarters of the game were hot garbage, but the fourth quarter was electric.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point. I'm sure Doug, though, by the way, will be very insulted that you didn't know his touchdown
I don't
call.
think he will have any feelings about that at all. Because the other thing we do is we get the Jansen vision. So a lot of the touchdown plays that are successful, they're successful because they scored a touchdown. I'm sitting there thinking in my mind, like, okay, what happened? How did they score this touchdown? Not only do I have to talk about it, but I got to make notes because I'm going to diagram it after the game.
I tend to believe that, like, Lomas and TJ know that Dan Miller says touchdown Detroit Lions. I just have a feeling that they do.
Okay, well, you are exposing one of my major flaws.
I know. It is a major flaw. It's a flaw that I have all the time. It's called concentration. So you're not concentrating.
I'm not concentrating on that. I'm concentrating on other things.
John, do you listen to anything Jason Avant says? I'm sorry.
Jason Avant's pretty good.
I'm kidding. That was a low blow.
I think he's good. Actually.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of times where he and I have a back and forth. He's down on the sidelines and we're talking about something, and obviously if there's something wide receiver or DB happens, I'm going to defer to him.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he's really good, yeah.
I'm surprised he hasn't been picked up by the NFL at all.
He's got a lot of things he does on Sundays with the Eagles.
Yeah.
So I think he's very content with what he's doing right now.
All right. Speaking of football, the draft is in 6 days from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And there's been a little buzz going around that the Lions might be in the mix for a cornerback. And lo and behold, an injured cornerback. At least at one point he was injured. We're talking about Jermon McCoy. He missed the last season due to an ACL. He appears to be healthy right now. He had a really good pro day where he ran, 4.38 or something like that?
Yeah.
So
he appears to be as healthy as you're going to be after an ACL.
Right. So in your world, Monroe Freeling's the Lions pick. In your world, if he's gone, is McCoy somebody you would take?
I would definitely take a deeper dive into it. And I wouldn't be offended if they went with Jermon McCoy because up until his injury, and he missed the entire season. In fact, he was cleared with about 4 or 5 games left of last year's regular season to be able to play. So it's not like you're going to have to wait, like J-Mo, you're going to have to wait halfway through the season for him to be able to play, or Hendon Hooker when he was drafted. So there's a little bit of a difference. Yes, he's coming off an ACL.
But he missed his season last year.
Right. And so, hey, when you show up for rookie minicamp, OTAs, like he should be full go.
Right.
So there's a little bit of a difference. And I know everybody says, oh, Brad Holmes, he's a Brad Holmes guy because he's coming off an injury.
Right.
Jermon McCoy, minus the injury, is probably the number one corner off the board. Mansour Delane right now out of LSU is probably that guy. So Mansour Delane is not there. And in fact, I think I mentioned it earlier this week. If he is Mansour Delane is available at 17, sure, I'd take him. So why would I think any different about Jermon McCoy if Monroe Freeling is off the board?
Well, because of the history of the health. I mean, it has to factor in.
There's
your,
a lot. Guys
in
have
your
a lot of
subconscious.
injuries.
I know.
No. You okay? Yeah, you have a subconscious. You have different feelings about different injuries. But with ACLs right now, do we shy away from pitchers that have had Tommy John? You used to,
right? Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Now, freaking parents are suggesting their kids have Tommy John.
Right, and I'm not going to sit here and say, well, you're coming off the ACL, you're better than you were before it. No, but I don't know that it's as impactful as it was. Talk about being predisposed in your subconscious. We have that era in our minds from 30 years ago where an ACL was a career ender. It's not anymore.
Right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Does Jermon McCoy tickle your fancy? And would you trade up or trade down or just stay where you are if Freeling is off the board? 97.1.
If your furnace or AC isn't getting the job done, do what I did. Call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Mastercraft has 24/7 emergency service, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. They've got an early spring special. It's buy a new furnace or AC and get half off installation. And maybe you're tired of power outages. Maybe you had one this week. They've got generators in stock ready to install. Financing is available. You can schedule your free in-home estimate, and you can do it at mastercraftheating.com.
Two 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Do want to say that the newest edition of Restore the Floor, the podcast I do with the multi-talented Evan Jenkins, will be dropping later today. We are going to hear from Grant Hill.
Oh, that'll be cool.
Scheduled to hear from Grant Hill. Yes.
Okay.
So he'll be at the LCA on Sunday too, doing the Pistons game against the.
We don't know.
Question marks.
Yes.
So you want Charlotte?
I do, just because I think it would be more fun, more satisfying to beat them because of their attitude, the way that they, and the little bit of a rivalry that has developed this year between them and the Hornets.
Yeah.
So
I get that part of it. I just don't.
Is the Magic going to be the easier out? I mean, we don't know, but
probably. But that's not even why. It's more my fear factor of cheap shots, them doing something stupid.
Yeah.
And the Pistons retaliating.
Did you think LaMelo Ball got the appropriate punishment? Should he have been suspended?
No.
Okay.
He should have been I think he should have been maybe thrown out of the game.
Yeah.
At that time they should have, but other than that, no. I mean, I didn't think there was intended malice at the time, so to speak. But when
what did he think was going to happen?
But when you look at it, then you say, "Oh yeah, he tripped him. He's almost on purpose."
Sure. I mean, they review everything. Is that something they could take a look at?
Well, I don't think they did review it. That's the problem because nothing was called on the play, and that's something that maybe you need to change. All right, we were talking about the Lions trading up, trading down. I either want them to trade down or stay the same.
So you want more? You either want to pick at 17 or you want more pick. You want more draft capital.
Correct. I don't want to give up any draft capital we have for either this year or next year, unless you're getting somebody that you're convinced is going to be a superstar. And from what's in this draft,
I don't know that there's a superstar. And obviously drafting an offensive tackle is certainly not sexy.
No.
But and you had the one mock, I don't remember where it was from, but if you were to give up a fourth and go from 17 to 14 to be able to get Monroe Freeling, in that mock, that's what they had.
Right.
You've got 2 fourths. Wouldn't you make that trade?
If they feel that he's that much better than, let's say, Blake Miller or the kid from Arizona State, if they're looking at that position, then probably they would do it. But is there that much difference?
I'm asking you.
Oh.
Not if they would do it, but would you do it?
No. Not
so you value a 4th-round pick that much. What are you going to get in the 4th that's going to help you this year?
I don't know. You never know. They got, St. Brown in the, 4th round or 5th
But they still have a 4th.
I know. I personally, I don't think look, I don't know it like you do, okay? I just watched some YouTube video highlights, and Freeling looks good, but so does Blake Miller. I don't think it's worth that the difference that I see in my, novice ways, so to speak. I trust you more. If you feel...
If they trade down and they get, let's just say they recoup a 3rd, or depending on how far they move down, maybe they get another 2nd and they still get Blake Miller, I think that's a huge win. Okay. I'm not going to complain about that either.
Okay.
But I do think that they need to come out of the 1st round with an offensive tackle.
I understand that. But so you feel that the difference between Freeling and Blake Miller is worth a 4th-round pick. It's not that close.
Certainly.
Okay. I get it. 248-539-9797. We were also talking about, McCoy. Look, they need a cornerback. Because we have no idea what the deal is with Terry and Arnold.
Right, yeah.
And even if or Rakestraw for that matter, because he gets hurt.
Well, we haven't seen him.
Right. So, and Arnold, we have no idea legally, legally he's fine, it appears, but we have no idea what else is going to go on with that.
Right. As of now, and we heard from Dan Campbell, they believe he'll be available at the start of the season. From what we've heard, his name is in text messages, but he hasn't been charged with anything. I don't know if there's been any further questioning. I don't know what's going on other than at this point, he's not technically involved in that case.
Would you prefer a safety or cornerback?
At some point in the draft?
No, I'm talking about in the first round. If Freeling's gone.
Okay, well, the only way I want to safety is if Caleb Downs falls to 17, give me Caleb Downs.
Okay, well, yeah, I think that's a no-brainer. So the Thiemann from Oregon and the kid from Toledo, who everybody seems to love.
Right, I'm not as big on him as other people are. And so corner. And not on a safety because Caleb Downs is going to be available. You're not going to trade up high enough to be able to get him, and he's the only one that I
think
would.
He's the best player in the draft.
I do too. That's why I said I'm not trading up for any of those other guys, and I'm not taking it at 17.
No, right, okay, because they need safety as much as they need corner.
Yeah, and you could argue that at the beginning of the year they need it more.
Right, because Branch
is not going to be back by the start of the season. It would be an absolute miracle.
Not all. All right, it's time for news, and here's Heather.
This news is sponsored by Gardner White. Well, the WNBA is already getting some attention before the season even starts, and it's not just about basketball. So at a press conference introducing AZ Fudd as the #1 overall pick, things got a little awkward when a reporter asked her about her relationship with teammate Paige Beckers. Now, before Fudd could actually answer the question, the Dallas Wings PR team kind of stepped in and shut it down, and they told reporters they wouldn't be commenting on players' personal lives, basically ending the exchange on the spot.
Okay, well done.
Yeah, I understand why they shut that down.
Yeah.
Sure.
By the way, Ozzie Fudd's father.
Yeah.
Is
Played
that how you
4
say
years.
your name, Ozzie?
I think so, right?
Played 4 years where?
At American.
Heather.
It's not?
What is
it's
it? AZ?
That's what I thought.
AZ.
All right.
Yeah.
Anyway, her father, Tim Fudd, played 4 years at American.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Is he the one that started Fuddruckers?
Elmer? I don't know.
Yeah, it's his name, Elmer.
Tim.
It's the only fun I know. 3 18-year-old men are facing charges stemming from a shooting last week at a Birmingham Airbnb. We talked about this. Well, the teens were all charged with assault with intent to murder, felony firearm, just discharge of firearms in a building, and carrying a concealed weapon. The shooting took place April 11th at this rental home on Lincoln Street. Police say that these 3 teens actually drove up to the rental house where a bunch of other teens were basically partying, gathering. An argument broke out, and that's when shots were fired. Bullet holes were found in 4 homes and 2 vehicles.
Oh, man.
Yeah. This is cool. A Rochester Hills 6th grader is a finalist in this year's Doodle for Google contest. So you know how sometimes when you go to Google and Google is like written in a different, there's like pictures behind. That's kind of what this is for. Well, this 11-year-old from Troy is a student at Avondale Gate Middle School, and his doodle is called or titled Turning Brass into Happiness. And the public can actually go and vote on their favorite doodles right now through April 29th. What are you laughing at?
It's just a funny word, doodle.
Doodle.
Yeah.
And it says that if this boy were to win, it would increase his college scholarship from $10,000 to $55,000, and his school would also get a $50,000 technology grant, which is pretty sweet.
That's awesome.
Nice.
Yes. Okay, so if doodle is a funny word to you, what about the term fubbing?
Fubbing.
Yeah.
Fubbing.
So
Are we
it's
allowed
probably-
to use that on the radio?
It's something Stoney does. I mean, I think.
Twice in one night.
And it's trending again online, and it's basically because people cannot stay off their phones. It's when you, well, I don't know if you're intentionally doing it, but it's when you snub the person you're hanging out with because you're looking at your phone.
I've done that.
so
I've done that.
I think we've all
PH
done that.
fubbing.
Yes, it is. It sure is. We've all done that. We're all, I mean, I would imagine, because I notice it sometimes. I'm sitting in the same room as my husband, and he's chatting with me, and I'm scrolling on social media.
That's why I thought you would respond to me when I texted you yesterday.
I did respond to you.
Yeah, like 5 hours later.
That's
I'm like,
how it works.
she talks about scrolling on her phones all the time.
I was actually napping, which is why I didn't respond.
Good for you.
Yeah, I know. So there is many ways you can avoid being a fubber. You can put your phone out of sight when you're with someone, and that means like not even on the dinner table when you're eating with them. Put it away so no one can see it. Set some small boundaries at first, like what I said, putting phones away during meals or certain hours of the day, and then be honest about it. If you're going to be on your phone, let the person know, hey, I'm just checking this, this, and this. I'll be done in a moment, and then put your phone away.
Yeah. Please stop talking. I can only concentrate on one thing at a time.
Yes. Let's see, what else do I got? Cade Cunningham, great news, will be eligible for end-of-season awards, including MVP and All-NBA teams, following a successful appeal. So despite falling short of the required 65-game minimum by playing 64 games. Obviously, that was due to his collapsed lung he was dealing with. The NBA and NBA Players Association deemed that his situation was an extraordinary circumstance. So they've allowed it, along with Lakers guard Luka Doncic as well, had his appeal approved. Timberwolves guard Anthony Edwards did not have his appeal approved.
Losing cabin pressure in your lung seems like a legitimate excuse.
Yes, absolutely. All right. I'm glad to see that they, negotiated that too.
Yes.
Absolutely. Between both sides, the players and the teams. All right. Our telephone number, 248-539-9797. It wouldn't be Friday without a trip to the cookie jar, 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be right there at the top of your list. And I've seen the Ram side by side with the competition. I've driven a Ram. And the Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are phenomenal. For power, we'll start there. Not much of a competition. You can choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And for the competition, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? Try passing some with a 4-banger, or, hey, maybe even try towing something. Not going to happen. The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, and for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram has a 5-link coil suspension, and all it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. It's simple. All you got to do is pull into your Ram dealer today. When you walk through the doors, tell them I sent you.
10-9. Wow.
Beautiful.
Begin the road trip in Boston. 4 games with the Red Sox.
Mm-hmm.
Tonight, right here on 97.1. If you want to watch the game, it's on Apple TV. Just PSA for you out there. We have some texts on the cookie jar. Good morning. I'm shocked Stoney didn't mention in the cookie jar discussion sleeping with his sister. That's from Chuck B.
Always comes back to square one.
Let me tell you something.
Has she responded today?
I don't know. I told her
I want you to look at it now.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't want you to start fubbing now.
All right.
Exactly.
Does a threesome count as a twofer? Wow, that's a great question. No, I don't think so. That has its own
They're two different things.
Elite category.
Yeah, but technically it does. I mean, it would be a twofer.
Yeah,
the
but
three
it's
is supposed to be
different.
at the same time.
Right. Yes, exactly.
Please move on.
Yeah, but you're one of them. Ideally, you're one of them.
Well, yeah.
And there's 2.
All right, could you answer that question?
What?
Have you ever threesome?
No.
Is that a no, or you're not going to answer?
That's
No,
gotta be
I-
a drop.
I'm a no. Stoney's story is prime example of our double standards in society. It is awesome when a guy pulls it off, but downright disgusting if a woman did. LOL. There has been talk about, like, with the Diana Rossini thing, if it was like, Adam Schefter and some female executive or something. But there is a double standard.
Who's
There's no doubt.
The women's coach that was with the Spurs.
Oh, Becky Hammond.
Yeah, Adam Schefter and Becky Hammond. Sorry.
I can't comment because there's something I would have to edit, so I'm not going to say anything.
What's that?
No.
I can always get to say a version of it.
Never mind.
Come on.
You always get me in trouble. You do. You get me in trouble. I think you'd have a better chance of, I don't know, somebody pick your, I don't know, never mind.
What is happening?
Holly, you'd have a better chance of Holly Rowe with Becky Hammond than you would with Schefter.
Boy,
I'll leave
okay,
it-
just-
okay?
She plays for the same team. You could have just said that.
I know.
And that would have worked because it includes sports.
That's true. And beware of loud soup chomping.
Yeah, it's your warning label.
Yeah, my warning label with the soup.
Yeah.
It is annoying the way you chew and how loud it is.
Oh, I know. Believe me, I've been told. I go to different rooms in the house when I eat dinner with my family.
Well, I did the same thing at work
When I
back in
eat
the day.
dinner with my family.
Yeah, he's in the kitchen.
He's in the basement.
Because I don't want to piss them off. And I say, yeah, I always tell my kids, deal with it. If that's the worst thing about your father, that's okay.
Yes, I would.
He's kind of a slob, but he chews loud.
Yeah, there's only one option. If you're not that annoyed, then you leave.
Yeah, well.
I just can't believe you can't self-correct this.
I try at times. I really do.
Maybe you should get hypnotized like you did with the cigarettes.
I never,
Whatever it was.
Did you
I never
get-
got
did you get
hypnotized.
hypnotized?
No, I got like my earlobe lasered.
You got zapped.
Yes. I went to Windsor.
What, they put a dog collar on you?
No.
Yeah. I want to smoke.
The electric fence to go outside.
Yeah. And the bag of smokes just on the other side of that fence.
Yeah.
How many zaps did it take?
So, John, what's the weather going to be like that for that spring game tomorrow?
I don't know. I mean, I know today's going to be beautiful. Tomorrow seems like a long ways away.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll tell you here in just a moment. See how fast our connection is here.
You
Apparently
and Doug
not
be
very
doing the
fast.
game somewhere? In Tucson?
Yes, we will
Okay.
be. We'll be doing the game from the big house.
Yeah.
And so it appears like it's going to be nice weather.
Well, good.
We got a little rain in the morning, and then kickoff is at 2:00. Rain clears up at noon.
What time's Michigan State's spring game?
Theirs is at noon.
Okay, so at least they're. I just thought it was really stupid to have it the same day. Because they always.
Why? You think one fan base is going to go to the other?
No, but as far as media attention and things like that, why do it the same
Well, I
day?
mean, I think it still revolves around broadcast. I believe the
do with
Big
the
Ten
Big Ten.
Network
Okay.
is airing, and they're probably airing both games. So one will air at noon, the other one will air at 2.
What do you expect from? He's a fan of both.
Well,
Exactly.
well, I
Yeah,
don't.
well,
hate,
it's,
I don't,
it's,
hate, I don't hate
it's not Michigan
State.
State basketball. They're not
No,
playing tomorrow, are they?
No. Doug Karsh is in the studio, and so is Gator. Hey, Doug, did you realize that your broadcast partner during football games has no idea what your touchdown call was
No,
or
I'm not
is?
surprised. It'd be you'd be amazed at how much is going on.
That's what I kept trying to tell him.
Yeah.
He's like, how do you not? Because I
was aghast.
He did his touchdown call, and I told him, I said, maybe you should just, the way he did it, switch it to touchdown Michigan.
I said touchdown Wolverines. If John was going to be the,
I say Wolverines a lot. It
yes,
varies
you
every
do,
year,
you
but I
do. But
say
usually, that's usually your call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And well, the deal was I wondered if John
it's not
would accept Ward Manuel's invitation to coach the Michigan's women's
He's got
flag football
experience.
team.
Yeah,
right.
He's got experience.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
So I just got to tell a quick story. You know, I'm driving into work and the phone rings and it's my wife.
Uh-huh.
Stoney's talking about missing his days in D.C.
Oh, yes.
And I'm like, Stoney.
I love you, Sue Karsh.
Yeah.
We're just dying laughing at the story that Stoney told about.
The twofer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Leaving one person after the relations, going to the bar and
Right,
meeting up with
yeah.
another for more relations.
That wasn't the intent, though, to go to the.
So, but Stoney shows pictures of him back in that era.
Yeah.
I mean, he is peak, like 3/4 jersey, with a number 76 on the front, the Raglan shirt, like Leif Garrett look. I mean,
very
he
preppy.
You could totally see him in the 70s, just
yeah.
crushing it.
With an amazing fro.
With the Jew fro. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
With your game face on.
Yes. By the way, John and I will be at the Planet Fitness in Troy tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow morning.
Yes. Judging dancing.
Yes.
You're not getting swole before the go get a glaze on.
Yeah.
Get a workout in before you do the spring game.
I mean, I like to think I kind of walk around that way.
John, you're on one of the rosters.
What's that?
You're on one of the rosters.
I am on a roster. I'm on a blue roster.
Yeah. if they
Let's
lose-
go blue.
Have a great weekend. 97.1.
Scott,
Doug,
today is a Friday. Hell yeah.
are you fired up?
I'm fired up. I'm fired up. I know you're fired up. You're always fired up on Fridays. Friday Gator's a great game.
At some point, I'm going to get fired up. I'm not fired up just yet, but it gets.
How is that possible? What has happened to you?
Because I'm frazzled. We're starting the show, and you know how it is. And here, I'm never ready to go because we don't have the same amount of time that the other shows do in between shows.
Handoff. The handoff is quick here. Yeah, it's all right.
So
You'll be fine. I don't have high expectations for you the first few minutes anyway.
That's good to know. That's excellent to know. Thank you so much.
No, you good? How was your Thursday? How about that Tiger game, huh?
That Tiger game was so great in so many ways. I was loving it. Sitting on the chair watching it. I had to get back home, so I didn't stay at the stadium once we were done with the show and turned it over to it. And then you have the delay, and I was laughing when I was driving from the stadium to my house. I'm on the lodge, and Dan Dickerson brings it back from break, and Kato Montero is throwing his pitches, and Dan's like, "Well, what do we got here? No umpire? Okay, no umpire." And they're like, "Well, I don't know how long it's going to be, but Kato Montero's been out there for 5 minutes now and still don't have an umpire." And I'm just laughing because I'm like, there's only one reason that there's no umpire. Well, it could be that, or plumbing issues of some kind, So he eventually comes back and they play the game, whatever. And I come home watching the game, and then they start flipping around a little bit, come back, and get the Kansas City comes back in a big way. Got the rain delay, and there's another delay where the umpire is gone. And now I'm really laughing out loud because this is wild. And everybody's trying to make it seem like it's not some sort of, okay, he's got an issue. Maybe the umpire just work with a different crew. Have somebody else take over home, and you can go with the 3 umpires. You don't need the 4th. Let the guy have his time in the bathroom to do what he's got to do. But it's kind of funny to me, and because I'm a child, and sometimes, when you can make bathroom jokes, you're going to laugh about it. And the guy eventually comes out of the dugout, and he does the home run sign, let's go, let's go, let's get out there. And I'm like, if I was one of the umpires, I'm like, hold on, you all right? Are you sure you're okay? Are you good to go? Because you were gone for quite a while. That guy must have destroyed the bathroom.
Or he was sick. Did they even?
I'm guessing it had to be both. My mind goes to the other side too, quickly, because it's funnier. Funnier than just barf. If you're barfing, get out of there. Stay away. Frankly, if you've got a case of the runs, you should probably stay away too. So they go into their version again of the rain delay questions on TV, like we did on the radio yesterday.
We stole it from them. Let's be clear.
Absolutely, 100%.
Well, the whole credit them is
So they do the rain delay questions, and at some point, I love Andy Dirks. Andy Dirks is so entertaining.
He's really good.
And at some point, Dirks just runs with the bathroom humor or whatever, and starts asking Benetti if he's ever been in a situation like that. And Benetti said, "Well, one time I was doing a basketball game, and I had to, I was running. I had to make sure I had enough room between me and in the bathroom, and how long was a commercial break and all this stuff. And we can all relate because it's our business. And I'm sure there have been times both of us. Well, we know there have been times that both of us, one of each of us, has had to miss the start of a segment because we had a situation brewing. Yeah, we've talked about it, and it's kind of funny when it gets that way. But
everybody has it.
Dirks was not letting it go, and he wanted details from Benetti, and it was just like Dirks said. Did you have to? Were the undergarments okay? I lost it.
Well, there's a Scott Van Pelt line that there are 2 kinds of men on this planet. There's ones that admit that they have, and there's ones that are liars.
Right, 100%. So it was a funny situation to me, and then the game ends the way that it ends with the Tigers. I mean, they get down 8-6. They get 1 run because McGonigal hits a triple, and then it comes home on a sac fly, and then they give up a run to make it 9-7, and they come up with the 3 runs in the 9th inning. Was just fantastic. Riley Green delivering with a 2-run double right down the line at first base. McGonigal scoring from first base with ease. Kid's got wheels, man. He can absolutely fly, which is great.
He's so good.
He is.
He's so good.
He's great. And then Colt Keith delivers a base hit to right field. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, if you're going to have a base hit, don't hit it to right field because Caglione has a cannon.
Absolute cannon.
But because it's 2 outs, run on contact as soon as the ball is hit, Riley Green's off and running, and he was going to make it. And the throw still, that was a bullet from right field that if it were, probably 80% of the rest of the roster, they would have been thrown out. But Riley Green has enough wheels and he got home.
Yeah, I don't know if it was 80%, but I will tell you this. I thought back to our guy that we quote every once in a while, George Blaha. There are wins, and then there are wins, and that was one of them.
That was a win.
That was a hell of a win. A lead they never should have gave up, but they did. My bullpen that needs some changes. I think the bullpen has a chance to be extraordinarily good, but there might be 1 or 2 guys that need to get phased out here a little bit. But at the end of the day. They found a way. They found a way in the end to get the win, and McGonigal was a big part of it. Good to see bats coming through like Riley Green.
Yeah, Torkelson had a couple of hits and looked good, and everybody delivering. Dylan Dingler had a double, a home run, and then probably could have had another double or triple, but that ball was chased down in center field. A hell of a catch by the center field.
Yep, and Cole Keith coming through in the end. Like there was a lot to like about the everyday lineup on a day where the pitching wasn't there. And the Tigers now swept back-to-back series. Puts them in a very, very a good place going into the weekend and a much better place than a week ago. I mean, look, we advised, as I like to say, fans, you have every reason to feel the way you feel. Your feelings are authentic and they are yours. But the panic farmers were out in full force jamming our phone lines a week ago. And gave all the reasons why it was too early to panic. It's also too early to start doing victory laps. And I don't know that we're going to do that today either, but
no, I mean, beat Kansas City, who was 7-9 going into the series. So
they're supposed to be the second best team in the division, according to Vegas going into the year. And Miami, the team they beat last week, is not supposed to be particularly good. There's behaviors that the Tigers will show. They go, okay, that team can compete. And then there's times they act like a team that's not going to compete. And we've seen both of them on full display for days at a time so far this season. It's kind of been a feast or famine type stretches stacked on top of one another.
Well, they completely held Kansas City in check until yesterday. I mean, with Kansas City, it's the first 4 guys in their lineup are the guys that do all the damage. Garcia, Witt, Pasquantino, and Perez. And they had done nothing in the series until yesterday. All 4 guys had hits. All 4 guys drove in runs. Perez had 4 RBIs. Pasquantino had the home run. Bobby Witt Jr. had 3 hits. I mean, those guys did their job. And when they score 9 runs in a baseball game and lose, how demoralizing is that? I mean, you score 9. What's the number you feel really confident you're going to win? Is it 6?
For the Tigers?
For any team in baseball. I mean, you score 6 runs, you're like, we got this.
I'm not even 5. But yeah, you should win most games.
And the Tigers had this 6-1 lead.
They're up 6-1. I mean, it was funny because the way that game was trending early on, it was 1-1, and then the Tigers exploded. And I think it was Benetti made the comment, if the Tigers win this game 2-1, it'll be the first time in their history that they win a 3-game series with all 3 games being 2-1. Well, it didn't turn out to be merely 2-1. It was 10-9 when it was all said and done. And that game got drunk in the second half of it, and you had rain delays, and I don't know how many people out there.
Bathroom delays.
The start of the game was delayed, and then there was a rain delay during it, and then there was an umpire delay. If you were at Comerica from first pitch through to the end, and prior to first pitch, scheduled first pitch through to the end. That's a Warrior type day. Good for you.
It was, and it was something Colt Keith acknowledged afterwards when he was being interviewed on the field, and he said, you look at the end here, and this is not an empty stadium. I mean, it's not like it was packed with people, but there were still fans that were there that did brave it. So good for those people.
If you were there, and you were there from 1 o'clock until that game ended, love to hear from you about because you get into these situations where it's a quest. I'm not leaving. It's like the 10:30 face-off in the postseason for the Red Wings back in the day. The quest. Not leaving.
You still do the quest?
Well, I did with the Michigan-Denver Frozen Four game. It went till 12:54 in the morning.
I mean, that's.
I still got the Quest in my back pocket. It's still in my game. I got that club in my
Yeah,
back.
if that game had been played in December, would you have had that Quest?
Of course. Of course I would have.
Yeah, not a shot in hell.
248-539-9797. We're looking for you Warriors that did the whole thing. You were in Comerica Park from before first pitch till it ended. It's Carson Anderson. And look, if you were listening to this show a week ago, first of all, thank you. But the panic farming that was going on, we can balance out the coverage and have a little, we can do a little victory lap. This is at least a victory lap as to why you shouldn't have panicked. It doesn't mean they're going to win the World Series yet, clearly. But if you were kind of scoffing at the calls last week, feel free to call up and tell us about it. 248-539-9797. Hey, look, I know the Bernstein family personally, so I know this. They are a firm that in Michigan that demands respect. For 50 years, they've fought and won for their clients. If you want a firm that respects you and your case, there's only one option. 1-800-CALL-SAM.
Welcome back to Carson Anderson here on 97.1. No, Doug was not in the bathroom. We talked about that last segment.
Yeah, sorry. 248-539-9797. Let's get right to your phone calls. Mary, you're on 97.1. Hello, Mary.
Hi, how are you today?
Great.
Good. Yes, we were there from start to finish. We got there around noon and left at the end of the game, so it was great.
You completed the quest.
It was. It was my birthday, so it was
nice.
I wouldn't have had it any other way. It was it was a fun time. So.
So throughout the day, was there any thought of leaving? Did you see people leaving? Because it turned out to be just so worth it to stick around.
Yeah, when it started, when it was that rain delay around the, I think, 6th or 7th inning, then people were kind of leaving, but a lot of people stayed and were still watching, and who wants to walk out in that rain? So we were undercover, having a good time.
Totally worth it. Totally worth it.
Yes. Yep. Great game.
Great scene, too. Mary, thanks for sharing. 248-539-9797. Like, you get to the point where you've been there longer than you expect, and you start to, forage for food. I wasn't planning on eating here, but I will.
All right, I'll have the nacho. Is that what you would say, Doug?
Exactly. A cave.
Go with the pump cheese.
You might have been thinking, yeah.
Extra jalapenos.
Pump cheese, yeah. But yes, I'd find something. And so would you. And eventually you get those almonds. They just smell too good. And maybe I shouldn't have done that. Or you get, let's face it, or you get I'll have another beer.
Well, delays you can, but past a certain inning you can't. That's the tricky part.
Yeah. You got to see the delay coming. Pre-plan for the delay.
Well, I knew it was coming based on what was going on in my house. I'm like, this is not going to go on much longer.
No, but what a good win. What an exciting win. And if you were there the whole time. In the meantime, Cater Montero is an interesting asset. He's a guy that's going to be your swing pitcher, it looks like. And he's a guy that feels like you can trust. Ish. He's a guy that, yesterday was cruising, and then it all kind of started to unravel for him. But I like Cater Montero in his role.
I think in his role, he's great. Mm-hmm. If you're counting on him to make 30-something starts in a season, I think that's a recipe for disaster. I think this is a guy who knows his role. He's like a backup quarterback.
Yeah.
If you get a good backup quarterback, it's great because they can keep the ship afloat while the starter is trying to get healthy. If he's got to do it for more than half a season, then you're like, eh.
He was getting tired in that game, and then the bullpen didn't do him any favors.
No.
And the Drew Anderson, I'll just call it what it is. I was encouraged. I shouldn't have been.
Well, it's okay.
TikTok. And refreshing the waiver wire.
Right, but this is one of those things where this is why fans maybe need to calm down when they say, well, let him pitch the next inning. Should Montero pitch the next inning?
Well, he came in and he gave up 2 hits, and then they went to Drew Anderson, and it exploded. But what do you mean by...
Because he pitched 6 great innings.
You mean he shouldn't have started the next inning?
That's correct.
He should... was a single and a double. I think he gave up before he got pulled.
Whether he should have or not, this is why I think that people should just defer to A.J. Hinch, right? I'm not saying A.J. Hinch was listening to people and say, let him pitch. He's only thrown 81 through with 6 or whatever. But these are some of those things that go in the debate in your mind of how much longer am I going to leave a guy in there. And unfortunately for Cater Montero, those 2 hits led to runs, and it's unfortunate because then it kind of wrecks what looked like an outstanding outing for him.
It was going well, right?
Yeah.
It was going well, and then
and they're going to have to count on him for a little bit longer because Justin Verlander is not ready to come back. Apparently, they say it's not a setback as he's trying to heal up from this hip issue he's got.
But
it's also he's progressing slower than they thought he was.
Yeah.
Or would.
Yeah.
So he'll make a couple more starts, sounds like.
Mm-hmm. So
Montero will.
Yeah. Colt Keith, Dylan Dingler. These are young bats. These are guys that were important pieces last year. Are these guys, is this indicative of them taking big steps forward this year? Are Colt Keith and Dylan Dingler establishing themselves as still young players who get out the pen and write their name in the lineup card for the next 5-6 years?
I sure hope so. I mean, when they drafted Dylan Dingler, when you looked at his resume at Ohio State, like, okay, this good frame. This is a guy that maybe has something, and in his limited Tiger career so far and prior to this year, he shows the ability of being a guy who's got that extra base power and has a pretty good command of the strike zone. And oh, by the way, he's a Gold Glove winner defensively.
Yeah.
So that's huge. You got a guy who's 2 years in the league and he's a Gold Glove winner. That's impressive. And then to see how he started off this year, he's hitting 283, but his slugging is 566. He's got the 4 home runs to lead the team, and he's just he looks like he is danger for the opposition. Now they got to worry about him. If thankfully they have him, because guys like Torkelson and Green, and they're not hitting the ball out of the park with regularity yet. Good to see Spencer Torkelson with a couple hits yesterday, including a double. The Tigers had like 7 doubles yesterday, which is kind of nuts. Or was it 5 doubles, I guess? But it's a lot of extra base hits that they had. But Dylan Dingler is leading the way for this team. They've got 3 guys that have been very consistent so far, with Dingler, McGonigal, and Colt Keith. And another guy in Gleyber Torres who's just consistently getting on base with his walks. And for that matter, so is Torkelson. Even Torkelson's not getting the hits, he's getting on base.
Yep. Here's some feedback coming in from Roy, somewhere in Michigan. Roy writes in, okay, I wasn't at the game, but can I get half Warrior credit for watching the entire game at work on my phone and avoiding my boss?
Oh, you get credit for that.
That's awesome.
You avoid the boss.
Well done. From Alan, Shelby Township, great show, guys. Watch the entire game from home with my father-in-law, who's having some elderly memory health issues. We were laughing at the rally caps towards the end of the game, and he got a kick out of the little kid. The rally caps worked. McGonigal's going to be fun to watch, and go Tigers. He is fun to watch.
Yes.
Like we got one. We get to participate in the rookie phenom thing now. It's strongly starting to look like. From an unnamed texter, hard pass on Anderson, please. He's a total weakness on this team in the bullpen. Can't really argue that. And I'm not sure how many more opportunities he gets.
Well, if someone emerges in Toledo that shows that they've got the stuff that can come on up and give them an inning or two at a time. I mean, Anderson was stretched out to start this year and ended up not being a starter. So if that's still the role, he's kind of long relief guy.
Yeah.
If you can find somebody else, find somebody else. I don't think anybody's going to be crying about that. It's not like he's got this pedigree of being a great major league pitcher.
Nope. 248-539-9797. All right, let's talk some NFL draft. We'll do the Lions aggregate draft thingy next. Got some Piston stuff we'll get to throughout the day. We got an Are You Going to Eat That in the noon hour. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
All this rain we're getting is turning a lawn green, which is awesome, but you want it to stay green, so do the right thing. Call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number, and you get green and stay green and save green when you prepay. You call by the end of the month, you're going to get the early bird discount. And Natural Way's been around serving Michigan since 1990. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee, and it's a company that I've used in my house for nearly a dozen years. I love how my lawn looks. And if you're tired of fighting weeds and watching your grass thin every single summer, you got to understand that great lawns don't happen by accident. You need the right timing and the right program. Natural Way offers a full menu of services to accomplish your dream lawn. Give them a call today because it's easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix a problem. Early treatments, they set the tone for the entire season and for a limited time only. If you purchase a full lawn program, you're going to get free grub control when you mention my name, Gator, and the station 97.1. Call right now, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1, Tigers in Boston for the weekend. 4-game series today, tomorrow, Sunday. And Monday, they're in the marathon game, the Patriots Day game, which starts at 11 a.m. So get your champ and chump votes in quick on Monday. Maybe
quick.
Either quick or if the game's quick, you'll hear us. This would be a weird one. We could be the wraparound coverage. We could be pre-Tiger game and post-Tiger game, which would be a first for us. We'll see if it happens. Let's talk some NFL. It's time for the Detroit Lions draft news aggregate thingy, where we take all the latest reporting on the NFL draft and anything that has to do with the Lions, put it all in one place. That is right here, right now. And we'll start with this. ESPN put together a list of the biggest steals of day 2. For the Lions, who would be the biggest steal that they could find on day 2 of the draft at 50?
Doug, I may be stealing your thunder here, but the way that I look at it, the steal, if this guy slips to 50 and he's there, I know that we're going to have to lay down a tarp in the studio and that you're going to be wearing parachute pants for a long time. But Jacob Rodriguez, the linebacker from Texas Tech, he is a fly around the field kind of tackling machine with a flair for knocking the ball loose. That is a guy that fits in anybody's defense and would make the Lions' defense better from day one. If Jacob Rodriguez is there at 50, I think we're all going to be screaming, run to the phone and make that selection to make him a Detroit Lion. Jacob Rodriguez, a linebacker, Texas Tech at 50 would be the steal.
Eyes on your own paper, man. Kang, who you got?
I've got a guy who's underrated. I hope drops in the Lions at 50. I've got a guy that most people are not going to be happy with. I think and it's because of position, but I got defensive tackle from Florida, Caleb Banks. Right, so he could be a late first round pick, second round pick, maybe fall to 50. I think he's a guy that you got to watch out for the Lions keeping their eye on him because right now defensive tackle, obviously they have Aleem McNeil and they have Tyleik Williams, the first rounder from last year. No DJ Reader, didn't bring back Leroy Lopez. I think they're still thin at that spot, and they know it. They want guys that can rotate in and out. He's a big frame, versatile, heavy hands, really strong, right? And Caleb Banks would be a solid pick at 50 if he falls to them.
Yeah, it's funny because obviously I do like Rodriguez. I've seen more mocks. Well, I'll just say this. I'll add a couple more to that, and that is one is Max Hanicher and the other's Caleb Lomu. And I'm not. If you look at my personal big board at 17, the idea of getting a starting tackle potential guy, a guy that can at least battle with Larry Borum for the other tackle spot, and I think both Hanicher and Lomu have that second round. And there are many mocks where they're in the first round, but it feels like more and more they're in the second round. And
you're a Messidor guy in the first round anyway.
Bingo. So to me, I guess I would add the 2 tackles to the list, but. The second round talent is there, which is the trade back option to add another pick to maybe somehow get into the second round again.
Kang,
so attractive.
If Jacob Rodriguez is there at 50 and the Lions select him, you know what we're going to have to ask Doug on a daily basis? Why are you so sweaty?
Oh, God, because he's doing karate in the garage.
Next up, the Lions.
Watching Cops.
The Lions Twitter account did something very interesting in the last 24 hours. They tweeted out the last 10 picks at 17 of the draft. They include cornerback Christian Gonzalez, second-team All-Pro. Wide receiver CeeDee Lamb, All-Pro. Derwin James, All-Pro. Dexter Lawrence, second-team All-Pro. And there were other players mixed in there. Should we be more excited about 17 than we are, or is this just a coincidence?
I think it's probably just a coincidence, but I'm excited about 17 based on just different mock drafts and how we look at it and what we think would be appropriate for the Lions. There are a number of players that they could select at 17 that I'd be just thrilled with. So I get it. I think they're going to end up getting a starter at 17, or at the very least, they'll get somebody who will compete for the starting job immediately, which is kind of all you can ask for. Every year, teams have different needs, different approaches to the draft, so it always, it allows some really talented players to kind of slide based on what other teams are going. You get a run on a certain position group, and it's not the position group you're looking at or the guy that you're looking at. all of a sudden that player becomes available. And this happens all the time. So in some years you just have drafts that are totally stocked with high-end talent. Should I be excited about 17? Yeah, I'm excited about 17. I think they're going to get a really good player there.
Kang?
I don't think it's a coincidence. I think 17 is a solid pick, and a lot of good players are taking there because it ends up being BPA a lot of times, because 17 is a spot where all the high-end talent is gone in the first 10 picks, right? So after that point, it's like, well, who's just the best player available? Maybe you don't have to focus on need as much. I think we should be a lot more excited. I think 17 is a solid spot to take a really good player.
So here's the way I look at it. It is a coincidence that a bunch of all-pro players went at 17, but it's not a coincidence that all-pro players are on the board at 17. For example, the year CeeDee Lamb went 17, Justin Jefferson went 5 picks later. The year Dexter Lawrence went 17, Jeffrey Simmons, another all-pro defensive tackle, went 2 picks later. There are going to be guys on the board. And there always are. It's up to Holmes to find them. And I don't think it has anything to do with 17, although your argument's interesting, Kang, because of sort of the teams that are picking there are usually pretty decent and the talent that's off the board. But so they go BPA. But at the end of the day, it's just evidence that 17 is a great spot to find a great player. So is probably 18, 19, 20. I think it just further exemplifies that there's plenty of talent on the board.
I'm glad they're not picking in the 20s. But if they were to trade and get a pick in the 20s, I'd be okay with that too. But the guy they can get at 17, I think is going to be a really good player.
The only thing that sucks this year's guys is it's not a deep quarterback draft that pushes a lot of position players down, So we'll see what happens this year.
Okay, next up, there's more reporting today on Jermod McCoy. Daniel Jeremiah on a conference call yesterday said he thinks the Lions are going to go Freeling or Proctor, one of the tackles at 17. But said if they're gone, Jermod McCoy is what he's hearing. Now, he also admitted he doesn't hear it from Lions sources because the Lions actually are really keep information in-house, but he hears it from other NFL sources that have a chance to get to the Lions. So he asks other teams what they're hearing about the Lions. So the McCoy talk appears to be real. And while the speed is back, Daniel Jeremiah mentioned the lateral movement and change of direction isn't back. Is that enough to say I'll pass?
No. It's not. We're in April, and the guy is already running in the 4.3 range, right? The lateral movement is going to come back with time. Now, I can't tell you when it's going to come back, but if the guy's already running in the 4.3 range and he's got the vertical leap of near 40 inches, athletically, he'll be just fine. He'll be ready to start the season, and I expect that lateral movement comes back. It's an instinctive position. This is a guy who clearly has the instincts to play. If he didn't get hurt, everybody was saying that he was tracking in the same direction that Stingley was, and other great defensive backs heading into the draft, and how heralded they have been. If this guy wasn't hurt, everybody's saying he would have been a top 10 pick. So he got hurt, sat out a long time, by the way. Could have come back last year, decided to stay out and just heal up. Absolutely. If he's there at 17 and there were some offensive linemen that were off the board, yeah, I would consider him 100%.
Kang, you?
I'll pass. Here's the thing. His talent's so good, guys, that he might have been the number 1 cornerback taken last year if he was draft eligible. Obviously, he wasn't, and then he got hurt. And the only reason he might be available for the Lions is because of the injury. For me, I got to take a higher floor guy. I just think that the Lions aren't in a position to take that type of chance right now. I don't like drafting a guy who might have a degenerative knee, apparently, according to some sources. So as much as the talent could be there, I'm not taking that chance. I think you go a different direction with a player you feel safer about.
Yeah, I'm not afraid at all of taking injured players, but I think I'm going to pass on McCoy as well. And the reason is there's just too much uncertainty there. If he could prove that the lateral movement's going to come back, no problem, I'd be fine with it. But at this point, with the information available today, if what Jeremiah is hearing is accurate, I don't think the Lions and Brad Holmes are in a position to take a chance like this. He needs to crush the draft and needs to get players. And this probably red flags him for me. But it's a risk reward type of deal. But I think he's got to kill this draft, and so I don't think I would take that chance. All right, final thing, your wish list. Top 3 prospects at 17 that you have seen on the board for the Lions. So obviously you were not going to say, Sonny Styles, Arvell Reese, and Caleb Downs.
Right.
Why'd I go Ohio State?
You went all Ohio State. Well, 'cause you can't go wrong.
Your wish list, your top 3 at 17, 1, 2, and 3. What does your big board look like?
Number 1 is Monroe Freeling, the big offensive tackle. I want him badly. He's got all the size. The only knock on Monroe Freeling is that he didn't start for like 4 years, right? But when he started, he was awfully good. There's a lot to like with him, and the body frame is probably number 1. And then you look at the film and see he was just dominant and kind of relentless. He's number 1. Number 2 for me is the guard from Penn State, Bengai Onye. I love this guy. I think he's a stud, and he might be 1B. Like Freeling is 1A, he's 1B. I'm not sure which one I'd rather have. I think there's more of a need for the Lions at tackle, so that's why I look at tackle. But Ionye is somebody that if he's there and Freeling is off the board, I can't pass on him. He's too good of a guy and would solidify the middle of that Lions offensive line for at least the next 3 years until Cade Mace's contract is up. But I can perhaps find his replacement later in the draft, which might be a conversation for later next week. Number 3 for me is Akeem Messidor, the edge rusher from Miami. I'm a huge fan of his. I know you are too, Doug. I think Kang is as well. We all like what this guy does. He's got great size for that position, great production at that position. Yes, he's older. I don't care. It just means he's physically ready to go, plug and play on the opposite side of Aiden Hutchinson right now, and that defense is good to go.
Kang, you?
It's a tough one for me, Doug, because I'm not truly really in love with anyone at 15 right now. It's very fluid for me still. But if you're asking me right now, I'd have to rank Freeling number 1 as well. Gator just has athleticism for a tackle is just through the roof. Second one, guys, you can exit if you don't think he would be available. I got Fanu. I just think that a tackle is that important that my first 2 guys are tackles. Third, Messidor. If I can't get one of my top 2 tackles, Messidor is the guy I want. Like I was saying, plug and play, older guy, but that means he's just more ready mentally and physically.
Yeah, okay, so my list is 1, Akeem Messidor, and I think he is, for them, if he's on the board, one of the more sure things in this draft. 2, Olavenga Ione, the guard from Penn State. He's an absolute house in the middle of your offensive line, and he'll bully over and run blocking. And 3 is Caden Proctor, the tackle from Alabama. The size and the athleticism, I cannot pass on.
King, he didn't say Monroe Freeling.
No, I think if I were to bet what the Lions board is, I bet Monroe Freeling's number 1. But this is my board.
I know,
right?
I understand.
So I think Monroe Freeling checks all their boxes. And I don't like Brad Holmes.
But you think Caden Proctor is?
I would take Caden Proctor.
Yeah.
It's not what I think.
I understand. I'm looking at you, Doug Karsh.
Yeah, I think that Holmes guy is overrated. I say facetiously.
Yes.
There it is. The draft aggregate blitz thingy. You want to keep going? Any of those questions? Feel free to answer them at 248-539-9797. We got some Tiger feedback to get caught up on. If you send a text, there's a good chance we're going to read it. And Piston question right around the corner as well. Here on Karsh and Anderson on 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsh for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Spring into savings with low payments on a 2026 Chevy Trailblazer. Pay just $249 a month for 36 months on a Trailblazer LT front-wheel drive with $19.99 down, $249 a month. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH, or saysarah.com. With GM employee discount, Chevy lease loyalty in the household, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. Together, let's drive. All right, let's get caught up on a bunch of texts. Thank you for sending your text to 248-539-9797. We do phone calls as well, of course. Plus comments on the Twitch feed, YouTube, get read on the air. So if you want to watch the show, go to twitch.tv, youtube.com. There's a streaming chat that you can participate in, and we will rip comments off of there and read them on the air. And our Twitter page, at DougAndGator971. This is regarding the Tigers. Honestly, what if Montero was in Drew Anderson's role? Longer relief when needed, but can also come in later in the game and give you a shutdown inning as well.
Well, if Verlander comes back to the rotation and proves that he's worthy of staying in the rotation, I think that's an easy move to make.
Mm-hmm. It's certainly something that would be under consideration. I wonder if they're talking about in any way if Anderson gets one more shot, two more shots, three more shots, or if they're already looking for solutions out of Toledo.
I would think that it's still so early in the season. I'm sure there are some analytics that back up why they still believe in him and want to give him more of a chance. And, let's see what different teams, different strengths and weaknesses, whatever. I don't think that they're in any hurry. I mean, look, despite his struggles, they won 6 in a row. So he's got some more time to work on it, I would think. But at the same time, yes, if somebody is emerging from Toledo, which I don't think anybody's emerging from Toledo just yet, then of course you can make a move. I think what the texter said was probably spot on. And that is using Montero in that role.
Yep.
But that's you have to get Verlander back.
Next text from Nate. It was a vacation day, and I pulled my 3 boys, 12, 10, and 4 years old, from school, second-year family tradition, that we were there from 11:30 till the end of the game. I will remember this day for a very long time and hope they do as well. Each got a game ball from a ball boy. He gets my champ vote. Apparently made the TV in the second inning as my relative shot me text. Ha. I told the boys that after the 3-run knock and the rain delay, never leave a baseball game till the end, as you can win or lose any game in the 9th inning. Last strike, one left for Green, and boom, next bat, game over. Unbelievable, Nate. Nate, that's a core family memory right there. Well done, Dad. And the idea that you told your boys after they hit the home run, Kansas City hit a home run to go up 8-6, then the rain delay immediately, and you told them, we're not leaving because the 9th inning matters.
Right.
And then you got rewarded. Not only did you have a core memory, Nate, you have dad credibility. Those kids are going to quote you for the rest of. You know what? They're going to take their kids to the game, and they're going to say the same thing to their kids, and they're going to cite what happened on April 16th of 2026 as the reason why.
I feel like I
might be overplaying it a little, but
no, I'm going to lean into it because I want to give myself some credibility. I feel like I got some uncle credibility and some brother and son credibility years ago when we were I took my brother, my father, and my nephew to the Tigers game. Was it against the Red Sox? I forget who it was against, but it was the game where JD Martinez had come back after being out for a while.
Yes, first at bat.
Yeah, and when he steps into the batter's box, I'm like, all right. And I told my family, I said, look, he's been out for a while, but this guy is big time, man. This is a great situation. And then he hits the home run, and the look on a couple of their faces anyway was like, yeah, that's right.
Look at you.
That's right.
Yeah.
This guy over here.
Well done.
Yeah.
Unnamed texter, Anderson is a mud hen at best. There's a reason he was in Korea. Well, we're getting plenty of data that would support that.
Okay, I'm not sure this is the hole in the game for Scott Harris, or if this is overconfidence, or if it's just, low risk, high reward type stuff that they do. But they've taken chances on a number of pitchers in particular that they think that they can work back some magic. And they'll try it, and it's worked a couple of times, but I think far number outweighs the good is the bad, unfortunately. That they've taken a lot of chances on guys that have not worked out.
Dave Dombrowski did the same thing. And maybe it happens everywhere that you can't, it's hard to fill out a bullpen with 7 guys that are all reliable. In fact, I think that stands to reason. It's really hard to do, so every team kind of tries to find that diamond in the rough. Gem, he's got this pitch we can work with. Next text. I'm not crazy about Drew Anderson and his role on this team, but I think he should shy away from bringing him in with runners on base. He seems like the kind of guy that's always going to give up those base runners when he comes in. He might be able to work out of his own jams. So you want to see him start an inning.
Start an inning fresh.
Mm-hmm.
Could be.
Unnamed texter, taking an injured player is right up Holmes' alley, guys. Wouldn't be surprised if he took McCoy at 17 and continues his smartest guy in the room style. Okay, so when the McCoy story started to get some legs a couple days ago, I was like, okay, is this a Brad Holmes thing? Or does everybody have to balance injury risk reward? And so I just picked a team that's drafted really well. I picked Philly. Okay? Howie Roseman.
Well, Philly has 8 Pro Bowlers on the current roster drafted by Philadelphia.
Their
Leads the
first-round
NFL.
pick last year, Jahad Campbell, had a season-ending shoulder surgery at Alabama. Cooper DeJean, who they got the draft before, suffered a season-ending broken leg during a practice of his junior year. And before that, Jalen Carter had a season-ending knee injury that cost him to miss a bunch of time in 2022. Like, guys get hurt in college. It's not like Brad Holmes is doing something that others aren't. If you are only going to limit yourself to players that don't get hurt and have never gotten hurt, I think you're limiting, you're putting unnecessary parameters on who you're going to pick. You wouldn't have picked Aiden Hutchinson and you wouldn't have picked Jamison Williams. So, this is one of the best GMs in the league in terms of draft, and another one that does extraordinarily well, that have taken players who have significant injuries.
I think there's a little bit of a difference. I think the difference, you brought up Jahad Campbell was hurt his last year at Alabama. The other guys you brought up were hurt and then came back and played to prove themselves before getting drafted.
And so did Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah, but I don't think nobody was complaining about Aiden Hutchinson when he got drafted. People will complain about the guys that are hurt while they're undergoing the draft. Like we've already recovering from injury. That's where I think the fans get upset, and they also add to it taking chances in free agency on guys that are hurt.
All those guys that got hurt, though, regardless of the timeline, came back and are fine pro players. And so,
but fans haven't seen Jermod McCoy play since he got hurt.
No, they haven't.
So that's why I think some people are going to be like, until you prove it, until you can actually see with your eyes that he's fine, like Hutchinson did.
I mean, I guess
I just think that's a difference. That's all.
I think the idea that if you're going to just say I don't want to take injured players, you just start narrowing down the field of players you have available to you, and it gets pretty slim pretty quick. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback. Got a Piston question we'll get to today at 11:05 as they are gearing up for Sunday's first-round playoff game against another team from the NBA, which will be Orlando or Charlotte. Took me a minute to figure that out yesterday. I was discombobulated, and I got hit in the head. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Lions president Rod Wood was at the Detroit Econ Club yesterday and discussed some offseason topics surrounding the team. With the last year of the rookie deals for the 2023 draft class on the horizon, Wood said the Lions might not even wait until the season begins to re-sign some of the injured guys like Brian Branch and Sam Laporta. Laporta had season-ending back surgery last year, while Branch missed the end of the year with a torn Achilles. It's locker cleanout day for the Red Wings after their season ended Wednesday night down in Florida. Alex DeBrincat spoke to the media today and said the locker room has experienced emotions of frustration and disbelief at Detroit's fall from where they were to where they finished. He called it unacceptable. In other hockey news, the Vancouver Canucks fired GM Patrick Allvin today. The Canucks finished 32nd in the NHL this year after dealing away Quinn Hughes before the deadline. Allvin made the playoffs once in 3 seasons in Vancouver. The Tigers will be right here on 97.1 again tonight after sweeping the Marlins and Royals at home this past week. Tonight, they embark on a 4-game road trip in Boston. Our pregame coverage starts at 6:50 here on 97.1. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so a few things here. One, just to make a point clear, there are 2 separate things. One is, does Brad Holmes have a earned tag of being in love with injured players trying to be the smartest guy in the room? I don't think any more than many other teams. Like, teams have to take chances on. You don't have to, I suppose, but you really narrow the field if you want a perfectly healthy player. And I don't think it's earned. I think many GMs do this because guys come back from injuries. That's one conversation. A totally separate conversation is, would you take Jamal McCoy? And I would not. And the reason I wouldn't is because I don't want to take that risk with a player that hasn't shown lateral movement. If Daniel Jeremiah is factually correct in this specific instance with this specific draft and where this roster is, I would not take that chance.
If you had the team doctor tell you, yes, he is way ahead of schedule, that lateral movement is going to come back real soon. I mean, clearly he's running really well, straightforward with the 4.3 speed. That fully expect him to have the lateral movement by July. Would that change how you feel?
Yeah, and I would want the team doctor to point out, okay, here's an example of players in the past who had the same diagnosis or same injury, where they were at this point in the timeline, and how they recovered. If you could show me all that, which I don't have the team doctor accessibility to it, so we're going with the information available. Yeah, I could be talked into it. Look, I'm not a hard and fast rules guy when it comes to the draft, and I would say, but I also know what I don't know.
Correct.
Which is a big problem with a lot of people today. But in the case, and that's a wider issue, but in the case of Jamal McCoy, if I had a doctor that says, here are 5 examples of the exact same injury at the 11-month mark, or I guess it would be 13th. You heard it in January. So it'd be like the 14-month mark coming back. Here are 5 examples of exactly the same timeline, and these guys all turned out fine. Then I'd be more inclined, yes, to do it. What else do we got here? More Lions feedback. Quarterbacks always get overdrafted. I will shoot the boot guarantee that Ty Simpson gets drafted before the Lions selection. Okay.
Oh.
I don't know who this is because they didn't sign their text. If you sent the text that you will shoot the boot guarantee that Ty Simpson gets drafted before the Lions selection, please send it in and claim it so we know who to shame into actually shooting the boot if it doesn't happen. Next text. The only reason we're not excited about this pick is because we need an offensive tackle or an edge rusher so bad, and we know that we're not going to get one of those positions. You know that? You know that. Because it feels like, and look, I don't have access to the Lions board, but it feels like there's a lot of good tackles and edge rushers that could be on the board at 17, where BPA and need would align. And I don't think Brad Holmes passively sits there and lets the BPAs at the position of need disappear. I think he'll try to move up and align those two things if necessary. So it might not happen at 17, but that's interesting.
It feels like this is a draft where need and BPA will align because they have more needs than they've had in the past. They have a need at tackle. You could argue they've got a need at guard. They certainly have a need at edge rusher. They have a need at safety. They have a need at corner. There's lots of needs on this team. So I don't know what his draft board looks like if he's just ranking players from top to bottom, from 1 to 200. I have no idea where those players fit. Like, how high is Dylan Thieneman on his list? Is he number 10 on his list? Then don't be surprised if they take the safety at 17. I don't know. I don't know where McCoy is at. We know what lots of other pundits feel, what media members feel. But as far as Brad Holmes, nobody knows what Brad Holmes is thinking.
Freeling is a project. RAS score is great and all, but he's not ready to start in the NFL. Ione is the pick. If he's there, don't care that he's a guard. Sauce and Howe. I wouldn't be mad if Vega Ione's the pick.
My number 2.
At all. Mine as well. And look, after watching him, I'm sorry, the guy is a problem in the middle of the offensive line. He is going to be very tough on defensive tackles. He's going to be great in run blocking. In many ways, if I were to look at sure things in the draft, he might be one of the bigger ones that I would put near the top of the list as a sure thing.
Look, they got Ratledge last year in the second round, and Ratledge looks like he's going to be a good guard. I don't know how high his ceiling is, but it looks like he's going to be good. Ionia is supposed to be outstanding. There's a reason he's got a first-round grade, and that some people have him going as high as like 10 or 11. So you're going to, if you get that kind of an upgrade over what you have at left guard, no offense to Christian Mahogany or Miles Frazier or whoever else is competing for that job, if I've got a chance to land this guy, I'm going to try.
248-539-9797. All right, that said we get to some Piston stuff. Pistons will play Eastern Conference first round against Orlando or Charlotte come Sunday night. Question. Are you surprised this game hasn't sold out?
A little bit, but I know how it works. It's you get into April and you've got people that have spent money on trying to get to opening day for the Tigers. You've got people that have spent money watching Michigan make its run in the NCAA tournament in a couple of different sports. Michigan State, the same way. I mean, you start to see that there's some disposable income that has gone away. That being said, I would expect it to be sold out for Sunday.
When time comes. I got the dot matrix map in front of me, and so there's plenty of resale tickets. I would say there's maybe 500, 600 blue dots, which are the seats that haven't sold yet. The buy-in price is $91.80. And that's obviously going to get you upper bowl. It looks like $210 is the lowest price I've been able to find for lower bowl tickets, $210 a piece. But you think back to last year's postseason and what LCA was like. I give the Knicks a ton of credit for being able to come in here and win. The place was chaos. It was absolute chaos. And even the Knicks, when games were over, that was kind of wild.
It was a war.
Yep.
It was a hell of a series.
Yep.
And it's going to be a great atmosphere on Sunday. It's going to be a great atmosphere all the games at LCA. The crowd's going to bring it. The damn Thundersticks are going to be there. We know how loud those are. It's going to be a crazy atmosphere, and it's going to be crazy good. And this year we get a favorable first round matchup. Last year they were the upstart Pistons just trying to get in there, make their move, and I thought they outplayed the Knicks. They didn't win the series, but they outplayed them. This year it's different. Pistons are the number 1 seed. They just got done winning 60 games. They are, knocking on wood here, pretty damn healthy going into this postseason. I like their chances no matter who it is. If it's Orlando or if it's Charlotte, whoever wins tonight, that's the opponent on Sunday. I don't really care.
Whoever they get. I'm going to go online and see if I can find somebody to pick the Pistons to lose in the first round. Because we haven't found anybody that picks them to win the championship. I wonder if we can see the other extreme. Will anybody pick them to lose in the first round? Because nobody's picking them to win the whole thing. I'm going to say this without any data to support it. But I'm going to say it with conviction, so it might be true.
Okay.
This is the most disrespected 1 seed in the history of the NBA. Who says I'm wrong?
Right. Well, who's going to do the research? Who's going to bother Googling stuff?
Kang, how far off is that?
They're definitely disrespected. I don't know if they're the most ever, but I
History
did see,
of the NBA.
Yeah, right. History of the game being invented ever.
Yeah.
I did see a stat where they're right up there with the longest odds as far as a team that won 60 regular season games. You know, so
that actually is the data that might support it.
Yeah. But not all those 60 win teams were also 1 seed. So, but yeah, I mean, they're definitely they're not the favorite. They're not even they're not popular pick. They just people, if anything, it's a feel-good story for the regular season, feel-good story for the Pistons, but they think it's going to run out at some point during the playoffs. They just don't see it happening, most people. And Vegas feels the same way. That's why the odds are where they're at.
248-539-9797, Piston fans. Hey, look, there are tickets available if you want to buy them. Let's go pack this place out for Sunday night. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback when we continue. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Just a reminder, coming up next hour, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Additionally, we have some more Lion stuff to get to, so sit tight. So we're with you until 2 here on 97.1. Hey, when your garage door stops working or it's time for a new one, you don't want to call a call center 3 states away. You want M&M Garage Door. So look, we needed a new garage door for a place up north, and they service much of the state. Call them and find out where at 844-ONLY-DOOR. But they came out and gave us a whole bunch of different doors that we could choose from, a whole bunch of different options that I didn't know existed, and they let us choose, and the consultation was free. Customer service was great. And if you need a door repair, their stock trucks are ready to get the job done right the first time, right then and right there. Give them a call at 844-ONLY-DOOR or visit garagedoorrightnow.com today. M&M Garage Doors. Open your door to exceptional. License 210-220-6147. Can I redo my list?
Yeah. How so?
My list of people I'm friends with at the station.
Outside of our show?
Yeah, somebody asked us that. And I mentioned Jansen, Birchie, Powers, Lori, who's head of promotions.
Evan,
yes. You have Evan as your best friend.
Yeah,
Gator's really good. Gator ranks his friends all the time. So
this is outside of our show, yeah.
And I'm going to remove Jimmy from the list for what just happened in studio. Killed an ant. No, not that. Not that. He killed, we had some ants here, and he killed an ant right in the middle of my show sheet, so I got a dead ant on it.
It's on the show sheet.
Yeah.
Is that how he did it?
Yeah.
If only there was a way to get back at Jimmy. If only I'd think of something that he doesn't like. What could it be?
So go hide some onions in his office.
Oh, maybe you could do something like
I'll
that.
do that. Let's get back to your phone calls. Matt's in St. Clair Shores, and he's on 97.1. Hello, Matt.
Hey, boys. Happy Friday.
You too.
So I'm still on the Brad Holmes team. He's got my 51, but I have two rules for Brad Holmes. I don't want anybody that's been injured. I don't want anybody that's a project in this upcoming draft. If he's not going to do anything substantial in free agency like he's proven that he's not going to do, I need plug-and-play people at number 1 and number 2. Because every second-round draft pick besides his double dip in 2023 has been a bust so far. So we can't get cute. We can't pick somebody who might be good at the end of this year. We need absolute dogs who are going to push us over the finish line. And if we start picking up these projects or somebody who tore something and hopefully he's back by midweek or midseason, I'll be over Brad Holmes, and I just can't deal with this anymore, man.
So you're ready to call Tate Ratledge a bust?
No, okay. Tate Ratledge, no. Enos Rakestraw, yes. Levi Wunzarika, yes. Josh Pascal, yes.
So he's got Laporta, Branch, Ratledge, and his negatives are Rakestraw, Pascal, and Onzarike.
I don't think we're going to sign Branch because he's hurt. I don't think we're going to keep Laporta. He's gone. So really, we need people that aren't going to be projects.
I don't necessarily disagree. I don't necessarily disagree with you in one regard. Although I'm not going to hard and fast rule it like you are, Matt. But there's some pressure on him. His work here has been exceptionally good, better than most. You mentioned that Howie Roseman has 8 Pro Bowlers on his roster. It's the most in the NFL that he's drafted.
Right.
The Lions have 7. They're second in the league. He's drafted exceptionally well. And yet he's got to be better. Like all the good work he's done, and nobody champions him more than me, he's got to be better. He's got to find the pieces that put him over the top. And now he's in an interesting spot because so much of the salary cap is being taken up by guys he drafted and re-signed, which I have no problem with. But that means your draft picks from here on moving forward, you kind of got to nail them because those are cheap players that you need to be able to plug and play. You're not necessarily wrong, Matt. I guess I just wouldn't put up the rule and say no injured players or no projects because some of those guys pan out. And if he has conviction, I'll let him do it.
Point, we need to have those people on the field week 1 or as a very strong rotational player on week 1 because we have so many spots that need cheap, good talent. So we can't afford to pick a guy who's got a knee that might keep him out after training camp or something like that. We need a guy
that goes back to the Gator question for me. If your doctors say he'll be fine by the time the season rolls around, I mean, who are we to argue? Unless you're a doctor, Matt. I don't know if you are, but
no, I got far from. I don't want my first or second round pick to be lottery tickets. I want people that have high end talent that succeeded. The guy out of Indiana would be a better play than the guy out of Tennessee in my book because he's got a longer track record.
Talking about D'Angelo Pons?
Yeah. I just feel like there's better players out there.
Well, let me put it to you like this, Matt.
And take a flyer.
I mean, one of the things that I would maybe stating the obvious, and thank you for the phone call. If you have a choice of 2 players, and they're both exceptionally good, and one is coming off an injury and the other isn't, and you've got them in the same bucket, I'll go ahead and take the guy that's not coming off an injury. If I'm looking for a tiebreaker, that could be it. But if I think McCoy is way better than any other player that I can get at 17 at a position of need, and my doctors tell me he's going to be okay, and gives me examples of players who are on the same timeline on the recovery, were in the same place McCoy was, and they went on to have long and fruitful careers in the league, then I'd go ahead and do it.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a time you're going to have to lean hard on your medical staff to get the right evaluation on players, and it's not just the general manager. It's who the general manager brings in as a support staff. You know, you've got scouts all over the place that you have to count on and rely on that can tell you, look, his comp is this, his comp is that, and doctors that can give you the right prognosis as well, and talking to his doctors and everything. There's so much work that goes on behind the scenes. That being said, I understand where the caller's coming from. You want as pristine of a pick as you can get. And we're talking about McCoy because, first of all, none of us had ever mentioned McCoy as a possibility until, his name was brought up this week with an article from Dave Burkett and some other national people talking about, hey, the Lions are interested in, or they could be interested in this. Nobody knows. Okay, anybody that says the Lions are interested, you have no idea. If you're just going to base that on, the Lions have talked to a player. Lions have talked to a lot of players. That's what they do. That's what every general manager of every team does. But nobody knows what Brad Holmes is going to do, so I don't like people pretending that they think they know when they don't.
Well, I mean, we're going to take the information available to us. This McCoy thing started somewhere, and everybody's picked up on it. Like where it started, I don't know, and who started it, I'm not sure either.
The only one who knows is Kang.
Well, Kang has got some stuff percolating that he says is going to save till next week. How would you describe what you got percolating?
I've got, I guess it's just make it easy for everybody. I've got my Tesla pick for this year. Like I'm working on it still, but I'm pretty confident in who I think may be why did they move up to get that guy?
So last year, just to be clear, before the draft, you predicted that it would be Tyreek Williams, and it was. And then on day 2, you called the Isaac Tesla pick. Both of those stunned most people, and you were right. And and the reason you do this is you start thinking is much like Brad Holmes as you can think.
Try to get inside the head of Brad Holmes, inside the mind of Holmes. And I was lucky. but still, with that being said, hey, you never leave a heater, right, Gator? So I'm going to do it. I'm going to try one more time this year. And I'm percolating this. I think you're going to be really surprised, Gator. I think everyone's going to be surprised.
All right, well,
we'll do
that's
that
for next week. Yeah, sure.
You don't leave a heater, but sometimes you can dial it down.
Yeah. Maybe more comfortable at one of our lower end tables, sir.
Experience telling you that. You should dial it down.
More feedback here. Eggs and Bacon on Twitch says, I'm worried about Proctor's weight control. Other than that, I like his potential. So this is a legitimate concern. I mean, people talk about, that he blew up and got too heavy when he was at Alabama. Every player has concerns. And if you start looking at those concerns, you know what? Weight control should be one of the easiest to handle. Hey, if you're too slow-footed, or you don't process information quickly, or you're, what is the Jansen hates waistbenders, like all these things that could be a problem at the next level. Weight control is one that, in theory, for a professional athlete, should be one of the easier ones to control.
It should be, but if your person has had a problem controlling your weight, and even if you're an athlete, it can still be an issue.
I'm not saying it isn't, but
but yes, I agree with you. In theory, it should be. I think the thing you look at with Caden Proctor is, even if he was playing at a heavier weight, he still showed athleticism. Like, wow, this guy's really good. You can compare and contrast that with, say, Aaron Gibson, who they drafted in the late 90s instead of taking John Jansen. That was a mistake, because Aaron Gibson didn't show the athleticism. He just was this big guy that was a right tackle, a huge guy, but he didn't have anywhere near the athleticism of other players.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback. JB Bickerstaff joined the morning show in the noon hour. We'll play the best of what he had to say. Very interesting to hear from the Piston head coach. Prior to the weekend, they will start the playoffs on Sunday night. Also, Are You Going to Eat That in the noon hour as well? Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
You know, whether it's a new roof, windows, or siding, these are big decisions for your home. And when it's time, you want a company that you can actually trust. For over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have counted on Shaner Roofing. And now they're bringing that same 5-star service to windows and siding. Here's what sets them apart. Shaner is a local family-owned company, and they treat every customer like family. Every roof that they install, it comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. And I'm telling you, that is key. And they've earned a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of happy homeowners. That kind of reputation isn't bought. It's earned through decades of doing the job right. So if you're in the market for a roof, new windows, or siding, you owe it to yourself to get a quote from Shaner. Go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding. Michigan's name you can trust.
All right, so eggs and bacon from Twitch. It's worried about the weight control on Caden Proctor. I won't read the exact text I got from John Jansen, but let's just say that John Jansen not a fan of Caden Proctor. So
he's not.
Well, he has concerns as well. He's more in eggs and bacon camp than he is Doug Karsh's camp.
Well, he does like the eggs and bacon.
He does, doesn't he? But he texted during the break.
He likes bacon anyway. I don't know how much.
Credible source. It'd be unwise to doubt him, but I am. No, I'm not. Damn it. What we don't know is we don't know how those interviews went. We don't know what people at Alabama say about him. We don't know what his networks say about him. But based upon the available information, I still like him. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. James in Lapeer. What's up, James?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
I just had a draft question for you guys. So I understand that the team has a lot of holes. I completely get that.
Yep.
And I understand we don't have a third round pick. And this draft on top of that, isn't really that deep, but it's deep at offensive tackle and edge rusher. Would you guys use that second-round pick to move back up into the first round and possibly risk not having a day 2 pick?
Yes.
Yeah, I would, depending on the player.
Right player, yeah.
Yeah, and look,
That'd be aggressive.
you might not even have to move back into the first round. You might be able to just move up in the second round and get the same guy. But James, would you do it?
100%,
Yeah.
especially if I have a guy that I covet and I don't think he's going to be there at pick 50 or early in the second round.
Yeah, and I'd prefer that. The advantage of moving up into the first round and taking somebody, you get the extra year.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's a big thing. I'm sure that's also factored in with the compensation coming back the other way. But yeah, if you could trade pick 50, one of your 4th round picks, and somehow move up a handful of spots to get your guy, go get him. Or I don't know what it would take to move up to pick 40 or pick
James,
35.
I'm just curious. Do you have a player in mind, or do you just wanted to know in general?
A little bit. I've seen the kid from the edge rusher from Clemson mocked in the late first round. Trey Parker, I think his name is. That's kind of a guy I would go up and get because we need both positions badly. And I believe if that's your guy, go get your guy.
So TJ Parker's interesting in that he went into last year and they thought, and earlier in his career, they thought he'd be a surefire high-end first-round pick and didn't come back and have a great year last year, then went and had a great Senior Bowl. And so, he's an intriguing guy, looked like a high-end first-round pick, and now he's borderline first-rounder. So we'll see. I mean, that's cool that you've got your guy. If they go tackle at 17 and come away with TJ Parker, I'm not sure you need to trade to get him. Looks like let's go with the Mel. I don't remember where he went in Mel's 2-round mock.
He went 39 to Dallas.
Okay. So you could move up in the second round potentially. I mean, look, this isn't a Bible. Mel's 2-round mock says 39. Got to move up to 39.
R. Mason Thomas went 40.
I like R. Mason Thomas too. Regarding the Pistons, who I called the most disrespected team in the disrespected number 1 seed in the history of the NBA.
Strong words.
With no data to support it.
Not even a lick.
Deval from Madison Heights says the Atlanta Hawks were the number 1 seed in the East in 2016, and absolutely no one picked them over LeBron James and the Cleveland Cavaliers in the Eastern Conference Finals. By the way, Cleveland swept that series even though Atlanta was the 1 seed. Well, thank you, DeMel. Like I said, I hadn't done the research. It just popped into my head and I said it, which happens on occasion. The weather's supposed to suck Sunday, I think, is also playing into the game not being sold out, also not knowing who they're going to play yet.
I don't know if the opponent matters as much. Maybe the weather. I mean, you're playing indoors. I don't know if that matters as much either. Maybe it does. I don't want to discount it completely.
I mean, if you're parking in one of those structures, like the one attached to LCA, and you can walk under the cover, or you just bring an umbrella or a raincoat. Come on, we're from Michigan.
Well, there's a bunch of parking lots that are really close.
Yeah.
There's parking garages that are very close.
Weather shouldn't make a difference for an indoor game.
It's bad. It's bad.
But they make raincoats. I've seen them at stores.
Ponchos. Or Doug will here's the thing. Doug will be there and he'll be waiting for you in the parking garage and he'll hand out ponchos. Or if you realize that you need to go back to your car, Doug will be happy to run back to your car for you.
That happened to me at the Final Four. Gators referencing that. From FBG.
In fact, maybe we should just start calling you Poncho.
Sure.
Or Ponch. Which do you want to be, like Eric Estrada or no?
It's funny because I'm getting ready to do the spring game tomorrow. And so the bucket is filling up again.
Yeah.
And I've learned some player nicknames. And I found out one player's nickname is Chooch.
Chooch. Is he a fan of trains?
He's got a medallion of a train that he wears around his neck.
He likes the choo-choo.
And his nickname is Chooch. So we'll see if that bucket gets emptied. Otherwise, I'll tell you Monday. I've got so much stuff. FBG25 says Kang is psycho. I mean, psychic.
Oh, look at that.
After last year when he picked 2 of the first 3 picks.
It's pretty crazy.
It's pretty impressive is what it was. 248-539-9797. Alan in Bloomfield. What's up, Alan?
Hey, guys, really enjoy the show.
Thank you.
Your last 2 callers were kind of what I was thinking. Obviously, we need 2 players that are going to be plug and play, and we might have to trade up in the second round to get who we want. Defensively, or the Lions, in my mind, have to go defense. You had the number 5 best offense last year, the number 2 quarterback. You've got a new center that's going to pick up that offensive line. You've got Laporta coming back, offensive coordinator. And Borum, as much as everybody wants to diss him, he's 26, had his best year last year, and he might be a stable person on the offensive line. So first round pick, Dylan Zieneman. He brings so much to the table. He's like getting a player and a half. He makes everybody around him better. He's
safety out of Oregon for people who don't know.
Yeah, he's and was at Purdue, so he's proven in two big schools. You can play single high safety with him. I mean, his attributes of diagnosis and reaction are top. He's an excellent tackler, and then he brings the 4.35 to the combine. And then Gator Rodriguez, you're gonna have to trade up to get him. I love him. Here's a guy that played quarterback at Virginia, transfers to Texas Tech. He knows what a quarterback thinks. He brings speed, and he's a Dan Campbell kind of player. I mean, he's a kneecap biter. So I'll hang up and listen. But if we could get those 2 picks, I would just be over the top.
So my early draft crush was Jacob Rodriguez, and I thought he was like a mid-round guy, and he wasn't showing up in a lot of mocks, and he's starting to. I'm pissed. I want it to be our little secret.
Well, you let it out.
Yeah, he could still be there at 50. He could. Mel's mock has him going at 46, for what it's worth. But a guy who's going at 46 could also be there at 50.
That's why I took him as my sleeper.
I know.
Hopefully he slides.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Chris and Ipsy, you're next. What's up, Chris?
Hey, guys. So on the draft, I would encourage you guys to get out of the mocks and think of the players more. Think of the players more in terms of tiers, and then line up those tiers with the systems that the teams are playing, right? What are they asking the players to do? What can the player do within that system? A common mock at 3 to the Cardinals is Francis Maui-Noah because they need a right tackle. That doesn't make any sense to me because their coach is Mike LaFleur. He's a Shanahan coach. They run wide zone. Maui-Noah can't move in space.
So I for what it's worth, I would say is I have not seen Maui-Noah mocked to the Cardinals at 3.
It's been a common mock, and now I think people are starting to say Bailey at 3. But
yeah, I don't know if it's a common mock at all.
It's all right. Well, agree to disagree. So I want you to think about what the Lions ask of their O-linemen, particularly at tackle. Think about what we do. We run duo. We run power. We run OT trap, which is very rare. You pull the tackle across the formation. So you need really, really high-end movement skills. There's really, and also you need play strength, right? Like you have to play with power to play in this system. There's really one tackle that meets that profile in this draft, maybe 2. The first is Spencer Fano. The second is Max Ionichor. So here's my bold prediction. If Spencer Fano makes it to 10, because he's not going to get past Miami, another Shanahan system. If Spencer Fano
land the plane, 10, bro. We're short on time.
Yeah. Brad will trade up to 10 for Spencer Fano. That's the prediction. And I encourage you guys to think about it in those terms.
Well, we do. We don't tend to take that much time and that deep. I do think about who's a fit for the Lions. Absolutely. We think about who's a fit for the Lions. Hey, it's Doug Karsh for Sarah Chevrolet at Sterling Heights. Spring into savings with low payments on a 2026 Chevy Trailblazer. Pay just $249 a month for 36 months on a Trailblazer LT front-wheel drive with $19.99 down, $249 a month. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM Employee Discount, Chevy Lease Loyalty in the household, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 open lines, 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback. Coming up, Tigers, they've come off a huge come-from-behind win. This is the third game against Kansas City that the Tigers won by one run. The third game against Kansas City, the Tigers won in their last at-bat. And 1 week after we were fielding call after call after call from panic farmers, they're back above 500. And a game out of first. And it's not victory lap time, but this is one of the reasons why baseball, man,
breathe.
It's one of these sports that it's almost like you have to check in every 3 weeks. Go, okay, after this 3 weeks, where are we? After the next 3 weeks, where are we? After another 3 weeks, where are we? Because it takes so long to, figure out who teams are and what they're good at, what they're bad at, and consistency over a period of time. And good teams can lose a bunch of games in a row. Now, remember they started 4-9, and if you missed it, literally a week ago we were doing shows, and I brought up that 10 of the 12 playoff teams had a stretch during the season where they went 4-9. 10 of the 12. And then one of the others had 2 stretches where they went 4-8. They never went 4-9, but twice they went 4-8. And the other one had a 4-7 stretch. So, good teams can go through that. And look, when you're in it, they were terrible, okay? But they had some guys with track records which led you to believe that they would. And mostly it was the pitchers. Like coming off the Minnesota series, when Verlander and Valdez both had starts that made it tough for them to win. Not Verlander, Skubal, excuse me. Skubal and Valdez both had starts where it made it tough for them to win. Coming back, both of them having good starts the next time out and looking more like themselves is one of the reasons. Because if in the middle of a losing streak, if you're in a losing streak and then your 2 horses, go out and have a bad start, it's going to be hard to pull out of said losing streak. And it happened in the same week in back-to-back starts. And Valdez had the worst start of his career.
Yeah. But look, what a difference a week makes.
Oh, yeah.
Sweep the Marlins. Now they've swept the Royals, as you mentioned, last at bat, all 3 games. Bottom of the 8th, bottom of the 8th, bottom of the 9th.
Yep.
And yesterday's game was so great. It was so entertaining in so many ways. You ride a roller coaster of emotions. You get to have the big lead. You lose the big lead. You chip away. A home run goes the other way, and then it comes to the bottom of the 9th, and guys just got the job done. Riley Green with a 2-run double down the right field line, scoring Kevin McGonigal from first base on that with ease. There's a lot to like. There was something I was surprised. I didn't realize that Matt Vierling was that fast until watching the game yesterday. I'm like, He is really fast. I did not know that. And the guys in the TV broadcast kept giving him credit for, being a better player. And now that he's healthy, maybe he gets back where he was a couple of years ago, where he was actually quite good for the team. I hope so. He plays a competent center field, can play all over the place. And look, if that bat's going to get him on base and then he can do what he can do on the base paths, great. It's a nice player to have and towards the bottom of your roster.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Harmon next on 97.1. Hello, Harmon.
Yeah, how you guys doing? Listen, fellas, we ain't got but 9 picks. I'm not trading up. I'm trading down if I do trade. But if I stick where I'm at, I'm getting a tackle, I'm getting a defensive end, a cornerback, and I'm getting a running back. You cannot call yourself a Super Bowl team and go into the season with Pacheco knowing he's been hurt 2 years in a row and his number's been going down. You cannot take that chance.
I'm all for taking a running back in this draft later. 4th, 5th round. I have no problem.
Whoa.
And I think there's going to be several really good running backs and guys we saw play in the Big Ten. A couple running backs from Penn State. You got a couple running backs from Indiana. I like all 4 of them.
Let me throw in Emmett Johnson from Nebraska.
Virginia Taylor, he's 24, but I can get a running back almost every year. But right now, I cannot take that chance with Pacheco.
Jamari Taylor from Virginia, yes. I also like Emmett Johnson out of Nebraska. I like Jonah Coleman out of Washington. And these are all guys that should be available later in the draft. When you say they only have 9 picks, that's 2 more than they're given. So it actually is a lot of picks.
But there are a lot of picks late.
And the great thing about the draft, and I sat down and I studied like 4 or 5 years of draft success. And I realized that it's such an inexact science that even the best teams bomb on a lot of picks. But one of the consistent things was the teams with more picks basically have more lottery tickets and we're more likely to hit. And we like to think of it as an exact science, but it's so not. And I kind of like having, I have no problem if they don't trade. In fact, I have no problem if they go for more picks.
I'm kind of the same way. I'm going to sit back and enjoy this draft because if they stay at 17, I feel like there's a really good player to be had at 17. If they move up and become aggressive, it's always fun to get aggressive and go get the guy you really want. If they're going to trade back, love that. And there's draft capital that comes your way later on in the draft. I love all the situations.
You like it all.
I do.
Nick is next on 97.1. Hello, Nick.
And how are you today?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
Hey, so a couple things. First, the guy called earlier. I'm not picking a safety in a corner, two secondary guys with my two picks. I don't know what the hell people are talking about. I mean, look, we all know you win on the offensive line and defensive line. That's what we got to really build. That's what we were really good at when we always made it to the Super Bowl, and that's what we need to build on with our first two picks. Other than that, I do like Gonzalez. I know you guys mentioned that, maybe late second round if he gets there. The other thing is Rodwood.
Rodriguez?
Guys. I don't know if you heard.
You mean
Rodriguez?
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
I apologize.
That's all right.
Yes. The other thing is I don't know if you guys heard Rodwood's comments earlier about Branch and Laporta. Like, well, we might just do their extensions without them even being on the field. I'm sorry. This guy needs to get out of town. He compares this similar to Hutch. These two injuries are not similar to Hutch. You're talking about an Achilles injury to Branch and a fractured back and to Laporta. I'm sorry, but we got to see them perform before we do extensions. And if we do extensions like Rodwood is talking, before we see these guys on the field,
well, here's so people understand. Here's what Rodwood said to Dave Burkett. He said they're all going to be in the building soon. Guys start showing up next week. So once we get an assessment of how they're doing, it doesn't mean that they have to play before we would do an extension. We had a similar situation with Hutch a couple of years ago with him coming off his injury, and we were in an active discussions with him beginning in training camp, but it took some time because it's a big deal. These may take time because they're big deals, not because of the injury. But we'll look at their health, and that'll be factored into how we approach it. But the plan is now to try and keep all these guys that we've drafted. I understand your trepidation there, Nick, and I kind of share it. With the guys that are hurt, I'm in no hurry to sign them to extensions. Do I think they're good players to great players? Yes, I do, when they're healthy. But I have big concerns about a guy coming back from an Achilles injury because those aren't easy to come by. It's to come back from. It's going to take more than just this year. He'll physically be able to play at some point this season. Brian Branch will, but how long before he's actually the Brian Branch that you were dying to give an extension to? I don't know. Sam Laporta with a back injury for a tight end whose productivity has declined each year. I'm concerned about that. I'm not in a hurry to give them an extension. Do I want them here? I'd love to have these guys here. But yeah, I kind of want to, let's see how it goes this year. Are they going to be healthy, or is there going to be another setback at some point? Because if there is, then it makes it easy at the end of the year to say, whew, we dodged a bullet by not giving them an extension.
I don't know who the next president of the Detroit Lions is going to be. Whoever it is, I hope it's someone that just does the job, keeps a low profile, because I'm not sure we've had a person in Detroit that has overseen a very successful era, but has also created more unnecessary controversy with the things that he says. And I'm more interested in the totality of the work and what's happened with the organization when he's been here. And that record speaks pretty well. It's not perfect, but it speaks pretty well. But as far as what he has to say, it feels like more often than not, when he speaks, we could pack out the phone lines taking calls about him.
Well, it also feels like this guy has said more in the last couple weeks than he has said in the last couple years.
On his way out,
yes.
And I think what's way more important is, hey, what's happened under his leadership? And I think what's happened under his leadership has been really good. It's not been perfect. And I choose to tend to focus on that. And then I'll read quotes and I'll be like, oh, God. Because we could take calls on almost everything Rodwood says. And I hope that the new guy isn't as enthusiastic with giving out information and his opinion. We're in the information business.
I want Brad Holmes to make these
I
announcements, not Rod Wood.
Yep.
And particularly not Rod Wood is on his way out.
But with that said, I agree with you and I agree with the caller. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1.
New this hour, Pistons head coach J.B. Bickerstaff has been named the 2026 Coach of the Year by the National Basketball Coaches Association. This comes after Bickerstaff led Detroit to its third 60-win season in franchise history and the first since 2006. No matter what the media ends up deciding, the award from the NBCA is voted on by the 30 head coaches in the league, so Bickerstaff's peers think he's the Coach of the Year. The Pistons are, of course, getting ready for their first-round playoff series against the winner between Orlando and Charlotte tonight. Bickerstaff told The Morning Show what he sees from both teams. And despite being the 1 seed this year, Vegas gives the Pistons only the 3rd or even 4th best odds to win the East. Isaiah Stewart said yesterday that's fine because that's the way they like it. And Patrick Kane spoke to the media at Locker Cleanout today. He said there's mutual interest in him returning to Detroit in the future. Tigers taking on the Red Sox tonight as well. We'll have the pregame here on 97.1 at 6:50. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket.com.
Thank you, Update Kid. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. 248-539-9797. Great to be with you here on a Friday in Detroit. Feedback coming in. Scott writes in, the funniest part about when Rod Wood says anything football regarding football evaluation, we all panic like he's out there scouting and setting up the Lions big board, negotiating trades and whatnot. I mean, it's absurd, right? He's not doing that, is he? I mean, no way, right?
No, he's not.
But
he keeps opening up his mouth.
It's weird because he gives the impression that he's right in the middle of it, and that's not part of his job description. Well, I guess I don't know what his job description is, but if Rod Wood had just done the job and never said anything, I don't think we'd be ever taking Rod Wood phone calls. And I feel like more often than not, when he spoke, we could take Rod Wood phone calls. And I'm looking at it, and I'm like, hey, man, you oversaw a pretty decent era of Lions football, maybe the best era of my lifetime. That doesn't mean it's been good enough. Hopefully the next guy can do whatever he can to help the people in place that can put him over the top. But I also am like not over there telling the salespeople how to sell the station or telling the promotions how to promote the station.
Yeah, look, I don't think for a second that Rod Wood's the guy who's in charge of giving an extension to Sam Laporta or Brian Branch. Now, Rod Wood may hear from Brad Holmes that, like, yeah, we're doing this, we're working on this, and then he's talking, but should he? No, Brad Holmes should be the one talking.
Brad Holmes spoke last week.
Yeah.
He spoke on the topic. That's
it.
That's it.
Yeah, you don't have to further it and say, oh yeah, oh by the way, we're definitely going to sign those guys.
And
like,
even if he knows, I'd be like, well, that's a Brad decision. And so I'm not.
I don't know how the hierarchy works in that building. But if I were the GM of the team and the president of the team comes out and says this publicly, I don't know if it's his play, if it's Brad Holmes' place or not, but I would feel compelled to say, hey, you stop talking about stuff that goes on with the football world with this team when it comes to specifics of players and contracts or anything to do with the draft, or stay in your lane. Okay,
I would think that
we're not taking your input and hey, gee, Rod, what do you think about the right tackle situation? Should we go for one at 17 or should we wait till the second round? We're not asking him that. No. Hey, Rod, do you think we should sign Sam Laporta? Is that a question that should ever be asked?
I wouldn't think, but
and why is he talking about
it? I don't know. And did he put in his 2 weeks?
I mean, he's staying on the job until they hire somebody else. He's let them know that, yeah, he's done. Then be done.
He's done a good job, though.
He's done a great job. He really has. Season tickets are there, the waiting list for it, the whole bit. The experience at Ford Field is awesome. Love that they've got painted end zones, cheerleaders, and different jerseys and all that. It's great.
They put good people in place, it appears. Hopefully they will be good enough in the end.
He's done a great job of that. No, stuff aside.
Anyway, probably enough. Let's go to Joe in Canton. Hi, Joe.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. It's been a while. I enjoyed listening to you guys.
Thank you.
Hey, my thoughts is this. I don't know if we're still in the mix for a Bosa or Cam Jordan for defensive end. If we get them, that would kind of give us an indication where we're going in the draft. If there's something already made in the background about signing, I would like to see them focus on, because I've been hearing that the 27 draft is going to be better in certain positions, and with our cap situation, maybe we make some trades to get more trades for 27 with draft picks. But if we're going to pick, I would like to see them try to get Sonny Styles if they're going to move, because I want to see this.
You have to move way up.
Yeah. But, That way we have somebody that can cover a linebacker, tight end coming out of the backfield, and maybe a cornerback, Terrell, would be a good one out of Clemson. So I just wanted to think the middle and the back end, and if we're already planning on signing Jordan and or Bosa, and there's still free agents that are going to be cut that could be a right tackle. I wanted to get your thoughts.
It is a factor.
What do you think about 27?
It is a factor. I haven't looked at 27 to be honest, and I'm not going to
reading it here. I'm just hearing that 27 steeper, like in quarterback.
I like the quarterbacks.
It's not deeper at offensive tackle.
I like the quarterbacks next year better than the quarterbacks this year by a long shot. But I would add this. You bring up something that's very valid and we don't talk about enough, and that is there are probably players that won't get signed till after the draft that teams are in on, including the Lions, where both sides will circle back after the draft. And Cam Jordan could be one of them. Bosa could be one of them.
There'll also be more finagling with the cap because there'll be different guys that are cut after June 1st or whatever the date is. There's sometimes that benefits the team. So there's still plenty of movement to happen. They could also, redo somebody else's contract and free up more money if they feel it's necessary. And, once the draft is over, it's a chance to reevaluate and see where you're at. And, okay, where are we thin as on a roster? What do we have to do? And, hey, these guys are still out there. Okay. I haven't closed the door on hoping that they sign Cam Jordan.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Coming up a little bit later this hour, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? And Piston head coach J.B. Bickerstaff, the best of what he had to tell our morning show, including people that knocked the Pistons for their regular season effort and are using it against them. Saying that's why they're not going to have long-term success, because everybody tries hard in the postseason. Hear what he has to say before this hour is done. Feedback coming in. I understand people frustrated with Brad Holmes' picks not always panning out. But how many of the GMs in this league picks pan out more often? I feel like there's an expectation that some picks are not going to hit or work out, and that's just part of the game. Whoever sent that text, I agree with you. I mean, go look at all the teams that have been successful and look at all their draft picks. There's plenty of examples of picks that don't work out. Next text. D'Angelo Pons over Jamad McCoy is an insane take. Tell me you don't know ball without telling me you don't know ball. It's from an unnamed texter.
Well,
I if there are questions about McCoy's health, I would jump at Pons.
Pons is just as fast, has a higher vertical leap. Is he as tall? No. Does he play like he's a safety out there? Yes.
Yeah.
Pons is outstanding. And, that's interesting. Let's say they were hell-bent on getting a corner. If all the tackles are gone, Messidor's not there. My top three are gone. What am I looking at? I'm looking at the best player I can get.
Yep.
And I would consider a corner at some point. Now, probably not at 17, but if I were to trade back in the mid to late 20s and get a second-round pick from somebody, would I take Pons with that pick in the 20s? I would consider it, absolutely.
Well, as far as this person who texted, what would it tell you if you get into the second round and the two top corners are Pons and McCoy left on the board? That would tell me that McCoy did not clear a lot of people's medical protocols. They got red flagged. KJ from Lake Orion, what I don't want to see from Brad Holmes. 1, I don't want to see the Lions give up draft capital we need just to move up. We need more picks, not less. 2, I don't want a project pick before the 6th round. 3, I don't want players who are currently injured or coming off injuries in college that made them miss more than 50% of their last college season. And 4, I don't want to see us start the season with Larry Borum as our starting right tackle. So a couple things here. I think the ideal scenario is more picks, not less. But those trades aren't always available. When you're on the clock, if nobody wants your pick, then you have no trade partner, right?
Correct.
2, I don't want project picks before the 6th round. The middle rounds, kind of oftentimes what's left are guys that are projects. So if you can get away with ready-to-go players through 5 rounds of the draft, does that sound a little bit unrealistic? If you can, great, but how many guys available in the 4th and 5th round aren't to a degree a project? How many plug-and-play guys are there?
Yeah, there are. I mean, typically you're it feels like if you're drafting a guy in the fourth, it's either a guy that you are going to, particularly for a team that's got a deep roster, you're looking for special teams help or you're looking for depth.
KJ also writes, 3, I don't want players who are currently injured or coming off an injury in college that made them miss more than 50% of the last season of college. Sort of a random.
I think it's fair. I think what that means is that, okay, he's not looking to take on a McCoy, but if there's somebody that got hurt for a couple of games, it's okay. He's not completely dismissing, and he's not dismissing guys that got hurt for like their junior year but came back and played their senior year.
I don't know. I guess I would leave that up to my doctors. And 4, I don't want to see us start the season with Larry Borum as our starting right tackle. I don't particularly want that either. It may happen because they don't have accessibility to somebody that they like more, because that guy might be off the board, but I would agree with that. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Look, KJ in Lake Orion, who just sent the text with the 4 rules, you know what it is that makes me cringe? Is he's a hard and fast rule guy. Like he's got the hard and fast rules for the draft. And
well, they are until they're not.
Exactly, because that's the thing about it. The draft is a living, breathing thing. And at 17, as you're sitting there waiting, there's going to be something that we don't anticipate. There's going to be a trade that takes place. There's going to be several players that we didn't think were going to get drafted before the Lions pick that get drafted. There's going to be trade offers that come in. There's, I think what KJ said is if everything works out perfect, this is what it might look like. And I don't disagree with that. They trade back. They get more picks. They have no projects, just plug and play players through the first 5 rounds, which I think is a little bit aggressive. I think, good luck with that. I don't know that I have a hard and fast rule about injuries. If the doctors clear people, I don't want to see Larry Borom starting at right tackle. I started thinking about, though, who would I rather have? Because people wanted a tackle and an edge rusher signed in free agency. And what we got is guys that look like perhaps projects. Because DJ Wanham wasn't exactly near the list of top of the list of coveted players at edge. And Larry Borom is a bit of a project, but could he be the next Amik Robertson? And that's when he's here as a free agent signing. He's pretty damn good for the Detroit Lions. They think Borum's best tape came at right tackle. Mm-hmm. He's moved around the line, and that's an interesting way to look at it, and maybe it'll work out for them. However, I'd like to see some competition, some legitimate competition brought in for him.
Yeah, I would too. I would too. And I feel like if you're going to draft an offensive tackle at 17, my guess is you're drafting them to start, but they got to earn the spot. So in the meantime, you've got a guy that you gave a 1-year contract to in Borom, and if they like this tape at right tackle, okay, be better than him. Earn the job out of training camp.
I think KJ set out a wonderful outline for how he hopes things go. And I would agree with most of it if it can go that way. 248-539-9797. So last night, Tiger game was over. And there was had to wait a day apparently for the play-in game to find out who the Pistons opponent was going to be. Padres were coming up on MLB Network, so I'm watching MLB Network, and they are doing their pregame show, and they start documenting the Husky starting pitcher from Cleveland, Parker Messink, who had a no-hitter through 6. And they showed 6th inning. And they cut away and did other things. And so it was Plesac and Harold Reynolds, and I can't remember who the third guy was, but he gets through the 7th. No-hitter.
No-hitter.
Gets through the 8th.
We got something special going.
No-hitter. And then typically I find myself in those situations going, I want to see history.
Right.
But it was the gribe. I wanted it to get broken up.
The Guardians, the Tribe, the Gribe.
Yes. I wanted it to get broken up. And sure enough, ground ball to second that gets past the second baseman. And it was a legitimate hit. But I think it was Plesac in studio was just trashing the gribe for where they had the second baseman playing. And I'm like, oh, you would have played him where the ground ball was about to get hit? Do you think they intentionally put him out of position? Now,
what if he wasn't put in the position? Maybe he thought, based on the situation, whatever the batter was against that pitcher, what you've seen in the past, that, and knowing he's out of I have no idea who it was that hit it, if he was right or left-handed. But, at that point in the game, does the pitcher have as much gas?
I think it was lefty on lefty.
So it's a lefty on lefty, then maybe you're thinking he might have more of a propensity to pull the ball because it's this late in the game. I don't know. I mean, there's lots of stuff that goes into it.
There is, but do you think that it came into the equation as to where they would play their second baseman?
Well, I'm sure that's something that goes on with every batter of every single game. That there's somebody in charge of positioning the infielders and the outfielders.
Yep. Next guy singled the center, and he got pulled. But would you have been rooting against it because it was Cleveland?
No.
Am I a bad person?
No.
All right.
No, there are teams that I would be rooting against, but as I've said before, full disclosure, I was born in Cleveland, so I don't like them, but I don't hate them either. For the Cubs, I'd be rooting against them tremendously, even though I lived in Chicago for a year.
It was lefty, righty, and the second base. So the hitter was righty, pitcher was lefty, switch hitter. and the second baseman was shading towards second. Shading for
Sounds about right.
Shading for him to pull the ball.
And he went oppo.
And
Oh, Dan Plesac should be that upset, but hey, maybe they have more information on that than we do. I don't know what the spray sheets tell you and all that.
248-539-9797. JB Bickerstaff, the best of what he told us, our morning show coming up today at 12:48. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Casey. You're next. Hi, Casey.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Hey.
Is it unpopular to trade Sam Laporta if he's healthy?
I mean, if he's healthy enough to start training camp, is it unpopular to come up with that opinion to trade him? I don't know. I think it's a choice. They did that with Hawkinson in his last season with the Lions. Going into his last season, they decided they weren't going to sign him to an extension, so they traded him.
Yeah, this team has a lot of holes we need to fill, and the window for a championship is getting very, very tight.
But Casey, I would say this: if you're going to trade Sam Laporta, you're creating a huge hole at tight end because the only other tight end, well, I guess they have a couple tight ends on the roster, but neither of them are anywhere near Sam Laporta. And I think they're all on their last year. Like Brock Wright and Zylstra, I think Zylstra is still there. They're on their last year. So you're telegraphing you got to draft somebody, which I think they're going to have to draft somebody anyway.
Exactly. So why not go and get the best tight end that's out there and a freak of an athlete in Sadiq and take any draft capital we get from trading Laporta to fill these other needs. We need safety.
What do you think? Here's my question, because the problem is he's not healthy. So any team that is interested in trading for Sam Laporta is not going to pay market price for him, right?
Depending.
Is it?
Depending. We got some of these guys are suckers. I mean, we've seen all of these crazy trades.
So what do you think could you get for him?
Back and scratch our heads and think like, why would you make that trade? But
what do you think you could get for him?
You never know. At least a 2.
Okay.
So here's the trade that was the Hawkinson trade.
Mhm.
So people understand for reference. When they made the trade in 2022, Minnesota acquired Hawkinson, a 2023 4th-round pick, and a 2024 conditional 4th-round pick. In exchange, this is what they gave up, a 2023 2nd-round pick and a 2024 3rd-round pick.
If you could get that for injured Sam Laporta right now, would you do it? And I would do it in a heartbeat.
To get a second and a
2 and a 3
third?
for Laporta and 2 fourths. I mean,
2 different years.
I can't imagine if I'm doing this show in another town and I hear that my team's interested in Sam Laporta. I'm like, interesting risk to take on a player with this injury who's late in his contract and we're going to have to re-sign. I like him. I'll give up a 6th-round pick for him.
Yeah, but 2 things. One, Rod Wood came out. I know he spoke again, right? We just mentioned it. Well, he came out and said they want to bring back those guys. I'm sure he knows more intel than us. So that suggests that they feel comfortable with his injury. Number 2, do you guys remember the NFL.com trade that was brought up a couple weeks ago with the Washington Commanders involving Sam Laporta? He wrote about 5 trades he'd like to see.
Yeah.
And Sam Laporta was in his trade proposal was moved to the Commanders along with the 17th overall pick, getting the Commanders' 1st-round pick, which is the 7th selection overall, and their tight end in return.
Well, their tight end, it wasn't much, but that's Laporta to move up 10 spots.
Well, Laporta in 17, to move up 10 spots.
Move up 10 spots. I'd be shocked if they could pull that off, but hey, look, I think if you could move, the motivation to move Laporta isn't for the return. It's more, we can't afford him. And if we're going to have to pick and choose, we're going to let the tight end go. If what the caller brought up, if you could get a 2 for Sam Laporta, sure. I'm wrong. If you're doing the show in some other town and somebody says our team's interested in Sam Laporta, what would you give up for him?
What I would not do, which is what the caller wanted to do, I would not trade Sam Laporta and then go ahead and draft Kenyon Sadiq. I would not use my 1st-round pick on Sadiq.
Well, maybe use the 2nd-round pick. The 2nd-round pick you got back?
No.
I'm
not. I don't love the tight ends that are. I mean, Sadiq is a very, very gifted athlete.
Mm-hmm.
I don't love him. I think he's just a big receiver. So I'm not going that route. I've got my guy. My mid round guy is Eli Raridan from Notre Dame.
I'm an Oscar Delp.
And I'm going to say this for the next week.
I'm a Delp guy.
Yeah, you're a Delp?
I'm a Delp.
I'm Raridan, you're Delp.
But you could probably get one of those guys for some mid-round
Talking
pick.
the fourth round, yeah.
But I go back to the original question I asked you. You're in another town. You're trying to trade for Sam Laporta. What's the most you're giving up? Injured in last year of his contract.
Well, he did bring up King brought up something really important there, and that was that Rod Wood did just tell everybody that they're expecting to extend him. I don't think Rod Wood's playing chess.
We don't want him playing anything.
I don't want him playing anything, but I don't think he's playing chess. I think that's what he knows they're going to do. So if they feel like he's completely healthy and it's not an issue, and other teams would know too. Otherwise, they could pull Baltimore and nix the trade. I would think it's at least a third round pick.
Kang, what would you give up?
I think he's worth a first round pick. I think you guys are way undervaluing Sam Laporta.
I said at least, yeah. I mean, could I be
It'd
convinced
be a
that
late
you can
first
get?
round.
Could I get a second round pick for Sam Laporta? If I could, I would. I'd do it like that.
I wouldn't trade Sam Laporta. I think that they want him back. They're going to extend him, and he's a big part of this offense. And
They may want him back, and they could extend him. What would you trade him?
I wouldn't trade Sam Laporta. I think he's really, really important to see. By the way, and I know you said if you trade him, you wouldn't draft Sadiq or whatever.
Yeah.
You have a huge hole at tight end all of a sudden.
Yes,
You
but
know?
I can fill that.
Well, we obviously have a big disagreement here because I wouldn't trade him because I don't think you get anywhere close to market value for him. And I think given the injury
So you're gonna
and where
extend
he
him?
is, maybe not yet, but I just think if somebody's shopping to me their injured guy in the last year of his contract, I'm thinking I'm going to get him cheap.
The other thing is that Hawkinson wasn't traded until the trade deadline that year. It's not like he was traded before the draft. So I wouldn't expect that they're going to be trading Sam Laporta before the draft. I think if they're going to trade him, it would be a trade deadline acquisition.
Are you going to eat that? Then Piston Talk next, 97.1. Oh, draft talk is fun, and we're just 6 days away. Next week, we'll have Carson Anderson 3.0, the final mock of what Detroit wants. Of course, we'll have tons of coverage all week long. And then the draft, round 1 on Thursday, round 2 and 3 on Friday. I can't wait. It's always a fun time to swap ideas with the listening audience. 248-539-9797. Here's an interesting text we got because Kang last year, it's been well documented, said before the first round they'd get Tyreek Williams. We were kind of like, there's not a lot of speculation about that. He was right. And the second day, he came out of left field and dropped Isaac Tesla. And he was right. So he's been working on what he thinks Brad Holmes might do. And we got this text. What if Brad Holmes is a big fan of the show? And he's like, this Kang is cooking here. And that was the final stamp of approval to make those picks.
I like that theory.
That you're running the Detroit Lions draft?
I'm not getting in his head. He's getting in mine.
Look at that.
Oh, I like that. I will take Tesla in the third round.
Funny. All right, it's time for another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? All right, Scott, we find new menu items and new products available on your grocery store shelves and see how interested you, Kang, and myself might be. And we will start with a place called Milk Bar, an ice cream place that has come out with something very interesting. They've come out with the Thomas English Muffin and Butter Soft Serve. What this is you order butter soft serve ice cream and it's paired with a warm toasted Thomas English muffin on the side. The soft serve is meant to act as a spread for the English muffin in place of butter. The Thomas English Muffin Butter Soft Serve at Milk Bar. Gator, are you going to eat that?
Yeah. I would eat this. I like English muffins. You know, it's amazing how different a food can taste between raw and toasted. You get a piece of bread's great. You toast it, it's fine. You get an English muffin, you try to eat an English muffin that's not toasted, it's inedible. But when you toast it, there's something brilliant that happens with the nooks and the crannies and the butter that gets in there. Butter flavored ice cream, I'm interested in trying. I love soft serve ice cream, so I would try this. Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Kang, you?
I don't know if I could do it, Gator. I like English muffins toasted, like you said. You're correct on that take. This is a weird ice cream sandwich, right? I know it's soft serve, but this is weird. English muffin and soft serve?
Come on, just a taste.
This is like, how high did you get? You know what I mean? Like, we don't have bread, we don't have ice cream, but I want an ice cream sandwich. This is all we got.
It's like in lieu of a cone, right? Would you think of it that way?
English muffin, though.
I know, but English muffins are great.
I know, with like butter and like maybe cream cheese. I'm out, Doug.
Okay, so this is interesting. My bar when it comes to desserts, and everything is analyzed against a Dairy Queen Blizzard. Does this sound better than a Dairy Queen Blizzard? And the answer in this case is yes.
What? I'm shocked.
I did not see that coming.
I gotta tell you,
I did not see that coming.
I went to Milk Bar's website to find out where the closest one was. And there isn't one. I scrolled down on the website and looked into opening a franchise. Can I open a franchise in Detroit so I can make this available to me?
I can't believe you think this is better than a Blizzard.
I think this sounds great.
Stunning.
It's stunning.
A
I think
stunning
it sounds
development.
Fantastic.
Isaac Tesson the third?
Hold on, I'm filling out the application to open up a Milk Bar. Next up, Philadelphia Cream Cheese has three new products. 3 new products.
I love cream cheese.
They tested more than 20 flavor and carrier combinations to come up with their next snack pack. They came out with 3. Pretzels with garlic, herb, and cream cheese dip. Graham cracker sticks with brown sugar cinnamon cream cheese dip. And tortilla chips with buffalo-style cream cheese dip. Gator, are you going to eat that?
Yes. All 3. Oh, my goodness. 3 different tastes like that. That's perfect. It's got something for everyone. Pretzels are fantastic. And dealing a little garlic cream cheese spread. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I want to go something on the sweeter side. Graham cracker with brown sugar and cinnamon. Hell yes. And the last one, yeah, I'm down with it all,
Tortilla
man.
chips
Tortilla
with
chip
buffalo
and the buffalo style. Yeah, come on, man. Who's not on board with this?
Kang, you?
Yeah, I'm in. I find it hard. There's not a lot of things cream cheese doesn't make better. I
Right.
feel like if you add cream cheese to the recipe, somehow it always makes it better. I'm in.
All right, here we go. This is going to be interesting.
I think I would like and maybe sample one of these, and that's the tortilla chips with the buffalo-style cream cheese dip. We make a buffalo cream cheese-based dip at our house. The problem is I'm like, if I really want that, I'll just make it. So I probably will never buy this.
You on the go, though, man.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, grab and go.
Yeah.
You like pretzels?
I do like pretzels.
Do you
and I
not like
buffalo.
garlic?
I don't mind garlic, but this one wasn't garlic based, was it?
I thought it was a garlic cream
No,
cheese
this
spread.
is tortilla chips with buffalo-style cream cheese.
Right, but the first one was the pretzel one.
Yeah, I'm not touching that.
Why?
Because I'm just
That's what I
not
just said. I said, you like pretzels? And you said yes. And I said, do you like
Okay,
garlic?
yeah.
And you said,
I'm not interested. Most of the cream cheese stuff, the flavored cream cheese, I like regular cream cheese. I haven't liked the flavored cream cheese as much. I think it's overrated.
What if it was extra protein?
Well, now we're talking. Let's move on. We're running short on time. Rice Krispies has added a new Rice Krispie treat, the new confetti cake Rice Krispie treat.
Yes.
The new treat features the same chewy marshmallow base fans know and love, but with colorful sprinkles on top and a drizzle of frosting for cake-like finish.
Yes.
It's a classic recipe of fun, a funfetti flavor is
yeah.
what they're calling it.
Let's go. Let's go. Love it. Sure. Rice Krispie treats are great.
Yeah, they are great. Yeah, this sounds fine. Yeah, it's not making it worse.
I disagree. I will take a regular Rice Krispie treat for sure.
This guy will go serve ice cream on an English muffin, but he's turning down everything else.
Makes no sense.
It's making it so much worse. The regular is just fine. Next up, Pop-Tarts is headed to the drink aisle with an interesting collaboration. The new Liquid Death Pop-Tarts Carnage Iced Tea. Pop-Tarts teaming up with beverage brand Liquid Death for Pop-Tarts Carnage, a limited edition low-sugar black iced tea that tastes like a frosted strawberry Pop-Tart. The Pop-Tart Carnage is enhanced with B vitamins and a caffeine boost and is made without artificial sweeteners. Gator, are you going to eat that?
I gotta try it. I don't have high hopes for it, but I do like iced tea, and I like sweetened iced tea, and I would try it.
Doug, I know you don't like hard and fast rules. I do have one. If it has the word death in it, I don't eat it, or drink it. So
Death by chocolate? You're not down with that?
No.
Okay.
My kids love that though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm out.
I'm not drinking
Yeah,
this.
you're not.
No. Chips Ahoy is releasing 2 new flavors for a limited time. Actually, 3 new flavors, sorry. The Chips Ahoy Chewy Chocolatey Churro. Each bite of this sugar spiced chocolate chip cookie will remind you of a decadent taste of churro. The Chips Ahoy Chewy Dulce de Leche. Sorry.
Yeah.
New arrival soft, chewy, sweet, rich, buttery caramel flavor that melts in your mouth. And the Chips Ahoy Crunchy Red, White, and Blue Candy Blast. These chocolate chip cookies feature red, white, and blue candy-coated fudge pieces. Gator, any of those, or all of those, or a few of those?
Okay, so the first 2, 100%, I'd be all about it. The churro one, God, yes. The red, white, and blue one, I'm patriotic, so I'll try it, but I don't know if I'd love it.
Can you?
Patriotic because I'm trying. Well, I don't want to hate America.
Right. Like Doug thinking I was un-American.
Well, yeah, that probably sounds the least appetizing, but I don't want to hate America, so I'll try it.
See?
But, yeah, because Gator said so.
If I were to try one of these, it would be the caramel one.
Doug hates America.
He is un-American.
If that's your conclusion. And finally, Taco Bell is bringing back a fan
And
favorite.
apparently he hates Mexican Americans too. Doesn't want the churro one. What's up with that?
Taco Bell is bringing back a fan favorite Crunch Wrap.
Okay.
It's a crunch wrap that's not been seen since 2018. It's the triple-double crunch wrap.
I love it. Has not been seen since 2018.
It's the triple-double. A fully loaded triple-double crunch wrap, double beef, double tostadas, double nacho cheese, sour cream, lettuce, tomatoes, and a grilled tortilla. It's back on the menu for a limited time. Do you want the triple-double crunch wrap?
Yes, I'm fat.
Yes,
you don't have to be fat. I want it too, man. Let's go. Triple double.
You want to hang out?
Yeah.
Tap them together?
Oh, wait,
get it with chicken?
Doug.
Sure.
Would you get it with chicken, Doug?
I don't know. It'd at least be in play.
What if we put it between two English muffins? Would you get it then?
With a little butter ice cream. Sounded better in a blizzard. What can I say?
Can you
No,
go
I'm
yes?
not eating that. I'm not eating that. It's Carson Anderson. Let's talk some Pistons. That's another edition. Are you going to eat that? And let's talk some Pistons with JB Bickerstaff. The best of what he had to tell our morning show, including the regular season effort levels being used in an argument against them. Are they built for postseason success? Hear what the coach had to say next on 97.1.
Hey, Southfield, spring has sprung, and so have the savings at Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. Now is the perfect time to trade in and trade up because you'll get more money for your trade and shop an excellent selection of brand new Chevys ready to roll. Cruise into the future with a 2026 Chevy Equinox EV for only $159 a month. If you need power, the 2026 Chevy Silverado is just $199 a month. Or zip into spring in style with a 2026 Chevy Trailblazer. That is only $269 a month. That's right. We're talking 3 amazing deals, 1 incredible spring event. So whether you're going electric, hauling big, or just upgrading your daily drive, Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield has the perfect ride waiting for you. Hurry in today or visit sarahchevrolet.com and spring into savings before these deals are gone. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, where your next ride is in full bloom. Together, let's drive.
Okay, 2 things. One is that English muffin thing sounds fantastic. Fantastic. What? No, mine's not on. You know, I feel like something that happens to me when we do Are You Going to Eat That that's unfair.
Did we gang up on you?
Yeah, and the listeners gang up on me. I look down at the feedback that's coming in, and I'm just getting trashed. And yet, I said I'd eat the butter ice cream with the English muffin, which shocked everybody. But it's sincere. I really would.
Yeah, you said during the break that you were like really excited about that, which stuns me.
I think it sounds fantastic. I mean, this is something you can make at home. Like the idea of making an English muffin, toasting it, putting a scoop of ice cream on it.
Yeah, but you don't make your own soft serve, and
It
nobody
wouldn't
makes
be
a butter ice cream.
No, but I'm in favor of just the combination. Don't you think an English muffin with ice cream?
Doug, I was all about it. Yes, yeah. It sounds amazing. What surprises me that you'd say yes to that, and then you're like a no on cream cheese dips for things that sound like really
most
good.
Flavored cream cheese dips I haven't liked. Now the thing about the butter, I can make it better. Like I could get the Swoop protein ice cream and put that on top of it.
Let's not ruin this good moment, okay? I feel like we had a win today when you came through with that, and you don't need to take it away. Look, I mean, you've already said enough after that that kind of takes it away. I mean, who doesn't want a churro?
I just finished my snack, by the way.
Protein cookie. Good God. You know what's going to come out? It's going to come out that all this like synthetic protein is complete malarkey.
It's all going to kill me, too. Yeah. I'm going to be dead by Thursday. All right, let's get to the JB Bickerstaff appearance on the morning show. So one of the questions, I mean, they brought up the effort level. Pistons get a ton of credit for their effort level, but doesn't it feel like they're getting downgraded because of the effort level as far as postseason success? And everyone says the same thing. Everybody ups their game in the postseason. And I find it the weirdest argument because can't the Pistons also up their game in the postseason?
Yes.
I guess the belief is they max out every single night, and nobody else does that. But here's what JB had to say about their regular season effort level and whether or not it works in the postseason. I love that answer. I love that answer on a couple of fronts. One is he talks about the way they defend and then says, here's why we're going to be better in the postseason. We'll see the same team every night. We'll know their tendencies. They'll be better scouted. We'll have them over and over and over again. We will be better against you defensively than we were in the regular season. That's one. Two is you're allowed to be more physical in the postseason. Gee, do the Pistons have the ability to be physical? They do already. And now they're going to get called for less fouls? This is his belief. And I think, he brought up Cade. What he didn't bring up is Cade's now considered a legitimate superstar. And legitimate superstars get superstar treatment. I don't love it. I've always hated it, but that's the NBA. And quite frankly, now it's our turn. I love this answer from JB Bickerstaff.
Yeah, it's all good. The other thing is that, tonight's game that decides who they play between Orlando and Charlotte, they've played them both of those teams in the last 4 games. Mm-hmm. So they know what's going on. They know what's up with these two teams, and they've faced each other enough times this season already. So I don't think it's much of a disadvantage. The only disadvantage I see for the Pistons going into this on Sunday is that they still don't know who it is yet, and everybody else does, with the exception of the one seed in the Western Conference. I mean, we don't know who they're going to play yet. Other teams are ready for it.
Right, but their opponent is
but their opponent,
the Pistons.
right? Yeah, I got it.
It's
It's just it's a slight disadvantage, but it doesn't mean I think that whoever wins that game tonight is going to win more than 2 games in the series. I think the best to win 1.
Yeah, the positive of the Pistons always playing hard every night during the regular season is they don't have to change anything. They're used to it. This is the way they do things. The negative is, do they have more to get better, though, Doug? You talk about, other teams are going to play better. Can't the Pistons play better, too? I think the people are betting no, that are betting against the Pistons. I'm not saying they can't get better, but I think the other people, like the outside noise is, that's the best they can play, guys, and they've hit their ceiling, which, hey, we don't know yet. And I think I trust JB Bickerstaff, and he's right about playing the same team multiple times. The playoff basketball, everyone knows is different, so... And he mentioned something there that which I like is, I don't know if this is just him playing, the refs a little bit, but he said that they let you play more physical in the playoffs, and I hope that's true.
Yeah, right. All right, more from JB Bickerstaff this morning. How much will last year's playoff experience help you this year? Everybody says you need experience. Everyone says you need to lose before you can win. Is that true for this squad? I'm not going to lie, when the Knicks made it all the way to the Eastern Conference Finals, I felt a certain sense of co-opted pride in that I knew that Piston-Knicks series could have gone either direction. Pistons lost the series, got it. Knicks were better on the court last year. Really wish we got it on one call in one game, would have helped. Seemed like they missed out on that. But when the Knicks made the deep run, I was co-opting their success because I was like, they do belong. Just what JB said.
Yeah.
It felt like they belonged on the court with them.
Without question. Without question. Look, this team's number one seed for a reason. 60 wins is incredible. It's the third highest total in franchise history. I think it was the Bad Boy Pistons had a season like that, and the Going Work Pistons had a season like that. It's rare air, man. And obviously both of those teams ended up, winning championships. I don't know if they won in those specific years, but those are really good basketball teams. This is a really good basketball team, and it feels like we're all in on the bottom floor. Like this window won't be closing anytime soon. They've got young talent on this team. Yeah, there's a couple of veterans here that will help out, but I like it.
It's Carson Anderson. More from JB next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. J.B. Bickerstaff is the 2026 NBCA Coach of the Year, as voted on by the 30 head coaches in the association, the Pistons announced today. Detroit is, of course, the 1 seed in the East for the first time since 2007 after going 60-22 in the regular season. Bickerstaff's Pistons ranked top 3 in the league in 8 different categories, including first in blocks per game, steals per game, and paint points per game. Detroit will face the winner of Orlando and Charlotte in the first round. That game is tonight at 7:30 in Orlando. Hornets are currently favored by 3 points. And a number of Red Wings players spoke at locker cleanout today. Mo Sider was asked about getting booed off the ice in the final home game of the year. Alex DeBrincat called Detroit's finish this season embarrassing and unacceptable. Patrick Kane said he thinks there's mutual interest that he will be back with the Wings next year. Casey Mize will take the mound today for the Tigers when they play the Red Sox in Boston coming up at 7:15. We will have the pregame show here on 97.1 starting at 6:50. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
How are the dogs?
Better than last time.
We call it a bad bite. Take a bite too late in the break, and now you're stuck chewing.
So Georgia Jimmy came in about an hour ago and said, hey, I'm going to put some dogs out. We have a hot dog roller in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Well, sounds good, sure. Last time this happened, way premature on grabbing the dogs off the hot dog roller. They were not done.
Cooked?
No, they weren't. I mean, hot dogs are already cooked, but they weren't warmed all the way through. These are much better. However, the only issue I have is that there's no yellow mustard. They add
Is there any mustard?
Yeah, there's mustard. Spicier mustard, which I don't mind. I happen to love the yellow mustard. Yeah, this works.
Did you guys get dogs back there?
I did not. Kenny did not. But Kenny's going to go back there. Huh? I know. Kenny, we're shocked by Kenny. He said, I think he's going to get some.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm here till 6. I gotta make some choices here.
Yeah. No yellow mustard, though, just so you know.
Do you remember we did that topic a couple days ago? I guess it was Wednesday, and Are You Going to Eat That? The Blue Jays and their 77-cent dog night. And we asked, how many would you crush? We had a listener that said 2 per beer. And then he wrote, so 14.
7 beers.
Math. Yeah, exactly. Well done.
Well, once hot dogs, Gator can calculate quickly.
Dude, what is it? Something else happened.
They're facts.
We were doing something with, you were putting together the price of how much it would cost. And I'm like, boy, his math skills really sharpen up when it comes to hot dogs.
You got to know.
Okay. More from J.B. Bickerstaff, Piston head coach on the morning show. The depth. Okay, the depth has definitely been a Piston strength this year. Playoff starts Sunday. And they say in the playoff, your rotation, it shrinks. Is that going to be true of the Detroit Pistons? Here's what JB said. Something that happens in a long playoff run is you invariably are going to play a game where somebody's in foul trouble, or you might lose a player for a game or two because of injury. This is when depth matters most. Sometimes the depth isn't by choice. It's by necessity. And long playoff runs, they might not go on a long playoff run, but I suspect they'll be around for a while. And the longer you're around, the more important that depth is because there's going to be a higher likelihood that somebody's going to get in foul trouble or somebody's going to get hurt.
I love the depth of the team. I think it is the strength, one of the strengths of this team, and it is a weapon that they can unleash because the drop-off for a lot of these guys that are starters to the bench guys, it's not a big drop-off. And then you feel better about the situation when, okay, what happens if Cade gets hurt? Well, if Cade gets hurt, Danius Jenkins runs the team, and it's okay. It's not Cade for sure. What happens if Duncan Robb gets hurt? Well, if Duncan Robinson gets hurt, Kevin Huerter steps in. They've got guys and legitimate guys. I'm curious, like on Sunday's game, who's going to emerge as the number 3 guy? And I think it's something will rotate. It'll change each week. You're going to get Cade. You're going to get Duren. But who's the third guy on the score sheet that's going to be like, this guy hit 18 or this guy hit 22? It could change each and every game. That's what I love about it.
One more thing here. Kang, do you have any thoughts on the rotation getting shorter?
Yeah, I'm curious how this is going to work because that's one of their strengths is how deep this team is. B-Ball Paul, Red Velvet, Jenkins. But everyone knows, for the most part, rotations, they shorten up come playoff time. But that's their strength. So how much do they do it? I think maybe just flow of the game. But there is going to be times like I feel like Javonte Green's going to see a lot less minutes. Karis LeVert might see a lot less minutes. I think that is going to be shortened somewhat. But we might still see him, but very smaller spurts.
All right, final thing here from JB this morning. How is Cade Cunningham different this year as opposed to a year ago going into the postseason? Here's JB. I just love that we got a superstar. We got a superstar in our hands.
We have one superstar. We have a budding superstar in Jalen Duren.
Mm-hmm. It's trending in a very good place for this team. I am chesty about the Pistons going into this postseason. 248-539-9797. If anything JB said there is something you want to get into. In the meantime, somebody on Twitch, Kai Tech, posted, Kenny's going to be eating 10 hot dogs today. Kenny is not going to be eating 10 hot dogs.
No, he's not.
He can't eat 10 hot dogs.
Kenny.
Challenge?
I don't think you can do it.
Yeah, I don't think you can either.
You can't
Challenge?
do it. Kenny can't do it.
I will ruin my whole Friday for this.
Oh, it'll ruin more than your Friday.
Might ruin Saturday, too.
Unless you have a reversal, your Saturday's about to get a whole lot worse.
It's not a challenge. It's a statement of fact. You can't eat 10 dogs between now and 6 o'clock.
Take that as a challenge.
It's not meant to be a challenge. You just can't.
That's a challenge.
Kenny, you can leave him that one right now.
You don't have it in you.
You don't have to keep goading him in. He's ready to go.
I'm getting mad now.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, you got 5 hours, 2 an hour. You could, I don't know if you could.
2 an hour, easy. That's
the first hour is easy.
Second hour is easy.
Do we even have that many dogs back there?
Probably not.
We don't? What do we got back there?
There's I think there's a pack. There might be a package in the fridge back there too.
You only cooked one package?
No, there were a bunch down there before, but I mean Jimmy had some. I think Evan had some. I had some. I don't know.
Any raw onions?
No.
I will tell you,
there's some relish in the fridge. There's ketchup, and then there's very little even of this hot mustard left.
If you go ahead and you polish off 10 hot dogs between now and 6 o'clock, I will be at the same time wildly impressed and wildly unimpressed at the same time.
Unimpressed?
Yep. Dude.
So you think you can do it?
I know I can do it. Not a matter of can, it's a matter of should.
If you're asking Kenny if he can get the 1 yard.
I don't know, Kenny.
What was that, like a 3rd and 25?
You're asking me if I can get the first down. The answer is yes. Give me the ball.
Were
Kenny
you in
wants the ball.
Were you in that huddle? No, you weren't.
No,
you were on
no,
our team.
We heard this from our old intern, Chris.
Chris told us. It's 3rd and 25. Valenti's in the huddle, and he
It's a
draws up a toss
football
sweep.
game being played in the winter.
Draws up a toss sweep to himself.
Oh, it was like a blizzard.
And it's 3rd and 25, and Chris is like, is this the best play call?
Because this is what you do in backyard football. You do running plays on 3rd and 25.
We did that day.
And Valetti answered, if you're asking, can I get the first down? The answer is yes. He got 6 yards.
4th and 18.
Oh, Gator. It was 3rd and 25, and he got 6 yards. And what do you say? 4th and 18.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said it was.
Carson Anderson. Okay, couple things. Very interesting nugget out of the
Hot dog
NHL.
math better than football math.
A very interesting nugget out of the NHL playoffs. How true is this? We'll get to that today at 1:18. And Michigan and Michigan State spring games tomorrow. We'll give you a checklist of things to look for. Both Gator and I will be at the 2 venues in Ann Arbor and East Lansing. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Twin Peaks fans made it to the weekend, and they can't wait to host you for the party. That's right, the party never stops at Twin Peaks. And this weekend, there's amazing sports action from sunup to sundown. It starts with the baseball team back on the diamond tonight at 7, along with DAZN boxing. Circle back Saturday for the start of the basketball and hockey playoffs, along with more baseball action, more DAZN boxing, and a stacked UFC fight night. And then Sunday, back at playoffs with our basketball team. Game 1 action at 6:40. Why go to Twin Peaks for sports? That's a no-brainer. They boast wall-to-wall TVs, video walls, and 98 inches, up to 98 inches that bring you all the action that you crave. Scratch Kitchen boasts some awesome items like the house-smoked chicken wings, the thighs, the ribs, and even the hand-cut New York strips. And don't get me started on the bar. Love the coldest draft beer in the state, poured at an ice-cold 29 degrees. There's an exquisite craft cocktail menu featuring a wide variety of tequilas and bourbons, and the best part, all served up by the beautiful and hospitable Twin Peaks girls. Come root for the home team all weekend long at the best bar in the country. It's Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. Scott Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Hope everybody's doing great on this Friday.
These are better dogs than I thought.
Yeah? How many did you polish off?
Just 2.
Okay.
Small. They were small dogs.
Were they?
But it's making me rethink the yellow mustard.
What do you mean?
It's not bad to change up the mustard every once in a while. Get the spicier brownish mustard or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Gildan's or whatever.
Okay.
It's good.
Good. Glad you liked it.
Thank you.
And Kenny's gone and fetched some. Kenny, is there going to be enough back there for you to do this?
I haven't. I haven't gone back and checked yet, but I will see.
Okay. All right. Few things here. A couple days ago, we had you guys draft what other state was rooting for the Pistons to win the NBA championship.
Correct.
Geotagged information from Twitter. They were able to determine what each state, who the most popular team pick was to win the NBA title in each state. And in that case, you guys each took 4 states. Gator got it. It was Wisconsin. Have you seen the same map for the NHL?
I have not.
Okay. So
I've just pulled up the playoff bracket to see
Okay.
who's playing.
Kang, why don't you pull up the playoff bracket as well when you get a chance? Because the same thing was done for the National Hockey League. And, of course, the Red Wings aren't in it.
Thanks.
As we all know. So the question becomes, what team do you think our state is rooting for? Okay. So you got the list of 16 teams in front of you?
Yeah.
Kang, do you got the list of 16 teams in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. We gave Gator the first pick the other day. So, Kang, you get the first pick today. Then Gator
Actually,
gets
I think
2.
Kang got the first pick last time.
I thought you did.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I think I went with Hawaii first.
Okay, never mind. Gator, go first.
I'll take the Edmonton Oilers.
Gator goes Edmonton. Kang, you get 2 picks.
Is that the Wild logo?
Yeah, the Wild are playing.
Yeah, I'll take the Wild. I got logos up here. That's why. Yeah.
Okay, you got the Wild, and who else?
And I'll take. Ottawa.
Okay.
Wow. Oh, no. No.
Kenny doesn't like it. Go have a hot dog.
Gator, you get 2 picks.
Want to get away. I will take Buffalo.
Okay.
And Philadelphia.
Buffalo and Philly.
I don't know why. I went with the Spartan Martone factor.
What team in the NHL playoffs is the state of Michigan most rooting for? Kang, you get 2 picks.
Vegas, because I love Vegas.
You're a resident, so.
Yeah.
And
the Ducks, because I liked the Ducks when I was a kid.
Okay. You have 1 pick here, Gator, to complete the draft.
I will take the Tampa Bay Lightning.
Tampa Bay. Gentlemen, we're going to overtime.
Oh, wow, we suck.
We will go back and forth now, and continuing with the fact that you get 2 picks and you only got 1 there. So, Gator, you're up first in the 5th round.
I will select.
Just let me recap who's been taken for people. Gator had Edmonton, Buffalo, Philly, and Tampa. None of those were correct. Kang had Minnesota, Ottawa, Vegas, and Anaheim. None of those were correct.
Half the field is gone. Mm-hmm. I will say Montreal.
Montreal. Kang?
Oh, it's not Montreal.
I'm going Utah.
We're going to double overtime. And Kang, you're up first.
Oof. It's not this. I'm going to go with the Penguins. I'm just going against what I think it is.
He's going Pittsburgh.
Yeah, because there's no way it would be Pittsburgh. Or is it?
Gator?
Did I say Tampa?
Yes.
Okay. Did I say Boston?
You did not.
I'll try Boston.
We're going to triple overtime.
Hey!
Kenny wants me to say LA.
Well, it's not your pick.
You can do whatever,
It's
Gator.
Gator's
you
pick.
know what the pick is.
There are 4 teams left.
What do we have left? There's L.A.,
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Dallas.
Yep.
An Avalanche?
Colorado,
Carolina,
and Carolina.
Wow.
I'll go LA. Not because Kenny's clamoring for it, but because
Well, I'm going Carolina.
You're going to quadruple overtime.
Are you kidding me?
This is
It's
unbelievable.
Dallas or Colorado is the choice for the state of Michigan. Then it has to be Dallas.
Kang, it's Kang's pick.
It is
It's my
Kang's
pick. We're as bad as the Wings are at this. I'm going Dallas. It cannot be Colorado. It's got to be Dallas.
Right. I guess Colorado.
We have a winner.
Yay, somebody won.
I'm showing you the graphic.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong. Oh, come on. No, I refuse to believe this.
It's the Avs?
It says the Avalanche.
It's the Colorado
It could not
Avalanche.
be. This is false. This
It's
is
the
fake
Colorado
news.
Avalanche.
Fake news.
It's
Based
literally
on,
our last pick.
it's your state or province prediction based on X Twitter data since 640,000 tweets. It's the Colorado Avalanche.
Yeah, I'm not trusting Elon Musk for anything, let alone. I mean, this is how you know it's all fake.
It's 'cause
Oh,
Doge
Detroit
worked out
picked.
so
Did
well.
Detroit want Colorado to win the Stanley Cup? Yeah, you're gonna almost buy that.
Tom Milliken brought this up to me and put it down and said, this is a sign of the apocalypse.
This is just it's false.
What's
It's not
possibly the reason?
Well, Red Wing fans are really dead inside. They're done.
right. The reason is spite. They're so pissed at their own team that they picked the rival. Is that it?
I don't know, dude.
This is fake news. This is by the way, this is the worst bit we've done on the radio in 20 years. It comes with if this is true. Come on.
You just got a Red Wing shirt on too and everything. It's awesome.
Colorado.
That's what the data says. I had high hopes for this paying off, and I can't.
Yeah, I had
believe
high
it.
hope for Doge too. That worked out well. Thanks, Musk. I'm not trusting Musk in anything. His algorithms. And my algorithm says it's going to be Colorado. Michigan wants Colorado to win.
You had to have known this was going to happen, Doug. None of us were going to pick Colorado.
Yeah, I was pretty sure. I could have just told you instead of doing the draft thing, but this was way more fun. They went 16th. 16th.
Yeah, you know why?
Yeah.
Because nobody believes it.
Fair enough. Well, wait a sec. Rob on a cell, you're on 97.1. Hi, Rob.
Hi, 1 second. I got to get off speaker.
Always a good idea. Turn your radio down.
So I think that's incorrect. It's got to be that Michiganders believe Colorado will win, not that we want them to win. That's just insanity.
Well, I mean, I just read it as written, but it might be. It
Right,
might
yeah.
be. It might be that the
yeah.
data is being. It's that the belief in them is being interpreted as they want them to win.
Even that's false,
Right.
isn't it, Rob? Because we can't stand Colorado. We're not even going to give that
No,
credence.
absolutely not.
Yeah, I
We
mean, we're
want
not going to even say,
Colorado to get swept in the
Colorado
first
will win.
round.
I hate. No, we hate Colorado.
Yeah, we want them to get swept in the first round.
Yeah.
Well, it can happen because it's the NHL and anything can happen. So go Kings, go.
Yes. Go Kings, go. For the 5 people that are going to pay attention to the Stanley Cup playoffs in the state, yes.
The year they brought by the cupcakes, the Wings weren't in it, were they?
Oh, I think they were in it.
Were they?
Oh, actually, I can't say that for certain. I don't know. It was so long ago.
Sure did make us care more.
I mean, were they? They may not, because it's been 10 years. So it's what, 2016 was the last year they were in the playoffs?
Before we move off the Red Wings as a topic, because we're short on time, you heard what Patrick Kane said today, right?
I did.
Yeah. He thinks there's mutual interest.
Yes.
Gator, it's right up your alley.
Yeah, I want him back. Guy can score. He helps the offense. He makes the offense better. Get rid of other players, not Patrick Kane. That's simple.
He's planted a flag, and you're going to stand by that flag.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's one of the top 6 forwards on the team, 100%. He's cheap? Keep him. Get rid of the other guys. You want to talk about trading Lucas Raymond? If people want to, I don't know why people want to talk about trading Larkin, but if you want to talk about that, that's fine. But as far as a re-sign, it's an easy one. Kane and DeBrincat are an amazing combination on the ice.
Let me make sure. When you say that's fine, you're not endorsing keeping Kane and trading Larkin and Raymond.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that, when you look at untouchables on this team, I think there really is just Mo Sider basically is untouchable, and DeBrincat too. Everybody else, I'll listen to anything. Doesn't mean I'll do it, but I'll listen to anything. But as far as a free agent signing that will become on the cheap, like $3 or $4 million, and it's a guy that works so well with the guy who is untouchable, yeah, I'm bringing him back.
My bad. That went longer than I expected. We didn't have time to get into Michigan State. We will do that before the show is done. Fans, what to look for in the spring games tomorrow in East Lansing and Ann Arbor. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
If you want to have a beautiful weed-free lawn this summer, do what I did. I do it every year. I get Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. These guys are amazing. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN. You can get green and stay green and save green when you prepay. If you call by the end of the month, you'll get the early bird discount. Natural Way has been serving Michigan since 1990. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee, and they've been at my house for like a dozen years. It's incredible. For greener grass and fewer weeds, early treatment is the key. They offer fertilization, aeration, weed control, disease control, and so much more. And they've got programs that are designed to strengthen the turf, improve the color, and control those damn weeds. And let me tell you something. It's easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix it. Early treatments set the tone for the entire season. And for a limited time only, if you purchase a full lawn program, you'll get free grub control, but you got to mention my name, Gator, and a station 97.1. Call right now, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
The car, Scott Anderson, 97.1. All right, so this weekend, Michigan State play their spring football games. Although Michigan State's doing, a showcase? Is that what it's?
Yeah, it's not really a game. I imagine it's just going to be like a practice of some kind. Maybe they'll do some. I'm sure they'll do some scrimmaging, for sure. But it's not like the old school spring game, which was awesome. But as time goes on and guys get hurt, and now you've got portal and guys in, guys out. You got to wait till after a school year for some guys to transfer.
Rosters used to have 140 kids, and you can play a full 60-minute football game. But we are broadcasting live. We'll be on many of the affiliates at 2 o'clock, myself and John Jansen tomorrow. Michigan is going to play a semblance of a game. There will be some players that play both ways, quarterbacks being one of them. But they did split the rosters somewhat evenly as best they could, the maize and the blue. And they'll kick it off. Our broadcast starts at 2. I think the actual game starts at 2:15. There'll be like 10-minute quarters. Normally timed 10-minute quarters in the first half and the second half. I think they're going to do running clock. And Michigan State, what's the showcase entail?
I believe it's at noon. I think at Spartan Stadium. It's should be interesting to see what how the team looks with a new coach. That's it. You got a whole new coaching staff basically. There's a couple holdovers, but I think what they're going to project in front of fans that show up tomorrow, I'm guessing, is a team that it looks like they're ready to roll. Like they're going to be running to every station. They're going to show a lot of effort out there because that's what Pat Fitzgerald is going to demand. So I'm curious to see how the quarterback looks, Alessio, see how he's throwing the ball around. They're going to have new receivers to go because Nick Marsh isn't there, and all these graduations, all these transfers. You're going to have to relearn everybody on this team because there was so much turnover with today's college football. And then you add to it, you've got a coaching change too that is changing things over. And, Spartan fans are always going to be looking at the offensive line because there's a whole new offensive line coming in, looking at the defensive line. Are they going to have any pass rushers this year? Hopefully they will. And, we'll see. There's also some players coming back that we haven't seen, like in a while. Chuck Brantley was with the Spartans, made that amazing interception against Michigan, and then transferred away. Now he's back. So curious to see how that's going to work. But there's, it's just kind of, whetting the appetite for college football. And for Spartan fans, they're dying to see something with this team, something new, because when John Smith was the coach, now that Smith was the coach, just not a whole lot of excitement about it. And it didn't come from him, That coach, there was nothing exciting about him. He may have been a great X and O's guys and may have known that in the game.
He was like the opposite of Dion.
I mean, he was so low key and just, matter of fact, Pat Fitzgerald comes in with a much different pedigree and comes in with a lot of intensity. And I think Spartan fans are excited about it.
As far as Michigan, I know how this works. Fan bases always get excited about Johnny Next Guy, whoever's going to be the next player. That's going to contribute. And the guy that's created the most buzz, and Kyle Whittingham hasn't shied away from it at all, is Savion Hyder, the 5-star running back. In some people's analysis, the top high school running back in the country. He is an early enrollee, and he's going to get his opportunity to showcase for the fans. Number 5 out there tomorrow, considered a guy who, I'm watching a little bit of practice. I saw, you're talking about a kid that looks way older than 17, which I think he turns 18 May 1st. So he looks way, way more ready than most college freshmen look. Tommy Carr, the brother of CJ, son of Jason and Tammy, and grandson of Lloyd. He was a late add to the class. He committed to the previous staff. He was a Miami of Ohio commit. He flew under the radar because when he was at Saline, his brother was a starting quarterback, and Tommy would play the JV game for a quarter and then be the backup for varsity. And so he didn't get a lot of snaps, and he did it, people weren't paying attention to the JV game, but he was the best backup for varsity. And you can do that. So he'd get, scraps at the end of games. And then he got his own opportunity, committed to Miami of Ohio, and then the big boys started calling, and he switched and flipped to Michigan. He will get a lot of run tomorrow. The wide receivers, J.J. Buchanan, the transfer from Utah, is every bit as good as advertised from what I've seen. He is going to be a factor this year. And then 2 young freshmen that stood out. One is Celesi Moa, who was a 5-star that committed to Utah and flipped to Michigan. And the other's Travis Johnson, a little bit under the radar. Saw him running with the ones. So guys to take. And then I'll be sitting there with Jansen, and there's 2 young offensive linemen that I want John to pay attention to that I've heard good things about. One is Marky Walbridge, and the other is Ace Hamilton. So,
do you think you're really going to have to tell John to pay attention to the offensive
I don't
line?
think so, but those are 2 guys I can't wait to get his opinion on, young guys. So we're on the air at 2 o'clock tomorrow for the Michigan spring game, but of course there'll be veterans too and guys coming back from injury. And so it'll be fun. It's always fun. Like you said, wet the whistle for college football. We welcome in Mark Ryan.
Gentlemen,
how are you?
Appreciate you. By the way, Jansen hates Caden Proctor.
Yeah, I discovered
and he managed
that.
to convince me why he should not be drafted. And who am I to debate?
I know
offensive
it's sort of
line
like
play with John?
it's like I'm building this case for Caden Proctor, and then John texts me, and then he texts me again, and I kind of basically on their air went, okay. I mean, what do you do, right? I mean, you just maybe I have to revamp my board.
Well, I think, I think he's definitely not in favor of them drafting at 17. Would he be in favor of them if he slipped to 50? That's a whole different story. But for 17,
well, if he slips to 50, then probably everything that John's worried about is true.
Weight problems. He plays too high up. He says can't get low. All of those things that go into it. So that's actually one of the things we're getting to today. You know, if you look at the consensus of the different draft boards, I looked at 10 different mock drafts. In the 10 different mock drafts I looked at, the 10 most common, there's 4 players mocked to the Lions.
Mm-hmm.
I think 2 of those would be great, and I think 2 of them would be bad.
Okay.
And we're also going to ask you offensive lineman or the field. We have our selfish sports takes today on the show.
I'm interested.
Yes, and we have our best playoff format plus on the Detroit Pistons. I think I know the real reason why Pistons fans are nervous about the playoffs.
Okay.
And we're going to say the quiet part out loud.
What's the selfish sports takes? What is the definition of a selfish sports take?
It benefits only you.
Oh.
Right.
Well, I like to say, if you're not going to speak on your own behalf, who will?
Right. That's exactly right.
Is this like your own narrative or just something you just want to have? Well, I guess it is your own narrative.
Well, it's just like personal pet peeve. For example, last year, the Lions played in July, Thanksgiving and Christmas. How in the hell are you not exempt from playing on Christmas if you play on Thanksgiving and you play in July? And you play on all these Thursday games.
Have a great show and have a great weekend.
You guys do the same.
Stay safe, everybody. And I'm a minute early. My apologies. My apologies. My apologies.
Gator was giving you the side eye right there.
I've had a rough week.
Did King tell you something I didn't know?
No, I've had a rough
60
week.
seconds. It's okay, Doug. It's okay. Look, yesterday was interesting. Yesterday started awful and it ended awful.
It got worse.
It was one of the strangest
We shouldn't
shows
just focus
we've done.
on the good things.
Right now, I'm going to hold a post-show press conference, and I'm going to have to answer some tough questions about my performance this week. But I'll step up. I'll talk about accountability and trying to do better the next time. Okay. Well, have a great show.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
And Scott, you have a great weekend.
Well, thank you too, Doug. I hope you have a good call on the game
The
tomorrow.
spring game, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. We got Pistons Sunday night. We have a short show Monday leading into a 11-10 Tiger game, but we'll have a quick champ and chump on Monday. So,
You're
take
so
two.
lucky for short shows.
Take 2 in 3, 2, 1. Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Valenti and Rico, Mark Ryan in for Mike, the final day this week. Let's open up by
Hold on.
Yeah.
It is the final day, right?
Yeah, it is.
5 straight days.
5 straight days. You've survived, and I'm still here.
You do realize, David, did you or Kenny get your catered lunch today? Because anybody who does the show for 5 days, on day 5, they cater the lunch.
No, I was looking for some. I was walking around. I'm like, man, aimlessly wondering.
I wasn't
boy.
going to say anything,
Oh,
but
boy.
I'm glad that you did, Rico, because somebody's got to speak for the voices.
Oh, well, listen, had I gotten the memo.
When Stoney fills in, Stoney buys us lunch on
boy.
Friday.
Oh, boy. I did not.
When Rieger fills in, Rieger buys us lunch.
I did not get the memo. I listen, I've made my fair share of rookie mistakes around here. This might be the worst one.
Because I'm looking like, okay, I don't smell any food. And Jimmy comes in with a hot dog. I'm like, wait, you bought us hot dogs? Really?
No.
You didn't even buy the hot dogs.
No, see, like every single league has an initiation. Tarek Skubal said to McGonigal this week, you're buying everybody dinner, right, with this $150 million, right? Well, we all know that of all the members of this show, it's me that makes the big bucks, right? We all know that. So,
Yes, you do.
I am going to have to make this right. Wow. I will say this.
We didn't even get a Snicker. Nothing. Okay.
Just eating air here. Just eating air.
We just,
you know what's funny is Jimmy actually provided us with more food today than Mark did. He gave us hot dogs.
You're pulling your inner Chucky Atkins. Remember him? Remember what he said? He goes, I can't eat promises. Okay? Can't eat promises.
I hope you're proud of yourself.
Well, I will say this. It's been an honor to be here this week, guys. Thank you for putting up with me on behalf of everybody here.
Mark.
Thank you for putting up with me for another day.
You didn't get us
food. I'm not done yet.
Okay.
I'm not done yet. Okay. But I do want to let you know that I can see, having worked with you guys, why this is one of the best sports shows in America. Every single one of you and what you guys add to the show individually, it's obvious to me, patently obvious, why this is one of the top sports shows in the country. So thank you for having me. It's an honor in my career. And I will be scurrying off, doing my research, figuring out what you guys like after this. Don't shake your head like a disappointed. It's not too late. It's never too late.
Oh, it's too late.
I didn't have the memo.
It's too late, man. It's showtime. We got to go. It's showtime now.
All right. It's showtime. So let's
hit it.
Let's do it. Look, there's a number of things that we're sore about when it comes to the end of the hockey season. We're sore about the fact that the Wings aren't there. We're sore about the fact that McClellan, who we believe represents us, right, is always emotionless, always has the poker face, but he didn't after the last game. He didn't after the last game. He actually was about to blow at the end of that last game.
We're also sore at the fact that I thought maybe we hear something from Stevie today. We didn't hear anything.
No, nothing from Stevie. Nothing from Stevie. Here was Todd McClellan after the 8-1 depancing at Florida the other night. Yeah, I think we all should be embarrassed, the words of Todd McClellan. But would you believe that's not the only thing we should be upset about?
I just got a question.
Yeah.
Because, I'm sitting around here and it's a little bit off topic. Like the NBA playoff, it's a little weird at first because of the play-in and then how it works. If this seed wins, they automatically go. But if this seed wins, they got to play a second game in order to make it in there. So you're in, but you're not in. But I do have a question for our hockey nista here, for Mr. Kenneth I Know Puck Cott.
No, I don't know Puck. It's been established that I don't know Puck at this point.
Kenny,
Can you explain the playoff seeding in the NHL? Because I'm like, wait. 1 versus 6, 2 versus 5, 3, 4, and 7 versus 8.
The seeding in hockey is basically, if you want the answer, the seeding it's the first place team in each division. The best team in the conference plays the worst wild card team. The other 1 seed plays the second, and then it's 2-3 versus 2-3 versus 2-3.
2-3 in the same division.
Yes.
Right? So division plays one another, which has resulted in this. Number 1 seed Carolina plays 6-seeded Ottawa. Mm-hmm. Number 7 seed Pittsburgh plays number 8 seed Philadelphia.
Right.
What in the name of Gary Bettman is going on over here?
I don't like it either. I think it's very silly.
How is it that they can just take something so simple? I thought the NBA was bad. I'm like, wait.
You know what this feels like? When the dog hits the basket and determines who wins, right?
Yes.
The dog knocks the basket. Hey, man, this is how we make our playoff matchups. The dog decided that it's going to be Pittsburgh versus Philadelphia. The 7 seed versus the 8 seed. So the 7 seed gets to play a worse team than the number 1 seed. Oh, it doesn't stop there. No. In the Western Conference, the 2 seed plays the 3 seed in the whole conference in the first round. So 2 of the 5 best teams in the entire NHL. One of them's Minnesota, could have been Detroit had they traded for Quinn Hughes, but that's for another day. 2 versus 3. That would be like, Rico, OKC and San Antonio meeting in round 1.
Yeah.
Is this not the most senseless thing you have ever heard in the history of sports?
I laughed because I said, you know what? I have to ask Kenny this question because
it's crazy because I want to hear you say this again, Kenny, because I thought I heard you say the number 1 twice.
There's 2 divisions, David.
Yes.
The top team in each division plays the 2 wild cards. And then there's the 2.
Whatever happened to 1 seed, 2 seed, 3 seed, 4 seed, 5, 3.
David, I'm not saying you're wrong. You asked me a question. I think it should be 1, 8, 2, 7, 3, 6. Don't overcomplicate it. Make it very simple. I agree.
And not only that, David, if you have a crappy division, the top 3 teams in that division make it. So you could have a team in that division that sucks, that gets into the playoffs. And the wild cards are almost always going to be better than that team. So we thought we would open today by simply asking you guys this. Look, don't do drugs, kids. The NHL playoff system is on drugs. This is what happens when you use drugs at young ages. You get a playoff format like this. The Tonsil Hockey League would have a better playoff format than the National Hockey League. What's the best playoff format in sports? And who has the worst? Overall, best and worst. As far as I see, we got 6 categories. We've got basketball, college and pro, football, college and pro, MLB, NHL. Yeah. What's the best? What's the worst? This is drunk.
Well, I thought NBA was drunk because the NBA, you really have to focus because I've been asked so many times, wait, but that team just won. Why do they have to play? No. It's set up for seeding. So the 7th and 8th seeds, if the 7th seed wins their game, they're in. If the 8th seed beats the 7th seed, they're in. But whoever wins the 9-10 game,
they're not in.
You got to play again in order to get that last spot.
The loser of the 7-8 game.
Right.
Yes.
So if you lose the 7-8 game, so Kenny, it's not that far away from where you are.
So what's going to surprise you even more is I can answer your question right now. I think the best format is still hockey. The reason,
oh boy.
The reason is, and I'll defend it. I can defend it. They haven't expanded. The golden goose is not dead. Hockey has the best playoff for a product-wise, is the best one that there is.
Yeah, but it is wrong. We as a people like what is right and what is just.
Sure.
It is not right for the 1 seed to be playing a better team than the 7 seed. It is not right for the NHL's version of OKC and San Antonio to be playing in the first freaking round of the playoffs.
And I don't disagree with that. I just hate all of the other formats of all the other sports much more than I don't like the way the NHL does it. Don't get me wrong. but the other ones I think are much worse.
Oh, come on. So we open with that question for you. Best playoff format, worst playoff format. The numbers for you guys, 248-539-9797 is where you guys can get to us on the show. The NHL playoff format is absolutely drunk. The Pistons look to get into their own playoff format on Sunday. We'll go around the room, rank ours, best and worst, coming your way next. Valenti and Rico, 97.1.
Hey, imagine all that can happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out. But what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi at a price that didn't change for 5 years? You know what? Thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issue even before you notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices, and no one is battling for bandwidth. And for the next 5 years, all your devices will be working perfectly in harmony. And you get our best equipment, no annual contracts, no fees, no strings. So even when your kids grow up, and trust me, you still won't understand what that 6-7 thing means. Your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only. To get started, call Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. All right. So who has the best playoff format? I know it's not the NHL or the NBA because when you need to take courses in order to understand the process, as they like to say, it should just be simple. It should be easy. I think I came up with the best. To me, it was almost a tie, but I like the fact it's football, but not pro football. I like the college football format. And I know a lot of people don't like it because, the TV, but don't care. I like the fact that it rewards the top 4 teams. You guys take the week off. The next 4 teams, I love the fact you get a home game. Not some arbitrary bowl game, but you know what? If your team is good enough, but you didn't quite become one of the top 4, you'll see a bowl game at the Big House in East Lansing, in Columbus. Whatever. So your fans can all get in there and appreciate that game with you. You win, and then you move on to the different various bowl games. I like the NFL as well, except for I don't like the fact now that only the top seed gets the bye. I think you should have a reward if you're one of the top 2 seeds, but it's just the one right now. Trust me, when they expand the playoff, it'll be 2 seeds that get the bye week. But I like what college football has done where it's just top 4 seeds, take that week off, you've earned it. But unfortunately, that week off means that you're probably going to lose that game. Top 4 seeds have not done well when it has come. Only Indiana, I think, is the only one that's actually done well as one of the top seeds because they take too long off. But I like the fact of the home games at stadiums. Mark, it gives me what I've always wanted to see. I've often said, what happens if LSU has to come and play in Ann Arbor, or LSU has to come and play in the snow in Wisconsin, or they got to go to East Lansing? Because you always play bowl games in warm weather. To me, advantage Southern teams. Okay, now the elements kick in. Now you have to play in the snow. Now a team that normally you get an Arizona State team here in the middle of December. Good luck with that. They're not used to the snow. You can't simulate snow in Tempe, so you're screwed. So I like that.
I like what you said. I have college football number 2 out of my 6. And the reason is you touched on it. It's too punitive sometimes to win your conference, and it's actually better not to win your conference. They haven't figured that out yet. Yeah. You know, like they need to figure that out. The other thing I would say is I want all the games on college campuses until the national championship game. That should be a reward, in my opinion, for kicking ass during the regular season. All the games are on there. Not just, and you can call it the Rose Bowl, whatever. It's in Gainesville, Florida. Okay, I know it's never going to be in Gainesville, Florida. Thank you very much. I think the NFL is the best, but I can even make the NFL better. The NFL there's plenty of football talent to expand the league to 36 teams. There's plenty of talent out there. I don't want any bye.
Hold on.
To not have any bye, I need 8 teams per conference in the playoffs.
Let me hit the pause button real quick, if I may. I don't think they can expand. Mark, you're going to have a hard time finding 20 good starting quarterbacks. 20 good ones. So
Kirk Cousins was a backup last year.
I said 20 good starting quarterbacks, okay?
Yeah.
The fact that Kirk Cousins has milked the NFL
dry
for almost, he's getting close to that $500 million range. Like, he's going to be the answer to questions. And you're like, wait, Tom Brady? No.
Who is the worst quarterback ever who's a billionaire? Kirk Cousins.
So I don't think you have enough quarterbacks to expand. That's all I'm saying for that. But go ahead.
Okay, so that's it. I think the NFL is the best. I think the NFL could be made better to get rid of the bye. College football problem, you're better off not winning your conference. NBA, I have third. Who needs a best of 7? I don't need that in the first round. March Madness number 4. The best team doesn't win. I think you have a responsibility to crown the best team. Major League Baseball, why the hell do I play 162 games to be gone in 48 hours? Best of 3? There should be no best of 3s. I'd be okay if the World Series was best of 9. Okay? Best of 3. And then the NHL is on drugs. So best is the NFL, worst is the NHL. Easy for me. Easy best, easy worst. But college football, look, they got rid of that idiotic thing where Boise State got to have the what was it? The top seed. They had the bye. Boise got rid of that. Good.
They're still tweaking it.
Now you need to make the conference championships something teams still want to play in and win.
No, you just got to take away the conference championships and just take the regular season conference champion and just say we're going to move on.
That's what soccer does. That's what soccer does, because you lose your quarterback in the conference championship game. If we don't really care about the conference, right? That's a problem. You're going to have a lot more co-champions if you don't have a championship game, though. Are you okay with that?
No, you're playing 9 regular season games, so chances are it's not going to happen as many times as you think. Odd number. So, David, what do you got?
A text communication here. Someone says NASCAR has by far the worst playoff seeding. It's not even close. NHL is second worst. Well, NASCAR, we talk about sports that people care about. Someone else texted in and says MLB is the best. Dave in Ann Arbor texted in and says NBA is the fun kind of drunk. NHL is the bummer.
NHL is just drunk.
It says, what are we even doing here? Kind of drunk. That's what Spartan
NHL is beer before liquor.
Yeah.
Undoubtedly.
What was the last one, David?
One more text here says, the worst playoffs are both of the college games, football and basketball. Here's why. They are subjective. There are committees that are picking and choosing who gets in, rather it just being based on the records. Joe in Scummy cheating A2, he says.
You know what, Joe, I get that, but because it's over 300-some teams for basketball, 128 teams for football, everybody's not playing everybody. That's the unfortunate downside, is you do need a committee. I understand what he's saying because, name brand means something. College hoops, I don't have up that tie because everything's played on a neutral site. So I like the fact when teams play and the fans are there. That's why I like college football, because at least that first round, the fans get to make – the fans and the weather determine who's going to win that game. And I like that.
Let's get to Joe in Grosse Ile, who's up next on the show. All right, Joe, best and worst playoff format. What do you got?
What I have is I agree and disagree with both of you. I think football does it the best, NFL and college football in that order, and hockey does it the worst. But here's how I would tweak it for the pro sports. For all of the pro leagues, I would, the day after the regular season, have a draft where the team with the best record gets to pick which team they meet in the first round of the playoffs. There's matchups that could come into play, recent injuries, and I think there were teams that would feel dissed that, they think that we're not all that. I'd love to play them.
Joe, I was just thinking that imagine you're the team that gets picked, like, you think you can beat us? Okay, there's a chip on the shoulder. I like that.
That's what I'm saying. I'd like to see that. And the team with the best record should get their most optimal opponent, who they think, at least in the first round, and we'll see if they had a good idea or not. But it'll never happen. I realize that. But I think it should happen for all the pro sports.
I love it. I think that's a hell of an idea. I'll tell you this. The Pistons sure as hell wouldn't be picking the Hornets. All right? Definitely not. Let's get to Tom, who's up next. Hey, Tom, you're on 97.1.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So I think the best is the NFL and the MLB, because I think it's most closely aligned with the regular season, and those games matter, the wild card games and everything. I won't really comment on an NHL because I'm not that closely knowledgeable of it, but the NBA I think is pretty terrible, but in a good way. But I think what it does is you have these opportunities for teams to ruin each other's seasons, but it's not really aligned to anything with the regular season, because any of those teams, I think, outside of the Heat and the Lakers, they're not successful once they get in. So it kind of turns into what it would be in a 7-game series where these teams really have no chance. So it's basically like a gimmick that the NBA has done that is somewhat entertaining, sort of like a March Madness, but these teams really, with a very rare exception, they're going to be bounced from the first round anyway. So it's really just an opportunity to maybe see an 8 seed knock off the 7 seed, or something like a 9 seed knock off the 10th seed. I think Devin Booker had a funny tweet about this play-in tournament, saying that now you can see a team with the worst record potentially get in, but I think with the East this year, there was like a lot of teams above 500, and the West not so much, and maybe that's why you're kind of seeing the dichotomy there. But it doesn't really align with the regular season, and it's sort of, they haven't figured out a way to make, because these teams do play each other in series too, but it doesn't seem to matter as much as it does in some of the other sports.
Yeah, Tom, no, you're right, and I appreciate the call, man. Look, the reality is in the history of the NBA, there's only been 5 8-over-1s. A lot of times 2 quarters into the first game, you know how the whole series is going to go.
Yeah.
I don't need to see 4 games of this.
Right. And the other reason why I like the college football, the setup, and maybe it's just because of recent history, because even though you got the bye week as one of the top 4 seeds, doesn't guarantee you're going to win that first game that you play, that bowl game. How many times we've seen not only have they lost, but they've gotten blown out, or you're like, wow, okay, I just knew that this team was going to win. Indiana was the only one to buck the trend and said, no. I know we're a 1 seed, and we're going to stay a 1 seed, and we're going to treat you like we're the 1 seed. Everybody else loses.
Good conversation. I'll tell you what we've got coming up. It's the Jailbreak Blitz, and it's next here on 97.1. Valenti and Rico, 97.1. We've got an NFL Blitz for you coming on right now, simply regarded as C. Oh, no.
All right, boys. Here's a dumb
is this
game
your
that I've
game
created.
again, Kenny?
It in fact is the game that I've created. It is not strictly NFL. You will all be glad to know. So this is think about Jeopardy style. I will give you a category. I will give you all a question from that category, and then you will answer yes or no. And then I will assign you points based on your answer. And you will have to obviously elaborate on your choice. The categories are Red Wings, Pistons, Tigers, Lions, and National.
So there's no Steelers category?
That would be -5 points from David.
No, and that's the game right there. Kenny just arbitrarily picks the point.
But it's a little bit of whose line is it anyway mixed in there too, where the points kind of matter, but they really don't matter all that much.
Go ahead and give me a -5 because the Red Wings haven't earned the right to be in this conversation.
No, Mark wins 1 point.
There we go.
All right, Mark.
Give me the Pistons.
You didn't buy us food, so you get to go ahead and lead off.
Damn. Pistons.
All right, Pistons. Beef stew and his temper will become a major storyline / problem this postseason. Gentlemen, yes or no? David.
Yes.
Why is that?
Because if they play the Charlotte Hornets, he's ready and willing.
Yes
Hornets
or
are
no,
favored
and
by
why?
3 points tonight. No, Beef Stew's actually a smart guy. He's not going to let his emotions get the best of him in a game that matters.
Kenny, I'm going to say yes and no. It will be a storyline. The media is going to pick up on it, especially if it's the Charlotte Hornets. But NBA Coach of the Year, Bernie Bickerstaff, I think is going to pull Beef Stew aside and say, hey, son.
JB Bickerstaff.
Oh, I'm sorry, JB.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, JB.
Bernie, you got to get him from somewhere else.
Right. JB will say, hey, no, enough. No foolishness. Don't hurt your team, son. Just keep it on the court.
So that will be 1 point for David because I agree. 0 points.
Wait, you agree and he gets the point? That's
Yes,
how this works?
That's how this works.
Oh, my gosh.
0 points for Mark because I disagree, but at least you answered. And -1 point for Rico because he said yes and no, which is not the game. It is yes or no.
I don't like the host.
He's Switzerland. We're asking you not to be Switzerland.
This game.
And Rico, you get to pick the category now, one of our major 4 sports teams or national.
Let's go. Let's just get this out the way. Let's go Wings.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Red Wings. The season inspires major shakeups this offseason, whether it's Larkin, Raymond, or otherwise. Yes or no? Major shakeups this offseason because of the result.
Absolutely, yes. You have to have a major shakeup because we keep saying the minor tweaks, and the minor tweaks keep you out of the playoffs. If the goal is to not be a playoff team, you're batting 1,000. But that's not what the goal is, so major shakeup.
Kenny, I already know I'm going to get a -1 on this, so because I know your feeling on it. However, you got to blow it up, and it's not just the lack of requisite talent. It's the fact that you don't have the mental makeup of a championship caliber team. In my opinion, Todd McClellan is the only one in the organization who has the mental makeup of a champion. Okay, so I'm pressing the explosion button on everybody else.
So, Kenny, I'm not going to predetermine how many points you're going to give me. I'll just answer it. I'll say that we have to blow it up. You have to make major changes. Every player that spoke today says, oh, I'm surprised we should be playing in the playoffs. Well, it's because of you. Bye-bye.
Well, this was trying to determine if actual change would happen. I disagree with Rico because I haven't seen a change happen yet in many off seasons right in a row. So Rico actually loses 5 points. I will give Mark and David 3 points because while I don't totally agree with their line of thinking, at least that signifies their willingness to do real change. So I'll give you points for that.
All right.
David, you get to pick the category.
I'm going to go national.
National. Is the NBA regular season officially meaningless? With the play-in and with the lack of effort from stars not showing up in games, there has to be a limit of games they have to play to win awards. Is the regular season meaningless?
No, it's not meaningless. For the teams that actually care, it means a lot because they want to be the best seed. That you do. You want to set yourself up for the playoffs to face the right team. So I'm going to say no, it is not meaningless.
I would go, it's not meaningless to the team, individual team, because the only team it wasn't, there's only one team it's not meaningless to. You've got to look at shortening the games. These owners have to understand that less is more. They're looking at the gate draw. You know what? You know what increases demand? Scarcity. You have fewer games, you have more filled stadiums in the games that you have, the games mean more. If the players don't give a damn and they don't, you got to do something about this.
Very good, Rico. You're just upset that you've lost a bunch of points already. And you know what? Actually, that's minus one more point for that drop.
Kenny, I think we all know the regular season appears to be meaningless, but it's not because the Pistons show this is what happens when you actually give a damn. When you go out there every night and you play games, they win wire to wire in the East.
I actually like all three of your answers. I like Rico's the best, so I will give him 7 points. Mark Ryan gets 3, David gets 2, and also -5, David, for Michigan cheating. I forgot to do that at the beginning of the show. That's completely my bad. I'm sorry about that. Mark Ryan, you're up next with picking the category, my friend.
All right, what's left?
It's still all 4 major teams and national.
Let's go Tigers.
Tigers. All right. Will we, as fans, be happy and satisfied with both Green and Torque at the end of this season?
Absolutely not. Torque goes from LeBron James to Bronny in odd to even years. Odd years, he's LeBron. Even years, he's Bronny. And he's back to being Bronny. I think he's a month away from being a mud hen again. I am so disappointed in him. Now, on the flip side, I thought Riley Green, that hit yesterday, that double, that's not a play he would have made last year. I mean, he would have been swinging for the fences, uppercut. He shortened his swing. He got the hit the team needed when they needed it. I couldn't be more proud of Riley. Torque, don't let the door hit you, my friend.
I was about to say, it's not a filibuster. Just answer the question.
My bad.
Kenny, I would say yes. And I think the reason being is because McGonigal is making the game fun again. And he's taking the pressure off of those two that we're not expecting big things because all eyes are on McGonigal. So they can now relax and kind of become the Robin instead of the Batman.
So because of the filibuster, I don't even remember what the question was. So I'll go
God,
with,
I get blamed for everything.
Torque,
yes.
It's Torque and Green. You're going to be satisfied with both of them at the end of the season.
I'm going to say no. We won't be satisfied with both of them. I am highly disappointed in Torkelson. That was supposed to be the guy when he came up, and it's just sad to see. So no.
I will give 8 points to David because I agree with him. I will also give 8 points to Mark Ryan because I agree with him. I will give a point to Rico because he used the word filibuster, which I find to be a funny word. And then I will take away a point from Rico because I disagree with him. All right, Rico, you get the last
filibuster didn't hurt me.
You get the last one here, buddy.
Let's go with our Leos.
Detroit Lions. If my phone wants to load, there we go. Adding a pass rush is more important in the draft than adding O-line in the draft. Yes or no?
No. For this team is built to score a ton of points. All your toys and all your weapons are on the offensive side of the ball. In order for Gibbs and St. Brown and everybody, for all that to work with J-Mo, you need your quarterback up right, which means you have to protect your quarterback, Kenny, O-line.
Yes, definitely O-line. We saw what golf looked like at the end of last year or pretty much all year because the O-line had issues. That Vikings game told you everything. O-line, O-line, O-line.
The Philadelphia game also told you everything. I want to say both, but I'm going to learn from Rico. I don't want to get a -7 here. So
It doesn't matter.
I'm going to say it's offensive line. The offensive line play was honestly offensive. I'm in favor of their execution based on what I saw last year. I also believe that Aleem McNeil is going to be really back this year. He's told that he's washed up. He's told
doing
that he's
the
done,
splits. He had a video
right?
of it last
doing
week.
the splits. So I'm going to go O-line, get that ground game going.
So I'm going the selfish route in case you haven't learned the theme of this game. I'm taking away 7 points from David and from Rico because I disagree with their answer. Mark, you lose 8 points because you try to say don't take away 7 from me. And I don't agree with any of that line of thinking. And also, I'm very tired of having the D-line conversation, so it's an exhausting conversation to begin with for me. And before, David, you announced the winner, the way this is going to work is since Mark didn't buy any of us lunch, we're taking his points and dividing them between David and Rico. He loses all of his points and is in last place now. And
tell a kid that he's supposed to buy you lunch. My God, give me the memo. I didn't get the memo.
I'm sorry. It's my game. I invented it, and I can't change the rules. David, who's the winner?
I love this game. I'm the winner because I'm now at 0 because I took some of Mark's points. Rico, you're at -3.
Wait. Kenny, would I get extra points if I would have said the answer is Duke?
Yes, that would have given you actually 50 points.
Now
but you
Rico
didn't.
wins.
No, you didn't. And that has been yes or no.
I'm living in a world of no's. I'm just taking it right on the chin. Not doing well by me. All right, you heard about the story of Freddie McGill. Well, we got an update on that whole situation. There's a similar one in the NFL as well, and we're still riding that Freddie train. We hope he gets that opportunity. Next, 97.1. 97.1, Valenti and Rico. So if you have noticed, there is an extension announcement in the National Football League, and it is Will Anderson of the Houston Texans. One of those rare guys that was not only dominant in college, he's been similarly dominant in the NFL. No drop-off. He has been exactly and completely what was expected of him. Do you happen to notice the number that Will Anderson got?
Oh, yeah.
I wasn't feeling too great about the Hutch number, considering that some of the other top edges were getting in the 30 range. Will Anderson Jr. had 12 sacks last year. Danielle Hunter had 15. Will Anderson Jr. just got 3 years, $150 million, a transcendent market-setting deal. You know why I like it, Rico? I like it because I think that much money for that position hurts Houston.
Mark, I'm a little shocked right now that. So you don't think that he earned this much? I think everybody knew Will Anderson was about to set the new bar when it came to the defensive ends and how much money he was going to make. Houston's smart for locking him up now for that price. He's worth every penny.
Look, they paid more. They did the Scooble strategy, right? They're trying to get him for a shorter-term deal, and they're willing to pay more average annual value. For him to be the highest paid edge to me, and now what are we going to have, an unhappy Myles Garrett again? Because not only is he stuck in Cleveland, but now he's not the highest paid guy again?
No. Myles Garrett doesn't get a say in this because he chose to stay in Cleveland. So therefore, I don't want to hear anything from you, but he's younger than Myles Garrett. And yeah, if we were on a playground and I got the pick, I'm going to take him. He's younger and he's a beast.
Oh, he is a beast.
I would take, to me, yeah, Garrett puts up big numbers in Cleveland and it's just him. But yeah, Danielle, now Will Anderson has earned everything he has, and he even makes Danielle better. And Danielle doesn't need the help, but he does.
No, this is not I besmirch Will Anderson segment. This is I'm surprised he's the highest paid edge segment.
It's all about timing.
Yeah.
All about timing. Miles was for a time, and then you know what? Next month comes, or another year comes.
But isn't 40 mil enough? Isn't 45 enough?
No.
How much are we going to keep resetting this?
Let me put a pin mark in this because I promise you, in probably 2 years, Caleb Williams will reset the quarterback market, and the Chicago Bears are going to pay him some ridiculous amount. We saw that here with Jared Goff when all of a sudden. Well, Jared Goff hadn't won a Super Bowl. They hadn't won a playoff game. And how is he the top paid quarterback? As David said, it's timing. It's musical chairs, and you happen to be sitting in the right chair at the right time. You're the highest paid player until you're not. So therefore, yeah, I knew he was going to break the bank. We all knew that. Now, I thought C.J. Stroud was also going to do that. But last year kind of fell off, and I think Houston saw that and was like, yeah, we're not going to break the bank with you.
At what point in terms of average annual value do you think you're hurting the team, though? Honestly.
You're not.
Honestly.
No.
If a player was to be offered $100 million a year and the salary cap in the NFL is under $300, you accept that you're hurting the team.
No, but see, you're failing to realize by the time a player gets to $100 million a year, you're probably looking at a salary cap that's
$500 million.
Right, $500 million.
But there's nothing stopping anybody from offering that now. This is an absurd amount of money for one player.
Yeah, I think you're not going to see anybody do that. But yet, when it comes to him, put it this way. If Houston said we're going to make a trade for him and anybody who wants him offer us a deal, their phone lines would be flooded. Every team in the NFL would be offering first rounders. You want players. What do you want? You want cars. You want smoked cheese. Tell us what you want, Houston, and we'll give it to you because we'll take Will Anderson off your hands.
You know that overplayed Brad Holmes clip that we have? How many, when he was on with Costin Jansen,
right.
How many elite defensive ends would you say? And he said 5 or 6. You're right, 5 or 6. I think Will Anderson is in that 5 or 6. I'm not going to argue with you on that. I don't think he's above the 5 or 6, which is why I'm shocked that he's getting a number that is 10% more than anybody's got.
Because he's young and he's a terrorist to the league. So therefore, that's why. Myles Garrett is one. But
Micah Parsons.
How many more years does he have? Micah Parsons coming off that injury. But I look at Anderson and he is young, and this guy he's a beast. And I would take him in a heartbeat if I could. And I think Houston's smart for locking him up now.
Well, they're smart for locking him up. I thought they could lock him up for 3 years, 120, not 3 years, 150.
No.
That $30 million is not going to go to the rest of the roster now. That's going to his pocket.
No, that's Hutch money. That 3-year, 120. He's better than Hutch. And that's it's an ego thing. You know what? I'm a little bit better than him. Pay me more than him.
Do we unanimously agree that he's better than Hutch?
Yeah, I do.
Is he much better than Hutch?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen of Detroit, is Will Anderson Jr. much better than Hutch? 248-539-9797.
Yes.
He's much better than Hutch.
And yes.
Really?
He's better than Micah Parsons in my mind.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I think he's in the group of the 5 or 6 best. I wouldn't put him number 1. But different strokes for different folks, right?
I'll still put Garrett at 1 because he's doing it in Cleveland. But you know what? You don't count because you chose to stay in Cleveland. So we'll never see you again. Congratulations. Earn your money and never make the playoffs.
Yeah, for Garrett, winning mattered until they showed him the $40 million a year. Then it didn't matter so much anymore. All right. I believe I know why Pistons fans are nervous. We'll say the quiet part out loud next here on 97.1. 97-1. Pistons playoff game. Will you be there? I will be there. Saturday, 6:30 p.m. against the winner of tonight's game, Magic and the Hornets. Again on Prime. Conversation. So what did I say?
You said Saturday. It's Sunday.
Oh, my bad. Sunday, 6:30. I will be there.
I'm about to say you'll be there by yourself.
Hey, you know what I should have been at Saturday at 6:30? Red Wings playoff game. That's where I should have been. But no, correction. Yes, 6:30 Sunday. The stupid play-in game tonight is on Prime. Don't even put it on TV for us regular folks.
And speaking of that, yeah, it took a second for the first time. I'm like, where is this Charlotte game at? I'm flipping like TBS, TNT, NBC, ESPN,
Prime.
I am flipping through channels like crazy. Like, I know they're playing.
I quit.
I had to go to the Score app and like, it's on Prime.
I quit. I'm not doing it. And do you know how much it would have cost you a year ago to watch every NFL game? Last season, it would have cost you $2,000. You would have needed 13 different apps. All right?
Yeah.
I'm done. I can't deal with that anymore. But be that as it may, the Pistons take on the winner of tonight's game, Magic and the Hornets. It's at Orlando, and the Hornets are favored by 3. So this seemingly inevitable collision that's going to exist between two teams that hate each other, well, the odds makers are saying that's likely to happen, Hornets and the Pistons. And it's kind of been an under-the-radar conversation around the office this week. It's like, how are Pistons fans feeling? Pistons fans have been a little quiet this week, and I believe I have the why. I'm going to say the quiet part out loud right now. You're worried that you don't have the requisite talent level to have a great postseason yet. You're worried that you're not as talented. Now, you've heard the phrase, the sum is greater than the individual parts. Never has that been more true than with these Pistons this year. And in the game of basketball, how many times have you seen the talented Americans get skunked by some team with no NBA players in like the World Cup or the Olympics in years past? You've seen it quite a bit. Nowhere am I saying the Pistons are not a good or a great team. They are. But I want to share this with you. The best ranking of players in the NBA that I have found anywhere is that of the Ringers. They rank the top 100 players. They keep it updated. They update it all the time, and it's a panel of people that ranks them. I'm about to tell you the number of top 100 players on each of the 10 play-in teams in the East. Here we go. Atlanta 5, Boston 5, Charlotte 4, Cleveland 4, New York Knicks 5, Orlando 4, Philadelphia 4, Toronto 4, Miami 4, Detroit 3.
Okay.
I believe the reason why people are nervous about the Pistons is because they know somewhere intuitively that maybe this team doesn't have the talent yet to really go on a run in the postseason. That's my theory. There is no way to have this conversation without sort of giving Detroit a backhanded compliment. There is no way. They're not as talented as Boston. They're not as talented as Cleveland. Cleveland has 3 top 22 players. Detroit has 1. They're not as talented, raw talent, as the teams they're playing. So the question is, can you overcome that with the system?
Mark, that's very interesting how you put that. I do think that there are some Pistons fans who, if you hooked them up to a lie detector from Meet the Parents, would say, yeah, I am a little reluctant, only because I think of previous history, what happened last year, and, yeah, the lack of star power. Try-hard guy can only take you so far.
Correct.
Try-hard guy it's great. The Dennis Jenkins of the world, the B-ball Pauls. It's like, yeah. But then you start going up against, as you say, some top players in the league.
And when the top players are trying hard,
right,
which doesn't happen in the regular season,
then you realize why they are considered top players. And yeah, I know it's a microcosm, but you kind of saw that in that Golden State Warriors game where, Steph's old. No, Steph went full Steph. Draymond, well, he's about no, Draymond went old Draymond. Even your Florida alum, Al Horford, been in the league forever.
Discover the fountain of youth.
Drains 3 threes. Like all of us, and in the playoffs, the big-time superstars, that's their time to shine. You don't have that, and you don't have the playoff experience. So I think that's why a lot of Pistons fans are just kind of, they want them to do well. They're hoping for them to do well. But I think deep down, when they're at home, they're a little worried, saying, I don't know if we have the talent to match all of these teams player for player. As a collective, yes, they win games. But now we got to see, because, I guess Cade will probably be the only one who gets the superstar calls, because you saw that last year with Jalen Brunson and all those guys. They got superstar calls when you played the Knicks. Cade will get that. Is Duran going to get the superstar calls?
No chance.
Thompson? No, they're not. So I'm with you on that. I agree with you on that. I think that's why it feels a little different, because you wouldn't know that Detroit was the number 1 overall seed, because fans have just kind of laying in the weeds. Heck, Vegas doesn't believe in you. And I'm starting to wonder if the fans even believe in this team. Like, it's fun. You'll be down there on Sunday, but do you really feel like you have a championship team right now?
Are the 60 wins more a reflection of how great this team is? Or are the 60 wins more a reflection of the Pistons are the only team that gives a damn about the NBA's regular season? If they're going to 6 or 7 games with whoever they're playing in the first round, and if Cleveland is really putting it on them in the second round, you're getting your answer. But to a degree, you're already getting your answer. You have fewer top 100 players on this roster than any of the other 9 teams in the playoffs or the play-in in the Eastern Conference. What you are doing is incredible. J.B. Bickerstaff is winning the Coach of the Year, and he's winning the Coach of the Year because everyone's saying, you made a beautiful chicken salad out of something that clearly isn't that.
Right.
You've got kind of like some of the rosters a little bit the island of misfit toys here.
Yeah, when Cade went down with the punctured lung, everybody expected this team to kind of, okay, now we're going to see what happens. I think they finished 13-4 while he was out, some ridiculous number like that. So they clearly can win games. But as we all keep saying, the playoffs is a different animal. We need to see what you do in this playoff series or series. And I do think that when you look at it, the playoffs is about the superstar players. And I like how you put that. You don't have as many superstar players as the other teams in the playoffs. Is that going to be a problem?
At all. Let's look at the West. Denver has 5. Again, you have 3. Minnesota has 7 top 100 players. Oklahoma City has 8. San Antonio has 6. You want to know why it looked like you got your ass waxed when you played San Antonio? It's not just Wemby. They got twice as many top 100 players than you do. So I think this is the undercurrent of why people are nervous about this team. Is it justified? Or is the sum greater than the individual parts? 248-539-9797 is where you guys can get to us on the show. We will take your calls on this topic. Maybe you'll say, the heck with you, Mark Ryan. I'm not nervous about these Pistons at all. But methinks that you are. We continue the discussion next, 97.1.
Hey, guys, and had you listened to me, you could be watching these NBA playoffs in your brand new basement, but that's okay. Because you've been thinking about it, and you've been talking to your wife, and you've been talking to your boys, and you've just been thinking about it while you're driving in your car right now. Guys, I'm telling you, you want to give Matrix Basements a call. Go to their website, matrixbasements.com. Get that free consultation. Let them design your dream basement. And trust me, you will be glad that you did it. As a matter of fact, your only regret is, why didn't you listen to me sooner? because you're going to be down there. You will be the envy of your family and your friends because Matrix will just exceed your expectations. But it's very simple. You got to take that first step. Quit hesitating, stop with the paralysis, and get your basement done with Matrix Basements. Go to matrixbasements.com right now, as I stated, free consultation, and let their award-winning design staff create something that you will absolutely love. Matrix Basements, design that pays off.
.97.1 Valenti and Rico. Mark in for Mike. Final day this week. Thanks for putting up with me the entire week. Look, the beauty of basketball, and I think this makes it unlike any other sport. In baseball, the best team wins, right? In baseball, you're not worried about chemistry. You put the best player at every position, you're going to be the best team. But in basketball is an entirely different animal. You have to have synergy with all of the moving parts around you, so that role players are often more effective in some instances than stars. The Pistons, in my opinion, with a brilliant system of J.B. Bickerstaff and with Trajan Langdon leading the way, won 60 games this year. But when you actually look at the individual talent on the team, they have fewer top 100 players in the NBA than all of the other 9 Eastern Conference playoff or play-in teams. Is that why you're nervous heading into the playoffs? is because we're saying the quiet part out loud, that maybe, just maybe, they don't have the requisite talent. Let's get to Randall in the beautiful suburb of Novi, who is up next. Randall, what's up, man?
How you doing, guys?
Good. What's up, Randall?
I mean, I understand how you doing. I understand what you're saying, but to me, I don't get into the top 100. To me, it's just, I look at it as, we keep saying they don't have playoff experience. It's not a lot, but they played in the playoffs last year. To me, that counts for something. And we say that these other players are going to elevate their play. Detroit can elevate their play. I mean, there's no rule that says only other teams can do that. And I just look at it as the Pistons may not have the requisite talent, but it's hard, and they play defense. Defense carries. That takes you into the playoffs. That gets you deep in the playoffs. And I'm not too concerned about, the top 100 players. It's basketball. You go out there and play hard and make it happen. To me, it's simple.
Randall, that's true. However, I believe you were the only team that was playing hard in the regular season. And I believe that's why you won 60 games.
But you know what? That may be true, but what if Pistons not supposed to play hard? I'm just saying, I think the Pistons are not the only team. I mean, I think they can elevate their play as well. And I guess we're just going to find out. I'm confident in it.
How confident are you, Randall? How far can they go?
Eastern Conference Finals. I think Boston is better. I'm not going to get out here and say they're not better. They are. Eastern Conference Finals, and I'm good.
Okay. So they get past Cleveland if Cleveland gets past. Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
Randall, I agree with you. I agree with you. I think Randall, I think they go to the Eastern Conference Finals as well. But the question that we're asking you guys is, do they have enough talent? Do they have enough talent to have a truly special run? This is the time, Rico, where a lot of people bring up the other Pistons teams that have won.
I was about to say, is this team going to be the going-to-work Pistons, where they lack the star power, and it was kind of Detroit versus everybody, us versus the world. Heck, I don't even think the NBA wanted the Pistons to win that year. It was set up for the Lakers. Lakers had the dream team, Shaq and Kobe, plus all the old guys who had never won a title before were all on that team with the Gary Paytons and the Karl Malones, and this was their chance to finally get their ring. And the Pistons took, the gentleman's sweep on them and beat them in 5 games. And that was a team that didn't have, the star power. You had Chauncey, you had Ben Wallace, and, everybody else was like, Rasheed was the bad boy, and I don't think Tayshaun and Rip Hamilton really got their just desserts. Can this team pull off something similar? I don't know. And I don't feel like it right now. I would have felt better had they made a move, but they didn't. We're not talking about that right now. But I do think star power matters, especially in today's NBA, because star power will matter when it's the last 2 minutes of the game and you're looking for that call from the referee. If you're a star, you get the call. Cade will get the call. A lot of your other players, we're going to be sitting out here taking calls and, the league hates us. Well, the league caters to their stars, okay? There's a reason why, Harden got that call. There's a reason why certain people got the call and you didn't.
See, I will talk about it because we had that conversation earlier this week about how far they go. And I told you I was worried about a Game 7 in round 2 against Cleveland for exactly the reason you're saying, because we did not go out and get the second piece needed, I think, to get that call or to get plays or to do what you needed to do to win. They have 2 in Cleveland. I think both of those players, Mitchell and Harden, will get the calls if needed. They go down, or you know how Harden does that stupid up and under, all that stuff. They will get calls.
Unethical stuff.
And it's 2 versus 1 that will get the calls, and that concerns me. So Mark, I'm with you a little bit. I do think that as a team and as a whole, I think we make up for having the lack of another star. But it's the playoffs, man.
Trajan Langdon said when they didn't make a move, he said, there's multiple ways to skin the cat. Are there? And by the way, I'm trying to remember the former player that said this. It pissed me off, but he said, certain players have earned the right to get that call. And I just don't think that's how officiating should work. It's how officiating does work. It's not how officiating should work. You haven't been around long enough to get that call. What? It's either a foul or it's not a foul. This is not a subjective. This is why the ABS system is so great.
Yeah, but Mark, it's in all sports. If that was the case, going back to the old heads out there, Patrick Ewing would have been called for traveling every time that man touched the ball. He took 6 steps, and then he laid the ball up or dunked it. So yeah, it is about how long you've been around. It is about whether you're considered one of the elites of the elites. That certain players will get the call each and every time, and other players are like, well, son, you haven't earned that one yet. Got to go out and win something first.
I would fire any official that I heard saying that. You haven't earned that one yet. It's either a foul or it's not a foul, right? Now, you can think that LeBron is fouled because there's no way LeBron would miss that shot, right? Unless he was fouled. You can think that. But just handing out foul calls like candy?
Well, because most fouls, let's be real, especially in basketball, most fouls are anticipatory fouls, meaning the referees they anticipate contact. They blow the whistle before the play even happens. They just assume, okay, if you drive to the lane and you're that close to him, you're going to touch him, which therefore will be a foul, and you don't. Now, on the flip side, Detroit, going back to the going to work Pistons, Ben Wallace got those calls. Like, if you went anywhere near the basket and he blocked that shot, foul or not, that's just a block. That's Ben Wallace. We're not calling that. He's Defensive Player of the Year. And who are you?
The going to work Pistons, my opinion, were the last team to win an NBA championship without a superstar. And I mean no slight to the players on the team. They did not have a superstar. And yet I'm getting messages like this, Mr. Lauterbach. Mark Ryan hates the Pistons, apparently. He doesn't understand that you don't need a bunch of superstars to win. I'm simply saying we're going to get the best resolution of this science experiment. We're going to get the answer to that in this playoffs.
Here's this funny thing. If the Pistons, let's just say the Pistons win the whole thing, each and every time the Pistons have won the title, it's almost like the league comes out with brand new rules to make sure this does not happen again. When the bad boy Pistons won the title, they beat up on Michael Jordan. You know what? From here on out, no more hand checking, no more of this. The going to work Pistons, they slowed the game down. They played defense. No more forecheck, no more any of that. We're going to call a foul. We want points. So they've literally come up with different rules each time the Pistons have won.
It's because of what Mark is saying. It's because we've had either no superstars or one. Zeke, superstar. There was not another one, really. It really wasn't. And I think the league looked at that and said, hold on.
Joe D.
The only way that he was not a star. He was not a star. The only way they did this is because, they're a little bit too rough. We got to stop that. The going to work team, no star. The only way they did it is because they were a little bit too rough. We got to change that. That's why they changed it, because of what Mark is saying. How did they do this?
Both teams embraced toughness and defense. What does this team embrace?
Toughness and defense.
So in the event that they do,
I'm on board. Let's go.
David's back this week.
All right.
In the event that they win, I promise you, Silver will come out with new rules, and it's going to be Pistons rules of how we're never going to let this happen again. This isn't good for basketball.
60 seconds or less. Here you go. Conference Finals picks NBA champion. I have San Antonio and OKC. And I have San Antonio beating OKC in 7 games. I have Boston and Detroit. I have Boston beating Detroit in 7 games. And then I have San Antonio beating Boston for the NBA championship in 6 games. And we're all saying to ourselves, God bless us all. Wembanyama's doing this already. Can anybody win anything in the next 15 years?
Wrong. It's going to be Thunder and the Nuggets on the western side.
You don't even have San Antonio getting there.
No, the
Wrong,
Nuggets are going to beat
he
them.
says.
Come on now.
You know what? I'm going to go out on a limb. I think the biggest upset, the team that nobody is talking about, and I think that maybe this will be the year, I like the T-Wolves.
Oh, please.
Come on.
How many top 100 players do they have?
7.
7.
No. Say it again.
7.
Okay, in my good ear.
Yeah, 7.
Okay, all right. David, I'm just saying, I'm not going to just go, OKC or San Antonio. Watch out for the T-Wolves.
T-Wolves are what? The sixth
Thank you,
seed?
Kenny.
T-Wolves are the
They
sixth
would have to
seed.
beat the Nuggets.
Houston won an NBA championship as a sixth seed with Akeem the Dream.
It won't be the Timberwolves.
It won't be the Timberwolves, David says. All right. 248-539-9797 is where you guys can get to us on the show. So you remember the Freddie McGill story this week? He wanted to try out with the Lions. Well, we have an update to share with you, and it's coming your way next. 97.1. $97.1. Valenti and Rico rolling on until 6 p.m. So, David, we got this Freddie McGill guy and played at Eastern, wants a tryout with the Detroit Lions. I haven't heard anything about him getting a tryout, but now we've got other teams. This is, I think, the team's fear, right? You give one guy a tryout, now you got 500 guys, you got 500 Mark Ryans standing out there with a sign. I think I can play football. You ever seen a video of yourself playing sports? You won't believe how unathletic you look. You will not. In your mind, we all look like Michael Jordan when we're shooting. You will not believe how unathletic you look. So David's got an update for us on what's going on here. I just say free Freddie, man. Give the guy a shot.
Yeah, I have an update, and it doesn't even relate to Freddie because we still don't know if he's going to get his update. For those that did not pay attention, on Monday, Brad Holmes held his pre-draft media session. And so, as the media headed to Allen Park to cover that, they saw an individual, Freddie McGee, standing outside of the Lions facility with a sign that put on, it said, "This is grit." It put on, he said, no agent. He had 14 interceptions, 25 pass breakups, and was the defensive player of the year in the AFL. And he says, need one shot. And we all talked about it Monday. We were like, you know what? What does it hurt? Give the man a shot. Well, here's your update because I've changed my opinion.
But see, you know what he should have put on that sign, David? I was injured one year and missed the entire season. Then Brad Holmes would have liked him. But go ahead.
So my update, and I'm changing my opinion because of what has happened in Dallas today. It's an individual, former wide receiver for Weber State, Jalen Record, who has also stood outside the facility in Dallas with a sign saying he wants a shot. He was not invited to the pro day or to the combine, and he has on there his stats and what he can do. And now I've changed my mind on this whole Freddie McGee thing. Nope, we can't have this.
Why?
So you cannot give him a tryout now, because if you do, this will be happening everywhere in the NFL.
A guy with a sign is your problem? A guy holding a sign is your problem.
Because another guy is doing it. We don't need this.
I'm not.
Okay, but David.
I'm not following.
David, there's a lot of talent out there that comes from unconventional ways.
You're exactly right.
It's why I always, like, your best singers are somewhere as a janitor and they're just singing as they clean up.
You're right.
And somebody hears them and the next thing you know, they have platinum records. Yes. I don't care that somebody is out there. If you can help my team, I don't care, because if you think about it, all the undrafted free agents is just simply him minus the cleats standing outside the building. These are all people who didn't get drafted, and they're just hoping for their one shot.
Many of those individuals that were at the combine. This guy in Dallas was not at the combine. McGee, not at the combine. We continue to do this, and they give these guys a tryout. This will happen every day in the NFL.
There will be more guys with signs. Oh, no.
Yeah. Okay. God forbid we have that.
David.
There's a homeless crisis in America. There's not a guys wanting a tryout crisis in America.
It will
you know
be.
what you know what the fix is? One per team per year.
No.
You allow one.
Here's the beauty.
After the one, you're done.
How do you police that?
It's very simple. Okay, son, I'm going to give you your wish. You get a tryout, and you will know instantly whether you belong on this field or not. Plain and simple. And guess what, David? For those who do, who's to say this guy can't become the next Kurt Warner, who's in the Hall of Fame?
Well, so we just doing Disney movies here every day for the NFL?
No. David, what I'm saying is you never know when somebody could rise up and become that guy, from bagging groceries to the Hall of Fame. It's not, and here's
Kurt
the thing.
Warner.
No. But have we had this run on quarterbacks who were bagging groceries? No. It was one guy.
He also didn't stand out in front of the facility with a sign. They found him. The team found him.
So he cut out the middleman and said, hey, guys, you overlooked me. Here I am. David, if he gets one day, you get 3 hours out on the field, and it's a make or break type of thing. Either you look at him and say, maybe we got something here, or you know what? We did our due diligence. We gave this kid a chance. Guess what? You can keep the Lions gear, but you can go home now.
Yeah, but if you allow one per team per year, right? You pick the guy. You decide who gets the tryout. Okay? You decide that. What's the harm?
How do you police one per year per team?
The team decides.
So there's an electric gate. Oh, we already had that one. You can't show up.
We've already done that this year.
Oh,
I'm not going to get anywhere.
You can't police that.
You can't, David. Kenny, I guess I'm.
Are you with me? Do you hear what I'm hearing?
This is a strange hill to die on because too many people are holding signs.
It's because now that if you give McGee the tryout and the Dallas individual record, now it will happen all the time. It'll be an epidemic. We don't need that. If you're good enough, the team will find you.
Why do you care so much?
Didn't we used to have a caller around here that said, go for your dreams? David doesn't want you to go for your dreams.
No. There are other ways to do it without having a sign in front of the facility.
What's the other way?
Have your tape be the reason they find you.
So you want to exclude it and you don't want them out there with their signs, right?
I want your tape to do it for you, not a sign.
David is the one posting David is posting the no loitering, no soliciting sign. Okay, he's got them everywhere, and he's got security coming and taking these people away when all they want to do is have a shot. I got no problem with this. Look, there isn't an American Idol for football.
Right.
There isn't The Voice for football.
Yes,
you want to
there is.
create the show?
Yes, there is.
Well, they've already done it. He played in the UFL.
Well, then I'm sorry. If you didn't get a call, I'm sorry. You can't stand in front of my facility.
David,
of all the hills to die on.
You want to
die now.
You want to
It's a
die on a
problem.
hill? Maybe. See, I would say you don't have to go to every store and have Girl Scout cookies out there being sold at every store, and then they guilt you into buying
that's
them.
different because that's what they're trained to do.
To guilt you into buying them.
Yes.
Okay, so this
They're
guy
trying
just
to
says
sell something.
he's selling himself.
Your tape should sell you.
He's selling the best thing.
Good luck to him. Good luck to him, but
good luck to him.
It's becoming an epidemic.
But David is picking you up and taking you elsewhere. Wow. Kevin in Ann Arbor is up next. Kevin, will you please let our esteemed producer have it?
Man, I would love to let him have it. First off, what's wrong with a guy putting himself out there to try and get a job? It's just bottom line. But second off, this dude's got a resume. It's not like me just showing up like, hey, I can play football. Dude's got Defensive Player of the Year credits. He's got film. He's got tape. This dude has played football. I don't understand why we're gonna be like, no, we don't want ball players here.
No, there's nothing wrong with him doing it. But now it's become 2.
Oh,
and
my
then it will
goodness.
become
God
3.
forbid, two.
Then it will become 10, and that's the problem.
But David,
the whole
I thought we
2.
tried to raise our kids to put themselves out there, to hustle, to try and make a name
Very
for
true.
themselves.
You're right. Your tape should show that for you, and then you send it out.
Do we want to incentivize young people to go for it even in the face of rejection? Or do we want to incentivize them to pack up and take their football home when things don't go their way?
David, what if I told you everybody went to his birthday party? Would that change your mind?
That would change my mind.
Okay.
Kevin, thank you for the call, man. We keep it moving. We go to Nick in Wixom, who's up next. What's up, Nick?
What's up, everybody? How are you guys? Happy Friday.
Hey, Nick.
Hey, I just wanted to say thanks for taking my call, but more so, why not just have a pro day that's for non-pros and the first 100 people that show up?
They actually do that. They have a regional pro day. He could have been at the regional pro day.
Okay, but David, you're angry because this man just took the initiative and said,
"No, you all are misquoting me. I have no problem with him taking the initiative. The problem I have is now it's become an epidemic. It will be 2, it will be 10, then it will be 20.
Rico, this man is standing not even on Cowboys property. He's
Yes, he
across
is.
the street.
He's right at the
crying.
facility. That's the facility right behind
He's
him.
He's across the street. Let these people dream. They're hoping to go viral. They're hoping to get a groundswell of support. And then they're hoping to show that they belong when they get that opportunity.
You're right. You're exactly right.
So obviously they're not getting the opportunity. So they feel the best way to do it is this. Who are you to take that away from them?
Right. It's called DMs.
David, he gets the shot, and all of a sudden he's out on the field.
Hell yeah, he is. Hell yeah, he's back in the game. Damn well should be back in the game. All right. We have got your NFL draft blitz, and these guys quite possibly should be on Mount Suckmore. That's next here on Valenti and Rico 97.1.
Okay, so here's the deal. Took a walk yesterday, and I'm looking at some lawns out there, and what I saw, dandelions popping up, and I said, you got some problems. You got issues. I don't. Why? Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service came out, and they serviced my lawn, and I'm not dealing with the dandelions that are popping up right now. We've had a ton of rain, which now means you're going to have a ton of weeds if you did not prepare. Call 888-GET-GREEN. It is not too late. They can tailor make a solution for you that will strengthen your grass, improve the color, and control those weeds. It is not too late for you. Call 888-GET-GREEN right now because, look, if you're going to be tired of fighting weeds all summer long, I promise you, if you think that, oh, your way is going to work, it's not. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, they're professionals. They've been doing this in Michigan since 1990, and they have 100% satisfaction guaranteed. And as I said, they got a full menu of services to make your lawn the dream lawn of the block. Call 888-GET-GREEN right now to get started, or go online at naturalwaylawn.com. As a matter of fact, purchase the full lawn program and you'll get free grub control as well. But you got to tell them Rico from 97.1 said to give you a call. Call 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN, Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service.
97.1. Rolling on until 6 p.m. today. It is time for an all-time crappy NFL blitz.
You're exactly right. We're going to go through the biggest bust in NFL draft history. So let's start here with number 10. It is a local product. One Charles Rogers. He was drafted number 2 overall for the Detroit Lions in 2003. And he only had 440 total receiving yards when he was cut in 2006.
Y'all heard me say best player available. This is when best player available goes wrong. All right. This is, well, I took the best player available. I just keep taking receivers every single year. This ended tragically, unfortunately, but quite honestly, it never looked the part to me.
First of all, the Lions probably never should have drafted him. He needed to get away from Detroit, and instead, I think they passed on Andre Johnson to take him.
Andre Johnson was selected the next pick.
I think had he gotten away from Detroit, he would have been better. And the fact that you break your collarbone 2 years in a row. The first year, the Lions said, no, we're going to let it heal naturally and organically, and we're going to burn some incense and sage around it. And then they finally decided a year later, we're just going to go ahead and put a pin in that thing. By that time, I think his career was over. But he gave us that great commercial.
Oh, he did. He did.
Rest in peace.
I had so much hope for that guy. That guy killed my alma mater, Florida. Absolutely killed him.
Next on the list, number 9, Trey Lance, quarterback.
You're just being hurtful.
Number 3 overall, San Francisco 49ers in 2021.
True story. Your team has never recovered from that. Never recovered.
Didn't they make the Super Bowl?
Hello?
Did they win the Super Bowl?
But they made it.
Why have they not won the Super Bowl?
Because Dre Greenlaw got hurt.
Yeah, Dre Greenlaw popped his Achilles. And if you really want to do this?
Yeah.
Before Dre Greenlaw popped his Achilles, the Kansas City Chiefs did not cross the 50-yard line. He pops his Achilles, and all of a sudden the Chiefs started moving the ball. He plays, they win. They got Brock Purdy. They kind of forgot about Trey Lance.
But what they didn't forget about are the 3 first-round picks that they lost that would have made this roster the OKC version of the NFL.
Yeah, but you said they never got over it. Yeah, they went in and got
they haven't gotten over the loss of talent that they gave up for Trey Lance.
They balanced it out by taking a 7th rounder and turning him into one of the top quarterbacks.
Number 8 on the list, Kajana Carter, running back, number 1 overall for the Cincinnati Bengals in 1995. He had amassed over 1,500 yards and 23 touchdowns, 7.8 yards per carry in college. Then he got 700 rushing yards after that, total in 4 years.
I haven't heard that name in a long time, and I thought he was going to be a beast. Watching him at Penn State,
yes,
he was all that. I don't know if the SEC, I know you guys don't pay attention to the Big Ten, but I thought Kajana Carter was just going to be a beast when he got to the league.
I'll tell you my Kajana Carter, Trent Richardson. Could not believe that guy could move bulldozers with his thighs.
Yeah.
But what I didn't realize is he had the field of vision of a pinhole, okay? And was averaging 3 yards a carry. So Trent Richardson is my Kajana Carter.
To be fair, Kajana Carter did tear his ACL in his rookie year, or right before his rookie year, and didn't play, and that changed everything for him.
Like I said, it was like Charles Rogers. Like, you went out early and you never really recovered from that. And ACL surgery then ain't the same as ACL surgeries now.
Next on the list, number 7. So everyone talks about the Green Bay Packers and how they've gone from this quarterback to that Brett Favre. Brett Favre. Then they went to Aaron Rodgers. Then they went to Jordan Love. Well, they had someone before that. 1981. They drafted Rich Campbell, number 6 overall. No one hears about him because he was a bust.
I've never heard of him.
He was from Cal. No. He was from Cal. But Cal, wasn't he, David?
Yes, he was.
And yes, he was going to be all that when he got to the league. He had the pedigree. He was going to turn this league around. And I haven't heard his name until just
Well,
now.
I actually just did. He was traded for a bag of potato chips. So that's unfortunate.
Was it sour cream and onion?
Yeah, well, it was actually. Good call.
No, I had to have some cheese. It's in Green Bay.
Oh.
It says the coaching staff hated him. In 4 years, he only appeared in 7 games, 386 passing yards, 3 touchdowns, 9 interceptions.
But we shouldn't just focus on the good things, David. Good God.
So let me get through the next 2 here because I want to focus on completely the top 5. Ryan Leaf was number 6, number 2 overall. We all know what that draft selection was.
There were people who argued Peyton Manning or Ryan Leaf. And I mean, it was like the hottest topic.
Oh, it was. I remember that.
A lot of people wrong.
Number 5 on this list is Tony Mandrich.
Okay, that was the one I was waiting for. And he's only 5?
On this list.
There's 4 bigger busts than Tony Mandrich.
You let me know if you agree with
The
that.
Green Bay Packers thought if we picked the most badass looking wrestler, that guy can play football.
Just think about it. Green Bay passed on Barry Sanders and Deion Sanders.
Oh, dear God.
Number 4.
Derek Thomas, too.
Yeah, correct. Number 4. This better than this? Akili Smith, quarterback, number 3 overall, Cincinnati Bengals at 99.
Yeah.
That worse than Tony Mandrich?
I'm sensing a theme with Cincinnati.
That pick Akili Cincinnati for about 10 years.
Okay, you know what? No, because Akili Smith had one good. He is the epitome of one-hit wonder.
Yep.
He had one good year, and it was a year. And it was like, oh, and he's going to be our guy. Like, guys, you may want to check the tape and look at what he's done other than that year. But, yeah, I still would take Mandrich. But go ahead.
Number 3, Robert Gallery, left tackle for the Oakland Raiders in 2004.
He may have been the only Iowa offensive lineman who stunk. But he was built in a lab. You're right. Like, you looked at him, and he was just like, he was just NFL tackle, and you're from Iowa. It's like having a Harvard lawyer. Like, how can you lose?
Do you notice what happens when you take offensive linemen built in a lab? Mandrich, Gallery, Gio Manu.
Okay. Not built in a lab.
Number
He's
2
an egg.
on this list, not way before my time, but before my time. In 4 years, he had 3 touchdowns, 11 interceptions, just over 1,000 yards passing, 45% completion percentage. Art Schlichter.
Art Schlichter?
Hey, be careful how you say
His
that.
name is Baltimore Colts, 1982.
Yeah, and he had a gambling problem as well.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Things didn't go well
Number
for
1,
him.
can I guess?
Sure.
Has my name in it.
Yes.
Jamarcus Russell.
There you go. Boom.
Number 1.
Could have
Raiders,
had
07.
Joe Thomas.
Correct.
Could
Calvin
have had
Johnson.
Calvin Johnson, the best players at their respective positions ever for their teams.
Yeah. Instead.
And it
Purple
talks about how in 04 they messed up, could have had Phillip Rivers, and then in 07 they could have had Joe Thomas. They could have had a pairing there, but a left tackle protecting your quarterback, but whatever.
Shout out Purple Drink.
No, please, no. Shout out Purple Drink.
That is your NFL Blitz.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. Breaking news. Tigers, one of the top prospects, Hao-Yu Lee, has been called up to Major League Baseball here today. He is number 7. They're pointing numbers at me, and I got it. Pistons coach JB.
He's 6.
6'7". Pistons coach JB Bickerstaff was named the coach of the year by the coaches today. All-star.
7 is your amount of kids.
It's not, people. It's 3. That's the record. All-star Cade Cunningham says he's blessed to be eligible for postseason awards. He's also asked if he's 100%. The Pistons will know their first-round opponent tonight as the Hornets and Magic duke it out in the last play-in game in the East. Former Michigan player Moussa Diabate is questionable for Charlotte. Red Wings forward Patrick Kane says there's mutual interest in a possible return. There's no rush to make a decision, however. The Tigers start a series against the Red Sox tonight at Fenway. The Sox are off to a rough 7-11 start and a series loss to the Twins. Ranger Suarez is on the mound for Boston. He had a 6-inning shutout start his last time out against the Cardinals. Casey Mize goes for Detroit. First pitch at 7:15 right here on 97.1 as well. Michigan Athletic Director Ward Manuel told Angelique Shingalis that he feels betrayed after Sherrell Moore lied to him in the initial investigation on his relationship with his mistress. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Happy Friday. Hope you're enjoying this weather outside. Getting set for a great weekend as well.
Can I ask you a question?
You can.
So if David Hall did not work here and he was holding a sign outside of your studio right now that says, please hire me, I have this golden voice, I want to be a radio producer, I want to be on the air with you, would you bring him in for a tryout? Or
that would impress me.
Yeah?
It would impress me. Not you?
No. No. You know what? Because if we do that, then everybody's going to start showing up.
Well, that was his point. That was exactly his point.
No. I'm just, right.
No. See, I know you. I know when you're going to drop that. Always. Now, you're okay. Hey, listen, nobody said go down that road. All right? You were okay with it if it was the NFL player, but you're not okay with it out here.
No.
Why not?
Because it was me that said it.
Oh, it was you that said it.
And I'm now standing out there.
Do you guys remember the guy on the streets that became the Cavaliers PA announcer?
Yes.
Golden voice?
Yes.
He was awesome. And then he ended up doing stuff for like mac and cheese ads, I think, too.
Kraft, I believe, yes.
Oh, yeah. It was, wasn't he like a homeless guy that they...
Yes.
Yeah.
We all have a story, right? Like every single one of us has a story about how you got a chance, how you got a break, etc. But yeah, I could see where that would get annoying. If it was like,
now you can see how that would get annoying.
Yeah, look, he personalized it for me. Well, look at Rico. He's Captain Hypocrite over here. He doesn't want it here. He's totally fine with it in the NFL.
It's because I'm the one standing out there. That's why he wouldn't let me in.
Okay.
Jeez, Mark. Man, you know what? I hope you saved the receipt on that Florida education.
You know what happened, Rico?
Go get your money back.
It's not worth that much. Don't worry about it.
Oh, you must have not seen. Forbes has the new Ivy out this week, the new Ivy League schools, and guess who's on the list? Michigan and Florida. Both new Ivy League schools. Thank you very much. Put that down your pipe and smoke it.
Need to fact check that list then, I guess. I don't know about that.
There you go. Listen, it's just abuse I'm taking here. Well, it is time for us to deliver the abuse to others. All right? That's because we've got a brand new edition of Who Said It?
All right. For those at home that don't know how this game is played, I will read a quote from someone, some host, some producer, someone that has been on the air this week, and the fellas in the room will guess or try to guess who said it.
What are the stipulations? What time of day?
Well, let me go through that right now. I'm glad you asked. Let me give you the time frame. We have 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. 8 p.m., I'm sorry. 6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
That makes it really
Only
easy.
the morning show.
All right. I'm going to go to come see Tom.
6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Wait, did Wojo even bother to work
You know, Rico?
week?
Yeah.
Did Wojo work this week?
I'm not sure if he worked this week, but we do have to remember that Stoney was on this morning also.
Yes, you're right. Okay.
Let's go. Number 1. In a 7-game series, the game plan is much more scouted. Everyone plays defense better. They're going to double team Cade. They're going to blitz Cade. They're going to pressure him and force him to give the ball up.
That sounds to me like Jansen.
I'm sorry, what?
Sounds to me like Jansen.
Really?
Yeah.
Any reasoning?
What's your reasoning behind
Well,
that?
just, former player giving the breakdown kind of deal.
I was going to say this sounds like Kang. Nobody does basketball more than middays. And I think he was more critical of the Pistons or the ability for them to advance than anybody else on that show. So I'll say.
Has he seen the answers, David?
I have not.
Okay.
And there is a rule about this, by the way. It's the Evan Jenkins rule. If you've heard it, if you know that you've heard it and you know exactly
Can't
who it is,
participate.
you can't participate.
No, you go last because you don't want to poison the jury.
Right.
I'm going to say, Kenny, same show, but I'm going to go with Doug. It was very verbose. Jansen? Let's see.
Are we all locked in?
Yeah.
Yes.
Who said it?
Boom.
Oh.
Kenny.
And Kenny's correct. That was Kang.
I say Jansen, basketball.
Sorry.
Number 2.
Jansen, I'm throwing you a bone, my man.
Number 2. We are doing something. We've produced something. We've developed someone, and now they are actually producing on the field.
We're talking about Kevin McGonigal. And the question is, who is that?
One more time, David.
Somebody. We are doing something. We've produced something. We've developed someone, and now they are actually producing on the field.
That's Cookies.
That's so vague. That could be literally anybody.
That's
that works
Cookies. I dispute you, David, for picking that one because how the hell would we know?
This is what David does. This must be the first time you've done this game. I'm going to say that's Jansen.
That's a good guess. I was going to say Gator, but I was between Gator and Jansen. Just to be different, I'll say Gator because it was my knee-jerk first reaction.
So are we all locked in?
We're all locked in.
Who said it?
Yes!
Oh, my gosh.
Rico is correct. That is John
That
Jansen.
is John Jansen.
All right. Live and learn.
Number 3.
I need to get to know my coworkers better, apparently.
Number 3. The regular season doesn't matter at all. The networks want you to watch these regular season games, but what you achieve in the regular season really doesn't matter.
Rico, might you have said this?
One more time, David.
Sure. The regular season doesn't matter at all. The networks want you to watch these regular season games, but what you achieve in the regular season really doesn't matter.
Kenny, I don't recall saying it.
I'm trying to think who would speak about basketball in those terms.
I think that was me, David.
Oh.
You think it was you?
I think it was me.
How confident are you?
Not very.
Okay. If I keep guessing Gator, eventually I might be right. So I'm gonna guess Gator.
You know what he said till 8 o'clock, so I'm gonna go Rieger. I don't know why, because
no, I'm changing to Stoney. Stoney was on. This seems like it could be Stoney.
Good call, Kenny. I'm gonna go Rieger.
Are we all locked in?
Yes.
Yeah.
Who said it?
Wow.
That is one Mark Ryan.
Yeah.
He guessed himself.
Right, that's the one that I
and
get
he
right.
was correct.
Wait, you know what? Kenny, we may have hit a milestone. We need some balloons to drop. I think that's the first time we've used Mark Ryan.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
First and last.
Hey, I am outside of the 8 p.m. This is not nice. You can use me.
Number 4. The right guy got hired, but significant changes have to happen, much like Jim Harbaugh.
Talking about Michigan football.
Yeah.
Or is it Michigan State? Because we had Fitzgerald on. One more time, David.
Sure can. The right guy got hired, but significant changes have to happen, much like Jim Harbaugh.
I think that's the morning show.
Rico Beard, final answer.
I'm going to say, I'm going to go cookies.
I'm lost in the woods here. I'll say Hargrave because David seems like he'd throw something like that in there just to be silly.
Did you give me a guess, Mark?
No, he didn't.
Rico Beard, final answer.
Oh, you're saying me?
That I thought you were telling him to give us his final
Oh,
answer.
no.
I thought
I'm like,
too.
man, all this pressure. Like, give us your answer. Like, bruh, you didn't buy us lunch.
All right. Who said it?
Oh.
That is one Tom Milliken or Tecumseh.
Tecumseh Tom.
Let me give you one more here, guys.
I've only gotten myself. This is so embarrassing.
I have zero interest in Patrick Kane. He's old and slow, and if you pay him again, he's going to be older and slower.
And to implement the Evan Jenkins rule, because I know exactly who said this.
Who doesn't like Patrick Kane? And if Kenny's doing that, that must mean it's probably midday. So, does Gator like Patrick Kane? Doug likes everybody, so I'm going to have to go Gator.
I invoke the Evan Jenkins rule here.
So we both know, me and you, Mark, who this is.
Yes.
And they are one of the 4 people sitting here right now.
That is also true.
All right. Who said it? That is one Kenny Cox.
Kenny
That sounds
Cott.
like an idiot.
I like that take, Kenny.
That's
I like
true.
it.
He's going to get older and slower.
Well,
He has a bad
again,
hip.
what are you accomplishing by bringing him back? You missed the playoffs without him. So I'm pretty sure you can miss the playoffs without him again.
And you get his money off the books and you can reinvest it in somebody else that's not old and slow. So, yes.
That's who said it.
Yeah, that was an epic fail because I was really hoping Mark would get 0.
Oh.
And he got 1.
We got any more?
I do. I can give you one more real quick. I'm not moving up to get a safety or a corner. I want big people. I want tackles and edges. Those are the guys I'm taking.
That sounds like cookies, does it not?
I'm trying to think. Did I say that?
It could be.
One more time, David.
I'm not moving up to get a safety or a corner. I want big people. I want tackles and edges. Those are the guys I'm taking.
Rico Beard, final answer. And no, I'm not telling you to give me your final answer.
I'll say cookies.
Yeah, I think I said that, David.
All right. Who said it?
I am.
Okay.
That is one cookies. I chose it because you said something similar. So I wanted to trick you guys up. That is who said it.
If you're locked into the MLB season, Fanatic Sportsbook is where you need to be. They're giving you profit boosts on every single game. Use them on any hit, run, or strikeout. So every at-bat and every inning means a little bit more. And new this season, they've got the long ball jackpot. Every MLB game day, pick a player to hit a home run. If they hit the longest of the day, you're taking home a share of the $50,000 in fan cash. Track your player on the daily leaderboard, see total entries, and watch for the estimate payouts in real time. And with Fanatic Sportsbook, you get 10% fan cash back on all your bets. You can use that fan cash on Profit Boost, more bets in exchange for merch, collectibles, tickets to events, and so much more. From the first pitch to the final out, Fanatic Sportsbook gives you more reasons to stay in the game. So download the Fanatics app today and see why winning hits different here. Got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET.
97.1, Valeni and Rico, rolling on a Friday. So, Kenny, bring us into this one, man. You and I, we were talking, sometimes the greatest ideas just come out of nothingness, right? We're just sitting here BSing as we did every single day this week. And you hit on something, Kenny, that was a couple days ago. We wanted to put it on the rundown today, have some fun on a Friday. How did we get to where we're going right now? We're going to allow everybody. There's a station call letter. You know what I say? It's WIFM. What's in it for me, right? This segment is all about you. It's your chance to be selfish. How do we get here?
Sure. I think this one actually is a better question for Rico to start this thing, is because he had something about, was it Michigan State playing on Thanksgiving?
Yeah, Michigan State's playing on Thanksgiving, and it's right after the Lions game, which means that I got to do the Lions pregame show, Lions game, and then Michigan State hoops play right across the street at the LCA. They're going to take on Arkansas. So it's going to make my day just busy.
Rico's going to have a 20-hour day.
So at that point, it's just like, don't invite me for any Thanksgiving Day dinner because I got stuff that I really rather do. I want to do that. So, yeah.
So that got us talking about unpopular sports opinions or unpopular things that you feel about. And I've always been Thanksgiving is, especially now as a married man. Especially now as a married man. That's right, Thanksgiving. I have two Thanksgiving to attend now, and it's very inconvenient for me. So I've always said, in this case, Thanksgiving Lions football should be the night game, not the day game. And that around here, I'm not sure, Mark, if you are aware, but that's a sacrilege type take.
Yeah, it is. You just get used to having the later Thanksgiving around here.
Wait. So you want it to be in the Cowboys time slot or that 8 o'clock time slot?
I would say if I had my druthers, I'd say the 8 o'clock. But if it was in the Cowboys, I wouldn't hate it. I would rather it. The later, the better for me.
See, I like it because I work the games. I like to get everything done. I don't fully relax if I got some big project hanging over my head. I want to be able to stuff my fat face with as much pumpkin pie as possible. And I can only do that if I'm done working. So respectfully, on you. Okay,
well, that's why I say it's not going to be a popular sports opinion here.
So with this as our starting point, we're giving you guys a get-out-of-jail-free card. Remember that card in Monopoly? Get-out-of-jail-free card. On any selfish opinion you have, we will simply wave our magic wand over here, and your selfish opinion in sports is now enacted. What is your selfish sports opinion? 248-539-9797 is where you can get to us.
I think mine, and I've said this before, all big college football games will start at 3:30 or later. There will be no big college football games at noon because no one cares. Noon is the appetizer. It's the hors d'oeuvres. It's the background noise. It's you're doing lawn work and you have the game on the radio, or you're doing housework and it's on the TV and you're kind of passively watching and listening, but you don't really care. Noon games scream directional school versus top 25 school. Big games, 3:30 or 8 o'clock kickoff. Plain and simple.
I'm totally behind that. Yeah, like I remember growing up, it was always like Perdon't against Wisconsin was like the noon game. And I'm like, I do not give a rat's ass about this. Furthermore, you can get a few hours. You can get, maybe even if you're lucky, a majority of the hours from the wife. Just about nobody is free until 3 o'clock. You have things you got to do. You got kids' games. You got to go to the supply store for something. I'm just telling you, I absolutely love that one. I want fewer nights of football. I don't need football 5 nights a week or more.
Okay? NFL or college or both.
NFL, stay in your damn lane. They think every lane is theirs. All right? Sunday, Monday, Thursday, Wednesday, Christmas, every other day. NFL, know your lane. College football, know your lane. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday is fine. But now we're getting into NFL games on this day, this day, this day. Can we not have a consistency of schedule anymore?
You know what? I'm with you, David. Before you get to yours, I'm going to add what you said, Mark, and I'm going to top that. So, no more Christmas Day games. No more. As somebody who had to work, I worked with you, a Christmas Day game. How about no? Just no. Let it go.
Rico was angry. You won't like him when he's angry. But no, I appreciated you being there with me a ton. That was hard.
Right. It's like it felt weird because Thanksgiving Day, growing up in Detroit, it's a tradition that the Lions play. You normally do the parade and you go straight to the game, or you do the double dip. But like Christmas Day, it was one of those. Who asked for this again? Who ordered the Christmas Day games? Because it wasn't me. So no more Christmas Day games.
And the overseas games. I don't care about Germany football. I don't care about.
No, we got one of those this year.
I hate it. I hate the fact that there's a game at 9 a.m. in Munich or wherever it's going to be now.
Well,
I hate that.
That leads me to my selfish take here, Kenny. And I know we've had this conversation before about too much football. We don't need this. We don't need the 9:30. We don't need the Christmas. My selfish take is I want a 9:30 game every week in the NFL. I want to wake up to football when it's football season. Every week, give me a 9:30 game. I don't care where you play. You could play in Dallas. You could play in Germany. I don't care. But it should be 9:30 every week.
So if you ever wondered why the wrong Bible passages were always up on the screen at Greater Life, who's back there running the show? Oh, he's watching the game. There it is.
Okay. Okay. So you give church the wedding treatment, the fall wedding treatment. You're there, but you're not there.
I am there.
Okay.
And I am there. I am there. That's what I'll say.
I said Psalms.
But if somehow on the screen it accidentally shows up NFL Network and there's a game on, well, sorry.
Did the Steelers just score in the middle of my sermon?
Oh, my God.
Every week.
That was Jacksonville. It's always going to be Jackson. Don't confuse yourself.
Jacksonville or Carolina.
Right.
Always one of those games.
David's totally even keeled. Then in the middle of saying, I have exercised the David's playoffs. Here we come, baby. There you go. All right. So we're asking you guys right now. Here is your opportunity. Okay. Do not miss this runway. It is your chance to share with us your selfish take on sports. All right. This is all about you. All right, for the first time and maybe the only time, it's all about you, your selfish take on sports. We'll keep it going right here on 97.1. I might need a mulligan on this one. Kenny Cott, your selfish take. We're now taking them on the air. I might need a mulligan. Do you know what time the national championship game ended? Michigan. You know what time?
What's that?
12:06 a.m. Okay?
Oh, really?
Yeah. 12.
Michigan
Yeah. It's weird. Weird how that works.
I think I was
don't recall.
watching Titanic or something.
Yeah, you had to clean out the sock drawer? What's going on there? So 12:06 a.m. You know, they say we have an East Coast bias. There is no East Coast bias. There is a West Coast bias. Everything they schedule is a West Coast bias. Every single thing with the exception of David's European games. That's the only time slot that screws anybody on the West Coast. Well, screw those people, okay? I don't give a damn about any of them. I'm tired of every single schedule of every single weekend kowtowing to their phony asses. All right? I'm over it.
So
it's
no more
time
late night games?
It's time we have an East Coast bias. Guess what? Monday Night Football starts at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Oh, I'm sorry, you're at work. Oh, you need sleep? Ask Jim and John what it's like to get up and do this after an East Coast Monday night game. There is no East Coast bias. There is a West Coast bias. Screw those people.
Kenny, I think we got a word for that, don't we? Where?
I think I have a word for it. I'm voting for you. I love that idea.
Thank you,
Mark.
Thank you very much.
What's
I
that?
appreciate
There's
it.
just no more late night games?
No more late night games. And okay, why can't you have a 10 a.m. Saturday kickoff? Why not? You know why? Because you're kowtowing to them. Stop kowtowing to them. Okay? That's why you can't have a 10 a.m. kickoff. I'm up at 10 a.m. Are you? What do I got to wait around until noon?
So basically, everybody on the West Coast, screw you.
They don't have a conference anyway.
We did talk about, you said that earlier in the week, Rico. West of that Mississippi, there's no major conference.
They don't, but I do like primetime football. I do like games that kick off at 8 o'clock at night. You sit down, you've had a nice day, and it's the beautiful capper.
You get it at 6:30 now.
I don't want it at 6:30.
Okay, I'll still give it to you at 8. They can enjoy it at 5. They can race home from work. They can enjoy it at 5. All right? Everything we do caters to them. Makes no sense.
How about Rico going full 5-year-old? I don't want it at 6.
Nothing changed from Rico of 5 years old to Rico of today. Let's get to DeVell in Madison Heights, who's up next. Hey, DeVell.
Hey, fellas. How's it going?
Hey.
Okay, so here's my bad. And by the way, I'm just sitting here cracking up laughing on this last take because you are absolutely right. Screw them in the West. Anyway, I digress. My selfish take, and I'm going to preface this by saying I love the NBA and the Pistons, but Christmas Day, we do not need 5 NBA games. Let's stick it to
Where's
2.
that, Bill?
Started at the prime time. You can have 2 games because what happens is you water down the talent and the level of the intensity of the game. You can have the top 4, major, contenders duke it out in 2 games on Christmas evening. We do not need at 12-3 to have Indiana and Memphis or New Orleans versus Utah. No, we don't need that. Who cares? You know what I'm saying? Just keep it a prime time, keep it to 2, and they still have the market. Because I also agree that the NFL doesn't need to encroach on the Christmas games
right.
for the NBA.
Right.
But, yeah, at the same time, we do not need 10 ham and egger teams all day Christmas. Stick to the 4 teams at prime time and go from there. That's it.
I mean, that's beautifully said. The other thing, DeVell, is at what point do the leagues have a responsibility to us? We want to spend time with family on the holidays, right? So stop trying to create distraction. Stop trying to distract us. Leave us alone. We have the rest of our lives to watch sports.
But in all fairness, you don't have to watch. You can spend time with your family.
We're addicts, Rico. Okay, we're all addicted.
That's a you.
We're
problem.
addicts. Yes,
okay?
yes, it is.
Okay,
you put it on, I will watch.
So it's
just
the
like
NFL's
Ron Burgundy
problem.
in the teleprompter. You put it on the teleprompter, I will read it. You put it on TV, I will watch.
So it's the NFL's problem.
Yes,
you're an addict.
Yes, it is.
Not you.
100%.
Okay.
Blame others.
All right.
Always.
W denial.
Denial is not just a river in Egypt.
Right. It's not their fault. You could easily just say, nah, I'm going to spend family time and turn it off.
You can't do that. I've done that. So you're right. You can choose to not watch.
But they should choose for the betterment of society, not to air
Not
it.
to give them that chance.
Right, exactly. Thank you. Tony is up next. Hey, Tony.
Hey, how you doing? Happy Friday, guys.
Happy Friday.
So, I've been a sports fan, Detroit sports fan, since the 60s. And I've donated a lot of money to all 4 of the teams, and I love them. What I would like to have is free network TV for the Pistons, Tigers, and Red Wings, like it used to be on Channel 50 or whatever network it might be, WJBK. You know, now you got to pay. They can pay $150 million, but I got to pay $150 a month just to watch a game. It's not right.
So just all free TV for local teams.
Yeah, I mean the Lions do it. You don't have to pay special cable bill or whatever. And
they do that right now. The NFL may be going to more streaming.
They probably will. You know, and I'm having a hard time now getting this new network for the watching Tigers. I subscribed. They took my subscription. I go to turn it. I get it on my computer, but I go to get it on the TV and it doesn't work. So I call up and they said, "Oh, well, if your TV's older than 5 years old, you got to get it."
You got to get a smarter TV, Tony.
Yeah,
I give you this: the NFL, because of the federal laws, yes, even if it's on Prime or Peacock, they have to show it locally.
Poppycock. Listen,
they do.
Okay, right, they do. You guys tell me, Tony, Rico, you tell me if you agree. This was the UFC's biggest mistake. They assumed we all cared enough to go out to a local establishment or buy it ourselves. We didn't. You notice how UFC their popularity has fallen off a cliff the last 10 years? 10 years ago, they were almost a big deal. And you know what their miscalculation was? They weren't on network TV.
I'm going to trust you on that because it's never been a big deal to me.
Never been a big deal to you at all. Okay.
No.
They never got you. Thank you, Tony. Appreciate it, man.
Right. That's just called guys fighting in an alley.
Okay. I got you. Dawson, what do you got for us, man?
Hey, fellas. How's it going?
Hey.
Hey, Rico, I wanted to ask, brother, can I get a job there at 97.1? I like to talk about sports. Is that how this works?
Dawson, show up outside
with a sign.
And then David will tell you to get off our lawn.
Have your headphones around your neck, okay? Have your headphones around your neck with your sign, okay? Have your little microphone muff ready to go.
What did I start?
Yeah, I'll be there tomorrow morning. Just see me on the side. Okay. Nah, all jokes aside. My opinion, I think that on Sundays primarily, I think all football games should be moved up 1 hour for the start time. I think that like a 1 p.m. game kicking off around noon would be ideal. You know, when you wake up in the morning, standard, you got to kind of wait a while for those 1 o'clock games to come around. And I think that, Sunday Night Football ending anywhere around, an hour earlier would be better. And also, for the love of God, please move the Super Bowl to a Saturday kickoff. Get rid of it on a Sunday. I think that is a terrible.
Well, especially if you're not, especially if you're not going to give us the Monday off, right?
Well, you will soon, because it'll be President's Day
this coming year. Yes.
Oh, we get it off.
Yes.
Some people, if you have a government job, you get President's Day off. That's the following Monday. But I'm with you, Doss. Play the Super Bowl on a Saturday. I don't get it.
Yeah, and you have the NFL honors that Thursday night prior, I believe, and then you have 2 full days of, the pregame ceremony or whatever you want to talk, the Super Bowl celebrations. I think it'd be so much better if it was on Saturday. And then Sundays, all the national media coverage covered.
Yeah. And Dawson, I'll even throw it in like this. How about the same for college sports? Give me the national championship game on a Saturday. You've been playing Saturday all season. Why is it on a Monday night?
Oh, yeah, let's put it on Monday night so people are bleary-eyed at work the next day.
Yeah, for both.
And again, 9 p.m., always 9 p.m.
Well, they hate you.
Yeah, thank you.
That's why.
Thank you very much. Dawson, great ideas. Dan is up next. Dan, you're on 97.1.
I'd like to see the, back from the 70s when I was a kid, the doubleheaders on Sunday. Play one ticket price and get 2 games.
Now you speaking my language, Dan.
But Dan, you said it in your answer. You know why they don't do that, right? One ticket price, two games.
I know why.
Yeah.
I know
But
why,
how
but
sweet was that? Whole afternoon.
Yep, whole afternoon. Plus being poor, my mom would save up just enough money to get one of those so we could get 2 games instead of 1. So it's just a good fond memory.
No.
You don't get to do that for something retro that's actually awesome.
No.
Okay? There are certain old things that you can play that to. Doubleheaders are outstanding.
Actually,
all right?
You know what? I need like that squirt bottle. No, Kenny. No.
Let's have David standing out there with a sign for the job. Let's have him do that. What do you say? They already did that for a job.
You know what? I'm going to treat Kenny like that, his cat. No. Off the furniture, Kenny.
Cut it out, man, please. All right, coming your way next, we have got a yes or no NFL extravaganza, college extravaganza for you. Coming your way next here on Valenti and Rico. Valenti and Rico, 97.1. We've got an NFL Blitz for you coming on right now, simply regarded as C, oh no.
All right, boys. Here's a dumb
is this
game
your
that I've
game
created.
again, Kenny?
It in fact is the game that I've created. It is not strictly NFL. You will all be glad to know. So this is think about Jeopardy style. I will give you a category. I will give you all a question from that category, and then you will answer yes or no. And then I will assign you points based on your answer. And you will have to obviously elaborate on your choice. The categories are Red Wings, Pistons, Tigers, Lions, and National.
So there's no Steelers category?
That would be -5 points from David.
No, and that's the game right there. Kenny just arbitrarily picks the point.
It's a little bit of whose line is it anyway mixed in there too, where the points kind of matter, but they really don't matter all that much.
Go ahead and give me a -5 because the Red Wings haven't earned the right to be in this conversation.
No, Mark wins 1 point.
There we go.
All right, Mark.
Give me the Pistons.
You didn't buy us food, so you get to go ahead and lead off.
Damn. Pistons.
All right, Pistons. Beef stew and his temper will become a major storyline / problem this postseason. Gentlemen, yes or no? David.
Yes.
Why is that?
Because if they play the Charlotte Hornets, he's ready and willing.
Yes
Hornets
or
are
no,
favored
and
by
why?
3 points tonight. No. Beef Stew is actually a smart guy. He's not going to let his emotions get the best of him in a game that matters.
Kenny, I'm going to say yes and no. It will be a storyline. The media is going to pick up on it, especially if it's the Charlotte Hornets. But NBA Coach of the Year, Bernie Bickerstaff, I think is going to pull Beef Stew aside and say, hey, son.
Bickerstaff.
Oh, I'm sorry, JB.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, JB.
Bernie, you got to get him from somewhere else.
Right. JB will say, hey, no, enough. No foolishness. Don't hurt your team, son. Just keep it on the court.
So that will be 1 point for David because I agree. 0 points.
Wait, you agree and he gets the point? That's
Yes,
how this works?
That's how this works.
Oh my gosh.
0 points for Mark because I disagree, but at least you answered. And -1 point for Rico because he said yes and no, which is not the game. It is yes or no.
I don't like the host.
He's Switzerland. We're asking you not to be Switzerland.
This game.
And Rico, you get to pick the category now. One of our major 4 sports teams or national.
Let's go. Let's just get this out the way. Let's go Wings.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Red Wings. The season inspires major shakeups this offseason, whether it's Larkin, Raymond, or otherwise. Yes or no? Major shakeups this offseason because of the result.
Absolutely, yes. You have to have a major shakeup because we keep saying the minor tweaks, and the minor tweaks keep you out of the playoffs. If the goal is to not be a playoff team, you're batting 1,000. But that's not what the goal is, so major shakeup.
Kenny, I already know I'm going to get a -1 on this, so because I know your feeling on it. However, you got to blow it up. And it's not just the lack of requisite talent. It's the fact that you don't have the mental makeup of a championship caliber team. In my opinion, Todd McClellan is the only one in the organization who has the mental makeup of a champion. Okay? So I'm pressing the explosion button on everybody else.
So, Kenny, I'm not going to predetermine how many points you're going to give me. I'll just answer it. I'll say that we have to blow it up. You have to make major changes. Every player that spoke today says, oh, I'm surprised we should be playing in the playoffs. Well, it's because of you. Bye-bye.
Well, this was trying to determine if actual change would happen. I disagree with Rico because I haven't seen a change happen yet in many off seasons right in a row. So Rico actually loses 5 points. I will give Mark and David 3 points because while I don't totally agree with their line of thinking, at least that signifies their willingness to do real change. So I'll give you points for that.
All right.
David, you get to pick the category.
I'm going to go national.
National. Is the NBA regular season officially meaningless? With the play-in and with the lack of effort from stars not showing up in games, there has to be a limit of games they have to play to win awards. Is the regular season meaningless?
No, it's not meaningless. For the teams that actually care, it means a lot because they want to be the best seed that you do. You want to set yourself up for the playoffs to face the right team. So I'm going to say no, it is not meaningless.
I would go, it's not meaningless to the team, individual team, because the only team it wasn't, there's only one team it's not meaningless to. You've got to look at shortening the games. These owners have to understand that less is more. They're looking at the gate draw. You know what? You know what increases demand? Scarcity. You have fewer games. You have more filled stadiums in the games that you have. The games mean more. If the players don't give a damn and they don't, you got to do something about this.
Very good, Rico. You're just upset that you've lost a bunch of points already. And you know what? Actually, that's minus one more point for that drop.
Kenny, I think we all know the regular season appears to be meaningless, but it's not, because the Pistons showed this is what happens when you actually give a damn. When you go out there every night and you play games, they win wire to wire in the East.
I actually like all three of your answers. I like Rico's the best, so I will give him 7 points. Mark Ryan gets 3, David gets 2, and also -5 David for Michigan cheating. I forgot to do that at the beginning of the show. That's completely my bad. I'm sorry about that. Mark Ryan, you're up next with picking a category, my friend.
All right, what's left?
It's still all 4 major teams and national.
Let's go Tigers.
Tigers. All right. Will we, as fans, be happy and satisfied with both Green and Torque at the end of this season?
Absolutely not. Torque goes from LeBron James to Bronny in odd to even years. Odd years, he's LeBron. Even years, he's Bronny. And he's back to being Bronny. I think he's a month away from being a mud hen again. I am so disappointed in him. Now, on the flip side, I thought Riley Green, that hit yesterday, that double, that's not a play he would have made last year. I mean, he would have been swinging for the fences, uppercut. He shortened his swing. He got the hit the team needed when they needed it. I couldn't be more proud of Riley. Torque, don't let the door hit you, my friend.
I was about to say, it's not a filibuster. Just answer the question.
My bad.
Kenny, I would say yes. And I think the reason being is because McGonigal is making the game fun again. And he's taking the pressure off of those two that we're not expecting big things, because all eyes are on McGonigal, so they can now relax and kind of become the Robin instead of the Batman.
So because of the filibuster, I don't even remember what the question was. So I'll go
God,
with,
I get blamed for everything.
Torque,
yes.
It's Torque and Green. You're going to be satisfied with both of them at the end of the season.
I'm going to say no. We won't be satisfied with both of them. I am highly disappointed in Torkelson. That was supposed to be the guy when he came up, and it's just sad to see. So no.
I will give 8 points to David because I agree with him. I will also give 8 points to Mark Ryan because I agree with him. I will give a point to Rico because he used the word filibuster, which I find to be a funny word. And then I will take away a point from Rico because I disagree with him. All right, Rico, you get the last
filibuster didn't hurt me.
You get the last one here, buddy.
Let's go with our Leos.
Detroit Lions. If my phone wants to load, there we go. Adding a pass rush is more important in the draft than adding O-line in the draft. Yes or no?
No. For this team is built to score a ton of points. All your toys and all your weapons are on the offensive side of the ball. In order for Gibbs and St. Brown and everybody, for all that to work with J-Mo, you need your quarterback upright, which means you have to protect your quarterback, Kenny. O-line.
Yes, definitely O-line. We saw what golf looked like at the end of last year, or pretty much all year, because the O-line had issues. That Vikings game told you everything. O-line, O-line, O-line.
The Philadelphia game also told you everything. I want to say both, but I'm going to learn from Rico. I don't want to get a -7 here. So
it doesn't matter.
I'm going to say it's offensive line. The offensive line play was honestly offensive. I'm in favor of their execution. based on what I saw last year. I also believe that Aleem McNeil is going to be really back this year. He's told that he's washed up. He's told
doing
that he's
the
done,
splits. They had a video of it last week.
Doing the splits. So I'm going to go O-line, get that ground game going.
So I'm going the selfish route in case you haven't learned the theme of this game. I'm taking away 7 points from David and from Rico because I disagree with their answer. Mark, you lose 8 points because you try to say don't take away 7 from me. And I don't agree with any of that line of thinking. And also, I'm very tired of having the D-line conversation, so it's an exhausting conversation to begin with for me. And before, David, you announced the winner, the way this is going to work is since Mark didn't buy any of us lunch, we're taking his points and dividing them between David and Rico. He loses all of his points and is in last place now. And
tell a kid that he's supposed to buy you lunch. My God, give me the memo. I didn't get the memo.
I'm sorry. It's my game. I invented it, and I can't change the rules. David, who's the winner?
I love this game. I'm the winner because I'm now at 0 because I took some of Mark's points. Rico, you're at -3.
Wait. Kenny, would I get extra points if I would have said the answer is Duke?
Yes, that would have given you actually 50 points.
Now Rico wins.
No, you didn't. And that has been yes or no.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers have called up their number 6 overall prospect, Hao-Yu Lee. He's hitting 8th and playing third base. The corresponding move puts Zach McKinstry on the 10-day injured list with left hip/ab inflammation. Lee has a career .433 slugging percentage in 385 minor league games. He's played just 6 at AAA this year after working back from injury. I spoke with Tigers fill-in announcer Greg Gainey, who called Lee's games with the Seawolves. I also just caught up with Freddie McGee, who stood outside the Lions training facility asking for a tryout with the Lions.
Hopefully, David's not answering that call.
I should have apologized on David's behalf. Piston star Kate Cunningham says he's not 100% healthy, but it's getting there. He also says his agent and team handled the case for postseason awards eligibility. He hopes LCA is even louder than last year in the playoffs and told fans to drink their tea. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
Five o'clock on a Friday. Guess what, guys? We're less than a week away from the NFL draft. Think about that. And
I call it Christmas for adults, man. Some years you get better Christmas presents than others.
It is, but you know what? I think it's just been a lack of buzz. There's really one player at the top, one quarterback, because it's all about the quarterbacks. It's like any good superhero movie is only good because of the villain. Any good draft is good because of how many quarterbacks are in there. And the people want them. It's very scarce. It's one, and the Raiders aren't going to trade that pick. So, but I got this question for you listeners out there. Lions are going to be drafting at 17. Let's just go into the assumption they're not trading out of that pick. They will draft at 17. There's all types of needs for this team. So I'm going to ask this very simple question. Do you think the Lions will take an offensive lineman? It could be a tackle, could be a guard, or the field, any other position outside of that. Could be a safety, could be a tight end, could even be a wide receiver. Who knows? They love their types of things. 248-539-9797. If I gave you a choice, Mark, the Lions will draft somebody in the first round, either an offensive lineman or the field. Which one would you take? Think like Brad Holmes. You got your choice of people out there. Offensive lineman or the field?
I want to give you the exciting answer. The exciting answer is the field. I think it makes better programming for our station. I think it makes for more interest for the audience. I don't think he goes with the field. And I think he is a best player available guy, but I think the best player available at 17 is going to be an offensive lineman.
So, now, Mark Ryan, hold on. Mark Ryan betting a paycheck. You got to pick one.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. You're betting a paycheck, and Angela's looking at you.
Okay.
Don't screw this up. Okay. Which one you taking?
Oh, the wifey. Okay. I'm going the lineman. I'm going lineman, and I feel good about that relative to what they need, best player available, what's going to be there for them at 17. My only worry is if somehow Jermod McCoy drops, even though he just ran a 4.38. Okay. My bet's locked.
No.
My bet's locked.
You don't get to do this.
Right. Yeah, I'm not wiggling. Okay. There's no wiggle to my.
This ain't Kenny's yes or no.
Okay. But I'm down. What I'm worried about is McCoy drops. That's my worry.
Okay. David?
So I'm going to base mine on something that Mark put on this sheet earlier, and I've noticed something else because I saw an update to it today. He looked at a lot of the mock drafts, and I think it was like 7 or 9 or up to 10 mock drafts.
10 mock drafts, right.
3 had Blake Miller, 3 had Monroe Freeling, Spencer Fanu 2, and Caden Proctor 2 going to the Lions. Mm-hmm. Shifted a little bit because if you remember, early in this process, Monroe Freeling was thought to be top 10 selection. He has since come falling in those mock drafts, and I saw another mock draft today, brand new one, that had Freeling also going to the Lions at 17. So because I continue to see that happening in mock drafts, I'm going with the O-line is what's going to happen. I believe he sticks with that because Monroe Freeling falls to him.
Okay.
Now, some things shift. Like I'm agreeing with you, Mark. If the cornerback, Jermiah McCoy, falls, that changes things for me. But I'm sticking with O-line.
So O-line of the field.
Yes.
O-line David.
Yes.
O-line Mark. Kenny, would you like to chime in on
I would love to chime in. So usually, and I agree with what Mark just said earlier about the best player available is probably going to be O-line. And that seems like the most predictable thing to be picking for this team right now, which is exactly why Brad Holmes will not do that, because every time I've ever predicted him to make a pick at not just a player, but a position group, he's always done something almost intentionally opposite of whatever I've thought he was going to do, and that makes the most sense. So I will take the field on this one.
Kenny, you're a smart man. I'm taking the field. Here's the thing. You guys are picking what you want.
No, I don't want that.
Brad Holmes. Every mock draft comes out because you know what's going to happen that very next day. You guys follow that mock draft stuff. We don't listen to that stuff. I got my own thing. I know my charts. I know all of my stuff. We know exactly. We laugh when we see our game getting mocked. We laugh when he's going to go something because they absolutely need an O-lineman. Oh, the field, and he will come on Friday and tell you why you all were wrong. He will tell you why I took this safety, why I took this tight end, why I took this linebacker when, there were 3 O-linemen there, but we didn't need them. 248-539-9797 asking you, does Brad Holmes take an O-lineman, whether it's a tackle or guard, or does he take the field with the first pick that the Lions have in the NFL draft, which is only 6 days away? We be getting ready for the second round right now.
A week from now, you guys will be wrapping up your first post-draft show.
Yes.
Right?
And I'm saying at that point, are we talking about the Lions' newest safety coming in here, the Lions' newest corner, or do you really think that the Lions will go and take an offensive lineman? Because even when they took Sewell, nobody saw that coming.
He has said best player available. That's what he said in his pre-draft media session. And to me, what I've seen, looking at things, I think it's turning out that best player available will be an offensive lineman. It seems to be falling in that direction. So if he says BPA, that will be the BPA.
And that's the only reason why I'm going that, because it's the combination of BPA and need, and it's right there in your lap.
Unless Kenyon Sadiq or Jeremiah Love start sliding.
And does he have them ranked higher?
And that's what I'm saying. Whatever
you think he would take a running back?
I wouldn't.
You think he would take a running back?
I wouldn't put it past him, and he'll come out and say, "Well, we lost one,
no,
so now we got 2."
No, he won't take a running back.
We lost Knuckles, so now we have a new Knuckles.
Take a running back.
He'll take a running back, and he'll also trade to get that running back.
David is getting violently upset right now. Violently upset.
Brad Holmes has shown me since he's been here, he doesn't listen to the public. He does not hear your cry. He basically, F them picks, F your feelings. I'm not going and get the guy that you want me to get. I'm getting my guy. It makes sense as an O-lineman. Nah, I'm going field because I think that's what he thinks.
Rico, it almost seems like he tries to rebel against what the public thinks.
Conventional wisdom.
Yes.
This is conventional wisdom. Here's my finger to conventional wisdom every time.
I am the smartest guy in the room. You'll see. Here's an old lineman that I drafted from Canada who's an egg.
You ever think if there was just the obvious choice, he would go against the obvious choice just because? Mm-hmm. You hope that isn't the reason why he's not going with the obvious choice.
No, but I think a lot of times he wants to show, I know I'm a little bit smarter than you. And I think every GM, it's not a Brad Holmes thing. I think every GM wants to show I'm smarter than the public. I'm smarter than my fans. Some just, you take the layup. But Brad has the layup, and sometimes he runs all the way back to take the Steph Curry YOLO 3. And it's like, but you could have just took the easy layup, Brad. No? The YOLO? Okay.
We're asking you, O-line or the field? You guys break the tie. We got 4 people on the show. 2 say O-line, 2 say the field. You're breaking the tie. We'll take your calls on that next. 248-539-9797. It's Valenti and Rico, 97.1. 97.1, talking some NFL draft with you. Can you believe how, most of the years we get to the point where the draft is about to come and we're like, okay, we're tired of talking about the draft. This year, the draft snuck up on me. I can't even believe it's here. And it is. And the question that Rico has for you is, look, Lions pick number 17. Are they going to go offensive lineman, or are they going to go with some other position? O-line or the field? Your chance to chime in and give us your answer. You get to break the tie. David and I say O-line. Kenny and Rico say the field. What say you? Let's get to Phil, who's up next. Phil, you're on 97.1.
Hi, guys. Hey, how you doing? I was thinking the field because I will give you this. It's going to be Kenyon Sadiq because Daniel Porter isn't going to be ready for the season. Not that I want this to happen, but this would be the very Lions-esque thing to do because we love our tight ends in the first round.
You know what? I keep laughing and making fun of that, Phil, because it's like, yeah, if Kenyon Sadiq is there, you got a tight end coming off of an injury. Now, the problem is that, Rod Wood came out yesterday saying, or either today, they may even re-sign him before he gets back out on the field, which I think is just total lunacy, but it ain't my money. But yeah, Phil, I could easily see them taking a tight end.
Easily.
And then coming and telling you, well, we just added up more weapons to give Jared Goff more options to throw the ball to.
It's almost like, Phil, the way that Rico describes it is figure out which position is least likely for the Lions to take, and that's the most likely position they're going to take. Mm-hmm. How wild is that?
Have a good one, guys.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Phil.
I appreciate that. So he says the field, breaking the tie.
I mean, because he'll say, well, I told you. Here's the thing. Brad Holmes, he doesn't really do the GM double fake out, pump fake type of thing. When he drafts somebody, you can pretty much go back and listen to everything that he said, and he told you what he was going to do. You just didn't decipher it. He doesn't try to hide it.
Well, you were telling us about that segment. Here's what he said, and here's what I heard.
Right.
So, with what he said in this draft, what did you hear?
Well, what he said, we're going to take the best player available. What I heard was, if there's a tight end there, if Kenyon Sadiq is there, we're going to take him. If there's a guy that we deem as a top player, he's taking him regardless of the position. So, yeah, if somehow or another the wide receiver from Ohio State slides down and he's there, he take him. Don't need him, but he came out and said, "I'm taking the best player available." At no point does he say, "I'm going to take a need." O-line is a need. If he said that, I would feel confident in saying, it's got to be an O-lineman. That's a need. Best player available, not necessarily O-lineman.
So, Rico, you're going field. I'm going field. We got the tight end phone call. If I twisted your arm and said pick which field, even if it's just a position group, what do you think it would be? Because mine is defensive back.
I was going to say mine is defensive back as well. He's either going to take a corner or he's going to take a safety.
I just said that to David back here.
He's taking a corner or a safety. I'm willing to put like $50 on it that he would take a corner or a safety.
Who is your dream? This guy's falling. Oh, my God, he's there at 13. Remember, that was Aaron Donald, okay? And everyone but the NFL knew,
short, apparently. No, he was short. Remember,
so what?
Right, but now we say that, but at the time, he's a short guy. That's why it's like, well, this guy, he's slow or he has short arms or look at this reach. Like, man, I don't care. Turn on the tape. Did you see him not make plays? Like for me, look, if Reuben Baines is there, that's a no-brainer whatsoever. You run up to, you pick up the phone and you say, we got him.
I'm with you. Just to not stick with yours, I would say Maui Goa. If he somehow wasn't there, that is a dream scenario.
It is.
By the way, I was covering the Panthers when the Lions took Sewell, and they wanted Sewell like nobody's business. They got J.C. Horn. When he's healthy, he's a good player. Oftentimes, your dream player goes right before you pick. Let's get to Drew in Roseville. All right, Drew, you got the O-line or you got the field? Which way are you going?
Well, I'd like to say before I make my Lions comment, I have a bone to pick if I could after I'm done with the Lions decision.
Go right ahead.
Would you allow me that?
Or you want to pick the bone now, or it's up to you?
No, I'll do the Lions thing first.
Okay.
I think if Brad Holmes' guy isn't there at 17, I think he goes down and gets a third-round pick somehow. He needs to get more picks in this draft.
He does.
Now, if the guy he wants is there, he's going to draft the guy he wants is there. So I'm playing the field, or he's going to move down.
Okay.
And my bone to pick – I'm sorry, go ahead, Mark.
No, go ahead, Drew.
My bone to pick is with you, Mark, and you, David. That last segment about Torkelson, I've watched every inning and every pitch of this season for the Tigers, and I don't know if you guys have noticed, the last 4 to 5 games, he has put up some seriously good at-bats, hasn't gotten lucky with anything falling in. He's taken some walks. And the fact that you guys think he's going to be in the minor leagues in the next few weeks, that's not going to happen.
Drew, I didn't say that
all year.
I did not say minor leagues. I never said that.
That's what I heard.
No, that was not me. But here's the thing. You just did a pet peeve I have with Major League Baseball. Oh, he's had some really good at-bats. Just hasn't gotten lucky with a hit. That means he hasn't gotten hits.
Right.
That's a problem.
He's hitting the ball hard, Mark. He's hitting the ball hard.
I don't care about hitting the ball hard. Get hit.
Drew, in the end for Torque, it comes out you can't be batting at the Mendoza line and you got to be producing home runs. We don't care about your at-bats. We don't care about good wood on the ball. I care about home runs, and I care about hitting over 200. All right?
Keep hitting the ball hard, stay in the at-bats. Home runs are going to come, guaranteed.
Okay, I look forward to it, Drew. I look forward to it.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And see, along with Drew, I'm telling you, I think the pressure is off that those guys don't have to be the leaders of the team. And it's a lot of pressure to give to McGonigal, but he's handling it so far. He's the reason why people are going to the ballpark. Every time he gets up to bat, you just feel like he's going to get a hit or he's going to do something special.
What was it like? You were there.
Yeah, and it is.
Phone's out. What's the scene like?
No, it's just when he's up there, it's
a different buzz.
It is. It's he's one of I don't want to say it's like, look, I'm not putting him on a level of Judge or Shohei, but when he's up to bat, you pay attention to his at bat. All talking stops, and you're waiting to see what happens next. You know, at a baseball game, you're talking, blah, blah. Oh, so-and-so's up, and we keep the conversation going, and you're kind of half watching. When he's up, all eyes are on this kid to see what is he about to do next. He's got everybody focused on him, which I think helps out those other two. Less pressure. You don't have to be the man anymore because this kid is taking over that spot. I can go back to
Would you say McGonigal's the man now? Is he becoming the man?
Yes. Yes, he is.
Wow. I mean, it's so premature, but it's also kind of accurate.
But you're seeing the bats are starting to warm up a little bit because I don't have to worry about knocking in the runs because, you know what? I don't have that pressure on.
He's first in on-base percentage on the team, first in WAR on the team, first in OPS on the team, second in batting average on the team.
The problem, though, that you're going to run into is this is a lot to put on a 21-year-old to relieve the pressure of a Torque or a Green when they're not performing. And God forbid he tweaks like a hamstring or something and has to miss, the better part of a week. Now you're in real trouble. I feel bad that McGonigal is the guy that we have to, and he's been a professional batter since he started here. But this is his first year playing Major League Baseball. Not everything is going to go right for the kid. And again, God forbid he gets hurt. So, I mean, I like that the pressure right now is off Torque. But
Kenny, here's the thing. And maybe because these guys are now more relaxed, if something happens, they found their natural groove. But I do feel like there's a little bit of a shift because we expected big things out of Green. We expected big things out of Torque. And when they didn't live up to our expectations, which is stupid because we're judging them based off of our expectations and not for what they can do on the field, people were like, well, I don't know about these two. And they should have done a lot more. Now, nobody's talking about them.
At all.
They're an
all the
afterthought.
pressure's off them.
And now you're saying, to me.
Maybe they're not getting talked about because they're not good. Maybe that's the problem.
No, David, you know what? I think the problem is, no.
David's just had it. He's done with them.
Torkelson, yes.
No. They're good. They're not great.
I don't think they're good.
I think people are just distracted by how good McGonagall is right now. They don't have to be talking
But
about
there is
Torkelson.
this feeling like Carp is going to find his way, Green's going to. There is a feeling, and it's like, oh, it's bad Torque again. It's an even year. There's that feeling.
Who drafted Torkelson? It was not Scott Harris.
It was not. It was not.
And the guys that he seems to have drafted, Hayu Lee. Now you got McGonagall. You got Max Clark. That's showing some signs.
Yeah, got how you live. Didn't he get down? He got him in from a trade, didn't he?
Either way, it was him that made that decision.
Yeah, that's just talent
Found
evaluation
talent.
one way or the other way. Yeah.
And I'm tired of Avila getting credit for all these guys anyway, because they've been developed in the Scott Harris system, right? He took the ingredients, you developed them.
He did. I think
I'm tired of Torque. I'm sorry.
I think they're good, but they were never going to be that all-star great person that we expected. We expected him, Torque, to hit a home run every time he got up to the plate. That's not going to happen. Riley Green was saying, okay, that's going to be our guy. He's an all-star, and he's good. But now he could just be good and let somebody else be great.
That's his job.
Yeah.
That's his assignment, and he's doing it. Final thing on the draft. The 10 mock drafts I looked at. Blake Miller, Monroe Freeling, Spencer Fano, Caden Proctor.
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you, I covered Clemson. You don't want Blake Miller. Okay. I covered him. You run the football. You run the football, right? Yeah, it's exactly right. You run the football. You know what Clemson ranked running football last year? 111th. Okay? All 4 years he was there, they averaged in the 60s running the football. They can't run the football. I spoke to somebody at Clemson yesterday about him because we were doing this show, right? Sound the alarm. He said, I've been shocked at his rise. So
what's Dabo like?
Dabo's such a good dude, man. He is exactly the way he comes off.
Hey, DS, it's me.
He's aw shucks, like, and you can't believe it. You're like, this is an act, right?
DS, it's me, Mark. What's happening? Dabs.
Yeah, no, he definitely doesn't do the dabs.
No, I'm saying you call him Dabs. What's happening, man? Tell me a little bit more about Blake Miller. Okay, yeah, all right.
I want
we'll
you.
do lunch.
You know they have the slide in the football building. Only players are allowed down it. I went down it when no one was looking. How do you like that? I rode the slide.
You probably did it with Dabo, holding hands.
Would you stop? Blake Miller, Monroe Freeling, Spencer Fano, Caden Proctor. Pick one.
It would be Freeling, but because everybody had the Lions taking the O-lineman, I feel better about the field.
Yeah, give me Freeling or Fano. Miller or Proctor, no thanks. No thanks at all. All right, we've got an NFL Blitz coming your way next, right here on 97.1.
All right, guys, if you're looking outside after all the rain and you're seeing the weeds and the dandelions pop up, it's going to be a long summer for you unless you listen to me right now. I'm going to give you a little bit of a secret, but it's not really a secret. It's called Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Call 888-GET-GREEN, and they will come and take care of those weeds. They will come and take care of those dandelions. They've already started my lawn treatment, and while everybody else is sprouting dandelions, I'm not. While everybody else has the weeds, I'm not. Why? They came up with a treatment plan specifically for my lawn. It's going to improve the turf, the color, and control the weeds. They could do the same for you. They've been around since 1990, and they will get to work on your lawn. They got a full menu of services that will get you to your dream lawn. Call 888-GET-GREEN right now, or you can go online at naturalwaylawn.com. And if you purchase the full lawn program, you'll get free grub control as well. Just tell them Rico from 97.1 said give them a call. Call 888-GET-GREEN or go online at naturalwaylawn.com.
You're exactly right. We're going to go through the biggest bust in NFL draft history. So let's start here with number 10. It is a local product. One Charles Rogers. He was drafted number 2 overall for the Detroit Lions in 2003. And he only had 440 total receiving yards when he was cut in 2006.
Y'all heard me say best player available. This is when best player available goes wrong. All right. This is, well, I took the best player available. I just keep taking receivers every single year. This ended tragically, unfortunately, but quite honestly, it never looked the part to me.
First of all, the Lions probably never should have drafted him. He needed to get away from Detroit. And instead, I think they passed on Andre Johnson to take him.
Andre Johnson was selected the next pick.
I think had he gotten away from Detroit, he would have been better. And the fact that you break your collarbone 2 years in a row. The first year, the Lions said, no, we're going to let it heal naturally and organically, and we're going to burn some incense and sage around it. And then they finally decided a year later, we're just going to go ahead and put a pin in that thing. By that time, I think his career was over. But he gave us that great commercial.
Oh, he did. He did.
Rest in peace.
I had so much hope for that guy. That guy killed my alma mater, Florida. Absolutely killed him.
Next on the list, number 9, Trey Lance, quarterback.
You're just being hurtful.
Number 3 overall, San Francisco 49ers in 2021.
True story. Your team has never recovered from that. Never recovered.
Didn't they make the Super Bowl?
Hello?
Did they win the Super Bowl?
But they made it.
Why have they not won the Super Bowl?
Because Drake Greenlaw got hurt.
Yeah, Drake Greenlaw popped his Achilles. And if you really want to do this?
Yeah.
Before Drake Greenlaw popped his Achilles, the Kansas City Chiefs did not cross the 50-yard line. He pops his Achilles, and all of a sudden the Chiefs started moving the ball. He plays, they win. They got Brock Purdy. They kind of forgot about Trey Lance.
But what they didn't forget about are the 3 first-round picks that they lost that would have made this roster the OKC version of the NFL.
Yeah, but you said they never got over it. Yeah, they went in and got
they haven't gotten over the loss of talent that they gave up for Trey Lance.
They balanced it out by taking a 7th rounder and turning him into one of the top quarterbacks.
Number 8 on the list, Kajana Carter, running back, number 1 overall for the Cincinnati Bengals in 1995. He had amassed over 1,500 yards and 23 touchdowns, 7.8 yards per carry in college. Then he got 700 rushing yards after that, total in 4 years.
I haven't heard that name in a long time, and I thought he was going to be a beast. Watching him at Penn State,
yes,
he was all that. I don't know if the SEC, I know you guys don't pay attention to the Big Ten, but I thought Kajana Carter was just going to be a beast when he got to the league.
I'll tell you my Kajana Carter, Trent Richardson. Could not believe that guy could move bulldozers with his thighs.
Yeah.
But what I didn't realize is he had the field of vision of a pinhole, okay? And was averaging 3 yards a carry. So Trent Richardson is my Kajana Carter.
To be fair, Kajana Carter did tear his ACL in his rookie year, or right before his rookie year, and didn't play, and that changed everything for him.
Like I said, it was like Charles Rogers. Like, you went out early and you never really recovered from that. And ACL surgery then ain't the same as ACL surgeries now.
Next on the list, number 7. So everyone talks about the Green Bay Packers and how they've gone from this quarterback to that Brett Favre. Brett Favre. Then they went to Aaron Rodgers. Then they went to Jordan Love. Well, they had someone before that. 1981. They drafted Rich Campbell, number 6 overall. No one hears about him because he was a bust.
I've never heard of him.
He was from Cal. No. He was from Cal. But Cal, wasn't he, David?
Yes, he was.
And yes, he was going to be all that when he got to the league. He had the pedigree. He was going to turn this league around. And I haven't heard his name until just now.
I actually just did. He was traded for a bag of potato chips. So that's unfortunate.
Was it sour cream and onion?
Yeah, well, it was actually. Good call.
No, I had to have some cheese. It's in Green Bay.
Oh.
It says the coaching staff hated him. He in 4 years, he only appeared in 7 games, 386 passing yards, 3 touchdowns, 9 interceptions.
But we shouldn't just focus on the good things, David. Good God.
So let me get through the next 2 here because I want to focus on completely the top 5. Ryan Leaf was number 6, number 2 overall. We all know what that draft selection was.
There were people who argued Peyton Manning or Ryan Leaf. And, I mean, it was like the hottest topic.
Oh, it was. I remember that.
A lot of people wrong.
Number 5 on this list is Tony Mandrich.
Okay, that was the one I was waiting for. And he's only 5?
On this list.
There's 4 bigger busts than Tony Mandrich.
You let me know if you agree with
the
that.
The Green Bay Packers thought if we picked the most badass-looking wrestler, that guy can play football.
Just think about it. Green Bay passed on Barry Sanders and Deion Sanders.
Oh, dear God.
Number 4.
Derek Thomas, too.
Yeah, correct. Number 4. This better than this? Akili Smith, quarterback, number 3 overall, Cincinnati Bengals in 99.
Yeah.
That worse than Tony Mandrich?
I'm sensing the theme with Cincinnati.
That pick Akili Cincinnati for about 10 years.
Okay, you know what? No, because Akili Smith had one good. He is the epitome of one-hit wonder. Yep. He had one good year, and it was a year. And it was like, oh, and he's going to be our guy. Like, guys, you may want to check the tape and look at what he's done other than that year. But, yeah, I still would take Mandrich. But go ahead.
Number 3, Robert Gallery. Left tackle for the Oakland Raiders in 2004.
He may have been the only Iowa offensive lineman who stunk. But he was built in a lab. You're right. Like you looked at him and he was just like he was just NFL tackle, and you're from Iowa. It's like having a Harvard lawyer. Like, how can you lose?
Do you notice what happens when you take offensive linemen built in a lab? Mandrich, Gallery, Gio Manu.
Okay. Not built in the lab.
Number 2 on this list, not way before my time, but before my time. In 4 years, he had 3 touchdowns, 11 interceptions, just over 1,000 yards passing, 45% completion percentage. Art Schlichter.
Hey, be careful how you say
his
that.
name is Baltimore Colts, 1982.
Yeah, and he had a gambling problem as well.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, things didn't go well.
Number 1,
for him.
can I guess?
Sure.
Has my name in it.
Yes. Jamarcus Russell.
There you go. Boom.
Number 1.
Could have
Raiders
had
07.
Joe Thomas.
Correct.
Could
Calvin
have had
Johnson.
Calvin Johnson, the best players at their respective positions ever for their teams.
Yeah. Instead.
And it talks about how in 04 they messed up, could have had Phillip Rivers, and then in 07 they could have had Joe Thomas. They could have had a pairing there, but a left tackle protecting your quarterback, but whatever.
Shout out Purple Drink.
No, please, no. Shout out Purple Drink.
That is your NFL Blitz.
All right, if you missed any of the Valenti and Rico show, you can use the Odyssey Rewind button, as we have had Mark Ryan in with us for the entire week.
I don't know how you guys did it. I don't know how you survived, but I sure as hell appreciate the fact that you guys dealt with me for a week.
Did you enjoy yourself,
Oh,
Mark?
man, had the time of my life. I got to host on maybe the best sports show in America for a week. And look, even if you never have me back, you can't take that from me, baby.
Yeah, I know. It was a little weird because all of a sudden, Mark's in a commercial break, and he holds his phone up and says, "Hey, say hi." Like, who am I saying hi to? It's his mother.
Yeah.
I'm like,
say hi to mom and dad. And dad.
Mom and dad are watching via the stream.
Yeah, they're
like,
watching on the stream.
Hey.
Yeah. Yeah, Rico, it was a little awkward, but that's okay. That's okay. No. Had a great time, and you guys are. You can tell why the show has the accolades it does. There's 4 people on this show, and there's 4 people who contribute heavily towards making this an award-winning show, and the standard bearer. Really,
thank you.
Really,
thank you. And now comes Rieger. Okay, and Rieger had just finished hosting your 3rd show of the day out there. Just your 2nd.
What are you talking about?
I said I heard you out there. I was like, okay.
Yeah, I was talking to
Rieger's
all
hosting
the
a
fine
show.
fellas here.
Right.
Oh, no. That's not what he's talking about, Jeff. We heard you as we started the 5 o'clock hour. We heard you. And I'm like, I told Kenny, I'm like, who's out? Is somebody outside?
I was in my car.
Well,
you
we
heard me in the car?
We heard you.
How'd you hear me in the car?
You're loud.
Oh, yeah.
What?
Yeah,
I mean, I know
voice,
I'm loud, but I didn't.
It's piercing. It hurts.
Thank you.
It hurts a lot.
Through the walls, through the glass.
Yeah, imagine living with
Soundproof to everyone except him.
Imagine living with me, guys. Imagine what my family thinks. How the hell are you guys? Great show today. I
Fantastic.
Best and worst. Phenomenal.
Best and worst playoff format in sports.
Well, I mean, I love the NCAA tournament, so I'm going to go with the tournament.
They don't crown the best team.
I mean, this year they did. I don't know if you knew that, Rico.
Agreed. They did.
David knows it. No, I love the tournament. Single elimination. Goes back to my softball days when you get to play in single elimination games, and you always felt like it meant something. It was fun.
The only thing I don't like about the NCAA tournament is it's the neutral site games.
Yeah.
I would love if the first, like the women do, where the first couple of rounds are on the campus of the highest seed.
I'd be down with that. The problem is I do like that there's 4 games in one building. So if you happen to go, I like the announcers calling all 4 games. I like everything about it. I hear you though.
Man, it's the highest seeds. You get to host. You'll host the 4 games in your. So you would have went to Chrysler and you could have watched Michigan and all those teams.
You ever been to March Madness? You ever go?
Oh yeah, I've been a couple times. Funny story, Mark. It's funny you bring this up. The first time I ever met Rico Beard, first time I was working here. We were a different station. We were like AM 1270. And I got sent to Dayton to cover Michigan State against George Mason. That was at 11-5, I believe, Rico. Was that accurate? And I met Rico at the bar the night before.
That's your first mistake.
Yes. I didn't realize that he was a big Michigan State guy. And I, of course, am not. So I was actually fist pumping when George Mason pulled the upset.
Oh.
Yeah, that was my first. I've been to 3 tournament games. That was my first.
Oh, okay. So you like March Madness, the best worst playoff format? It's hockey. It's definitely hockey.
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about this.
They got a 7 seed playing an 8 seed in the round 1.
It's the original seeding.
It's weird, right? Because then the first overall of the conference gets to play the 8. The second overall of the conference gets to play the 7th, which is the 2 wildcard teams. And then 2 and 3 play each other. The issue is you get 2 teams with over 100 points playing each other, so a really good team is eliminated early on in the postseason.
Right.
While a loser team or a team that isn't as good gets to survive. I agree with you guys on this one.
Doesn't make a lot of sense. And actually, Carolina's playing what would be the 6th seed. Philadelphia is playing the 8th seed. Right? Because of the way the points work out. We allowed everybody.
I would want to stay away from Carolina.
We gave everybody their selfish take. You're allowed a selfish take. I say screw the West Coast. I'm tired of us kowtowing to them with the game times. The national championship game got over in the AM. Okay, the coverage.
Do you stay up for one shining moment?
Yeah, of course. You always stay up for one shining moment.
Some people hate it.
Yeah,
some people hate it.
What is your selfish opinion?
Selfish opinion.
Something you want that it doesn't benefit anybody else.
I mean, I don't know if it doesn't benefit, but I want less baseball games. And if you need to make up for less baseball games, I'd be willing to do a double dip every 2 out of 4 Sundays. Like less than 162. The season is obscenely long.
I'm with you on that.
It's crazy. You get to July, you think you're almost there, you think you see the light, then you got 3 months of baseball left. It's too freaking long.
Finally, Rico's O-line or the field?
Oh, for the draft?
For the draft. Who are the line? What are the he says O-line or the field?
I like that topic. I go the field probably. What'd you guys say?
I said the field. I said because every mock draft has the Lions taking an O-lineman. I can't think of the last time that Brad Holmes did what the mock drafts asked them to do.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
So therefore, if everybody's
going to trade up,
if everybody's saying the
receiver.
field, that's what I said. If Kenyon Sadiq is there, they're going to take the tight end.
I will say I was chuckling. I was going to pick up my daughter at school. You guys were talking about the dude holding the sign, trying out for the Lions.
Oh, give him a shot. David's so cruel.
I did chuckle when Rico Beard, you said he made a mistake. He should have put on his sign that he's often injured.
Right.
Brad Holmes would immediately be like, come try out.
Hey, come on in.
We need you. Get out of here.
Go in the kitchen.
Here's a key card.
Go in the kitchen, get you something to eat, and I'll see you out on the field in 30 minutes.
That's exactly what we're looking for around here. Oh, that's what we do. So naturally, they're going to take the corner out of Tennessee, right? The guy off the torn ACL, Jermod McCoy.
KC Concepcion. Get used to that name. Wide receiver. That's who they'll take.
Trade down.
No, I said trading is not on the table.
Oh, I got you.
What do you got coming up, Jeff?
All right, so today was the Wings locker cleanout day. And I actually was going to start the show. It's 50 minutes.
You don't have Dusty May on?
No, I don't have Dusty. He's going to be on next week. But
do you believe the Wings have earned your airtime
to clean out their lockers?
Have they earned your airtime?
I heard they had to clean out their lockers because the Wings refused to ship them stuff. It would have cost them too much money. They don't deserve that. Yeah, no. I listened to 18 minutes of Dylan Larkin today.
I'm sorry.
And I came away with what I think is not going to be a very popular belief, but we're going to talk about that. We'll get you up to Red Sox and Tigers, and then I'm on after the game as well. So if you have nothing going on, please call me, because when you're on till midnight, it's hard to stay awake.
You guys have a great weekend. Thanks to the crew at Valenti and Rico for having me. Talk to you guys Monday. 97.1.